Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4.
The 16 best teams in the world
with $700,000 up for grabs. Every day, these guys are grinding, they're practicing, they're strategizing, they're waiting for this.
We have got the world's elite here. This is the final stage in the Global Pro League. This is do or die.
I think people are going to come with a purpose. It honestly could be anyone.
There's going to be a lot of competition.
We're playing the best teams in the world, so every match is a grind.
Begin to move. Aqua, do not do this! Oh my God, Aqua, what have you just done?
Varsity's locking this down for E United.
Oh my God! They just smoked them!
That's going to be enough for Red Reserve to make it to stage 2.
Win the game in the most dramatic fashion!
Anything in this game could happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. We are live with Week 3, Day 2 here at the Stage 2 of the CWL and cannot wait for the day's action to get underway. Of course, my name is Ben. I'm going to be hosting the studio throughout this weekend, and joining me is my fantastic panel of experts. As always, we have Call of Duty World Champ Teep, former European professional player Memo, and at the far side, of course, we have Call of Duty XP champion Merc. But before we start the day, we should really recap exactly where we are. Obviously, we had a ton of games yesterday, so without further ado, let's take a look at our group standings. Of course, yesterday finished in emphatic style, Merc. E United, they just gave Splice the hands.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. It was a beatdown. I mean, E United playing so well on day number 1. They were tested at first by Rise. I mean, I think a series Rise should have won. Rise has a bad day, 0-2. Red Reserve, though, they're able to bring it back to the 1-1. They also challenged Splice a little bit.
They did.
I mean, E United, they looked damn good on day 1.
They definitely did. Of course, a lot of eyes were on Clayster coming into the day, and I think he performed extremely well. But in terms of Red Reserve, Memo, of course, you are the European expert here on the desk. I mean, what is that potential? Are you now looking after day 1's performance thinking, yeah, these guys are going to qualify for Stage 2 playoffs?
You're looking at Red Reserve, and you're looking at a team that can beat anyone else in this pool right now. You know, they've gone to 2 Game 5s already. They've shown their class. They've shown that they're here to kind of, battle with the best. And they're in a very, very tough group. Remember, a lot of people are calling this the pool of death. But I think, you know, today could be a defining point of where they stand at the end. And I think this is such an important day, which obviously we'll get into. But I think these games coming up, I think their frustration is they feel that they should have won against Splice and they should be 2-0. So we'll see how it pans out for them. But they're a contender to come top 2 for sure.
Obviously, I mentioned Clayster's fantastic performance yesterday, Teep. I know you, in terms of who impressed you yesterday, he was your pick.
Oh, you have to pick Clay. He was he's the new player on the roster, obviously. And the fact that he's able to step up in that communication role, the leader of the team. Look at that KD. He's #1 in hardpoint and uplink leaderboard, so the respawn's absolutely dominating. That Slayer stat, he's contributing so much in that regard. And then Search and Destroy, he's tied for 2nd on the First Blood leaderboard. So you can't really ask for more from an individual player, especially, you know, a lot of pressure was on him with this roster change going down, what he's going to bring to the table. E United has been a very strong team throughout this year, and the fact that he's able to come in here and they just look so strong. They take down arguably, you know, a top 2 team in Splice yesterday and make it look so damn easy. He's got the guys yelling. He's got the Twins playing better than ever. Man, they're rolling.
Twins are definitely nasty, that's for sure. Memo, no surprise really in terms of your pick. You've gone to E United as well. But interestingly, you actually stuck with the same player that you picked yesterday.
Yeah, I kind of said going into this week he was my player to watch, and, you know, coming out of this as well, he played, you know, some great Call of Duty. I think Tyler, obviously the pick of Clayster, you can't really doubt that. You know, you could have picked most players from E United, but some had their sloppy games, some had their good games. But for me, Prestini, he kind of showed, even through the losses as well, on the Frost uplinks, he was dropping nearly 40. He was carrying on some of the respawns as well. His S&D KD, a lot of people will look at it and kind of be a bit worried about. For me, he's always kind of come good towards the end of the tournaments, and his S&Ds, for examples, you know, against the Optics and in kind of your open tournaments, has been really, really good. So that's one point that I want to look at going into today, and at the end of the day, I'd like to kind of recap that, and hopefully he's stepped that up a bit.
Mark, I know you were a big fan of the Twins yesterday from
Twins
United.
are nasty, Ben.
They are very nasty.
Twins are nasty.
Sure. Who'd you pick?
Well, another United player. I went with Arcades. Pristini and Arcades, obviously, they are the Twins, and they're nasty. But as you can see, I mean, Play sort of led the team, but I think Arcedes, this was another player that we just weren't sure coming into the week. I mean, again, bringing Clayster, Arcedes was the main NV4. How are they going to respond?
Right.
He's sort of that secondary K-bar. We saw at times he would struggle, but he would get streaky very fast. I think Arcedes just sort of the most consistent player for United all year long. Impressed a lot of people. So just, again, a solid performance on day number 1 for him.
The United sweep in terms of who has impressed you guys. Now let's get to the flip side of the coin. Who needs to step up? Teep, I want to start this with you.
I think an obvious choice is Felony on the side of Rise. When they picked this guy up, this sort of circle of players going back to last year in Black Ops 3, he's supposed to be that main slayer, the aggressive sort of sub guy. But going back to yesterday, those hard points were just abysmal overall. Granted, they should have had a much better series versus Splice in my opinion, but regardless, a loss is a loss. That Slayer number at only 18 is just pretty pathetic at that point. And then Felony kind of was known for his search and destroy when he came onto the pro scene. A .55 search and destroy KD, just not really cutting it for this squad. Looney seemed to be the only one that was consistent on the side of Rise yesterday, but the fact that Fellow isn't there to be that sort of slaying duo is a huge problem for them. They're lacking the slaying power. It's due to him.
Yeah, they definitely need him to step up, that is for sure. Momo, in terms of your pick, I know you were pretty vocal yesterday about Joe. Obviously, a little bit of history there between yourself and him. Is he going to be your pick?
He absolutely is. Joe, for me, I saw one very, very, very good game out of Joe yesterday, but one is not good enough. I think Joe, for me, is a player, much kind of like Teep said about Felony, he was a superstar of 2016. You know, he really was, and going into this, your Slayer rating's 19, you know, KD's 0.5, 0.8, whatever it may be. It's just not good enough, and Joe should be that player who is leading the aggression. And for me as well, he is an S&D player. He's a very, very strong S&D player, and I don't know where that's gone. I expect more from him. If he does pick it up today, I can see them going 2-0.
Fair enough. Moving forward, Merc, in terms of your pick, I'm very surprised to see this name written down, not because of his performance yesterday, just because of the caliber of player that we saw. Of course, this is our Stage 1 MVP. You went at 0.
Yeah, he had a rough day. I mean, he was my player to watch coming into the weekend. And day number 1, as you can see, a .85, 0.65 in S&D.
Ouch.
Even that Slayer number to me, under 20 for 0, that's not good enough. I mean, even if you look at his first game on Retail Hardpoint, he has, goes, 31 and 18? So he has that to boost his stats, and he still ends up with a .85. It's just a very rough day for Splice. Again, they got pummeled by E United, and even by Red on that breakout where they got 100-point club. So just a rough few games from him. Definitely looking at him to step it up.
Yeah, Splice need to come out all guns blazing on day 2 here. That is for sure. And as you said, Zero with some pretty shaky search and destroy performance. Start off 0-6 as well in one of those S&Ds. Very un-Zero-like. So really keep your eyes out for him to step things up. But now we'll take a look at our schedule here for day 2 of week 3. We're kicking things off with E United versus Red Reserve. Then we have Splice versus Rise Nation before we have the Battle of Europe once again at 5 p.m. as Splice take on Red Reserve. And to close out the day, E United versus Rise. We'll touch on that first game, of course, E United versus Red Reserve. Momo, curious to actually get your thoughts on that one. Is this one that you realistically think Red Reserve can steal?
Realistically, yes, they can.
Wow.
If we get the same E United as yesterday, no, they can't. I just think if they bring that same hype, that energy, E United should run away with it. The problem is if, you know, we have a slow start from Silly.
Right.
You know, if we get that again,
Right.
Red Reserve, they're going to take advantage.
Very, very true. Here's a look at our maps, of course, Teep. I mean, how does this look for E United?
Well, going back to last night, I'm going to give that Scorch hard point, obviously, to E United, just stomping out Splice. But I think really the search and destroy, I don't know if E United is going to be, have all those strategies set out quite yet on Crusher. So I'm leaning towards E United in this one. I'll give the search to Red Reserve 3-1 for E United.
Well, first game of the day about to get underway. We can send it down to our fantastic casters for the series. It's Maven and Courage.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I'm kind of a Momo. Yes, Red Reserve can win the series, but it will be through a Game 5. We know their their Dallas run, their Anaheim run here so far today. It is all done through Game 5s. I think they can push the series a distance.
What's interesting for Red Reserve is they come out of yesterday, they beat a Rise Nation team, right? Gives them their 1 series victory. Earlier in the day, though, they dropped that Game 5 to Splice. They're still kicking themselves for that one, I can tell you that. I think they come out of it almost a little bit disappointed that they weren't 2-0, but we do see the caliber of this team. We cannot count them out. They are absolutely far and away better than Elevate, which we saw last weekend. At times, we put that Elevate team just below them in the tiers of European Call of Duty squads.
It's a new day.
It is.
But what's scary? The last time we saw this E United team on Scorch, what happened, Jack?
Well, there's already 4 dead, a kill from everybody from E United. You mentioned what happened. Well, they got 5 times the score of Splice, 250 to 50 on that map. It was literally the last map they played last night, and they have not skipped a beat to here with a flawless break, literally the most perfect break I have ever seen on Scorch Hardpoint.
Yeah, it's like you not only do you win through, you flip the spawns as well.
That is the perfect ideal situation for them to have off the break.
Red Reserve does come back in, at least crack in to find some time in the hard point, but they're going to need to try and fight through here and take over control for the turbine spawns. Unfortunately for them, the kill feed all blue as E-United continues to roll. Silly yet to die.
So things to take note of if you didn't get to catch too much of E-United's action as well as Red Reserve yesterday. First off, go watch the VODs. They've all been uploaded. Shout out to Nick for his work with that one. He's been making sure that every day you can immediately go watch every match that happened in the Pro League. So go take a look at those. E-United, Silly's E-Rad was absolutely on fire. 4-0 already off the break of this game. Pristini was playing with all the confidence in the world, challenging gunfights just like that, whether it was with the E-Rad, with the K-Bar, he was getting it all done. Arcitys was consistent, especially when playing that slower style, and Clayster was back in pure Clayster form. Everyone was firing.
And E-United should get all the time here. I mean, they've gotten into a position where they pushed out so far that they even, after a couple players drop, they're still able to spawn back, but now the pressure comes in. This is where Red Reserve has to break. Arcitys just spawned out the entire way across the map. All the pressure now going to fall on Silly. He's tagged up, but still up. Last man is going to be raided from Red Reserve. They break through with 20 seconds remaining.
That happens because Pristini has an awful timing inside of that main warehouse building. The trade goes in favor of Red Reserve because as Pristini goes to check lower lab door, he sees no one there, turns. When he turns his back, the player runs on through and shoots him.
It's fine, though. With 20 seconds left,
absolutely.
Flip the spawns. Now you have hanger control. So it ends up working out okay as long as they can pick off Shawnee, though. He is the one man here to try and fight, but you have everybody from E-United stacked in the back. Silly. 8-1. We talked about the slow start he had yesterday to kick off the day. This is almost literally the exact opposite.
We're seeing so far that a lot of these maps this weekend have been dominated by who has the better E-Rads, right? When you think of what we saw from Splice on Frost Uplink, when they had, you know, Jerd and Zero flying forward as well as Bance with a triple E-Rad presence, they looked almost untouchable. No one could match them in their shots and aggression. You now think of E-United inside the hard point. When you have Silly starting off at 8-2, already a minute in the hill, it's because it's just him straight up killing anyone who challenges him inside the objective.
And on the other side of this, Jack, I mean, Red Reserve's got to try and find early control somewhere because each time have they been able to ultimately break through? Yes, but not until 20 seconds left in the hard point. 25 seconds left. You can't give all the opening time to E-United. Otherwise, you're slowly going to bleed out.
Here's their best chance at, as you mentioned, early control. They have 3 players here at Drill. It's going to be a 4v4 retake opportunity from the side of E-United. Scarab, the first thing coming out, tagging up 2 players. Yep, there you go. Beautiful grenade from Silly. There's a 3-piece as well. That is the communication of E-United that you love to see already. Flechette out from Silly cleans up 2. Doesn't get much easier than that.
Yeah, that early control from Red Reserve was enjoyed for approximately 5 seconds. That was a nice combination there. The nade plus the Scarab bust on through, and now it's E-United's turn to try and hold, but a 2-piece from Shawnee looks to open things up. He's gotten into observation deck now.
E-United were not ready for the timing of Red Reserve to have split spawns right there. Simple as that. They had a player pushing through observation deck. They thought that entire side of the map was clear. It was Shawnee who was the thorn in their side. 10-7 now from him. Interesting to see the E-Rad brought out by Shawnee, but he's a player that has continued to develop as this year goes on. I mean, hey, his shot's looking lights out right now. 12-7, gets the assist there as well. He's leading his team in time, doing it all right now for the side of Red Reserve.
And just to talk kind of overall storyline for Red Reserve this weekend, you know, they do their job yesterday. They win a lot of maps. They end up 5-5, but they get the 1-1 split they needed. The scary part, though, is today you come in with, I think what we would agree is their hardest day. You play E-United, you play Splice. You can't go 0-2. Do you still have a chance if that happens? Sure, most likely you do depending on the outcomes of the other matches, but you need to get a 1-1 split again. Do you expect a lot of days for Red Reserve here to go 2-0? No, I personally don't. You just have to take one of these series.
Well, this is their toughest day. Not only do they face United now, but they face Splice later on today in their rematch. Rated said it yesterday. They've got to go big on day 2, and it could start off with a hardpoint map victory here. They're only down by 15 seconds, even with how perfect of a start United had in this map. Whoa, what was that, Pristini, as he gets lost right there. 113-103, Red Reserve have brought it within 10.
Well, you know the recipe for success for this team. You know, you end up having to steal away one of those respawns, and they've been very, very good in search and destroy. Almost going 2-0 yesterday. But let's see what Silly can do on the side for E-United. Trying to crack in the turbine. He'll be the first one.
Biggest standout right now on the scoreboard, Clayster, who was mentioned by our analysts as having a, players who impressed title from day 1, as well as the top hardpoint KD of the weekend. Currently 7-14, only 7 seconds in the hardpoint. Right now, just having a game where things aren't really going in his favor.
He's a new guy on the roster. I think you're going to have some poor maps. And we already talk about how streaky Clayster can be at times. He seems to destroy or at times get destroyed. Right now, having a tough one, but lead change incoming. That final tick puts Red Reserve now in front with 35 seconds remaining here. High off the wall run. Shawnee catches Clayster with his pants down, but his teammates able to find a few. Urban trying to hold on. A big two-piece pistol out. Now all three down. Magical stuff there from Urban.
If you're just learning about Urban as a player, the man has one of the best pistol shots in definitely Europe, the European players will say. But then he could rival that of Nagafen, who many North American pro players say has the best trigger finger in, well, North America. So that's what I want. I want to see a 1v1 battle between them, just pistols, see who can take that title. But right now, the man's on a 5 streak. It's Red Reserve up by their biggest lead of the game. They've been lights out from the last time we were in Hangar. They've won every single hill.
Well, they're waiting to try and push through. Urban was the one racking up the remaining time in Turbine. As soon as he comes over, they're going to try and make a play. But Arcity's peeling faces right now.
Talk about knowing certain spots and angles on this map. That there's a window in that back L-wall tunnel that you can shoot right on through. Arcity's, his job still to watch this back cut area. 157 to 145. E-United keeping this one close.
And I think maybe the push a little bit hesitant because Urban's still working on those streaks. You know, you just don't want to fly into a pre-aimed Arcity's. But Rated is the one able to get the break. And yeah, look, he's 25 off this Trinity. So he's been playing his life to a degree, allowing his teammates to push in front. They've done their job. The break is in. They've got 20 more seconds here. They can soak up, but falling just a bit short of the streaks is Urban.
Was actually surprised to see him push up like that. I get there's only 15 seconds left, but I will say, just starting now to hear Clayster get louder and louder for this team, yelling, "Let's go, boys, let's get this started." And you wonder why that's maybe happening? Well, it's because he's on a 4 streak, finally showing some life. You mentioned the streaky play. Maybe now he heats up, because we all know E-United do need him. 2 kills on rotation. They're now looking for the 3rd. Last time they had a flawless break on Drill. It looks like that'll be the same case here if Clayster can stay alive.
He's still up, and he's got 2 teammates here to work with. Everybody's been cleared outside of Rated. Rated's going to try and make a play, but yeah, there's 3 ready to hunt him down. We may have another lead change here as E-United controlling Drill.
And look at the pressure they're still putting on. You've got everyone spawning out from Red Reserve. They're doing what they can to at least try to go for a pinch, which is where they really saw success the first time they had to go for a retake of the site. Right now, kills just being traded. They know Urban is still by this observation deck side. There's the cleanup from Clay. He's got 2 streaks as well.
Able to get the Trinity rockets. Falls just a little bit short there of actually picking up the bombardment, but that could be crucial down the stretch as this game has been back and forth throughout. It's Rated and Shawnee inside trying to make plays. Rated tagged up, but not dropped yet. Final ticks should be going to Red Reserve.
And this is Red Reserve right now. People said maybe they had a good day 1. They're able to fight not only against Red Reserve, but Rise Nation. Now here on day 2, the 6-2 map count E-United team is definitely having some pressure get put on right now. Down by 10 still. Red Reserve seem to be the real deal.
And they're getting outslayed, right? We know how, just over the course of stage 1 and 2, how little teams, if they're getting outslayed, win the actual hard point. Right now they're doing it. Because Joe, again, struggling today. He's sitting right around double negative, but Pristini, man.
He keeps doing that. Him with the backplate, it's like he's able to turn on people 3 times more often. We saw it twice yesterday. There's another one right there. That extra bullet soak and his ability to pre-fire there with the E-Rad, he just expects people to chase and they fall right into his trap.
E-United now with the lead, 20 seconds remaining on bridge. Scarab out, able to tag up a few. Pristini does have camo to work with. You saw Rated with it available on the other side. Yep. With a game this close, you got to think about the Trinity rocket available for Clay, and then also those 2 camos. This is going to be big.
Centurion now dropped. Shawnee seeing all these players here from E-United. Yeah, he's got to dip out and play his life. I love this decision. He's 1 kill off the reactive armor as well. This could be a game-saving play as they try to go for a break. Camo now dead on the side of E-United. The pressure coming on through. Shawnee gets caught off guard, but he's got some help from Rated. Arcity's now dead. It looks like it's going to come down to a one-on-one on the hard point, and it's Joe who stays alive. Centurion now dead. That's the break Red Reserve needed.
Now, this is the big play. Pristini with this camo. He's dead. He's dead. This is huge. You can obviously win it on this hard point right now if you're Red Reserve. Pristini definitely going to get another crack in. His teammates still finding the kills, but the spawns coming in favorable for Red Reserve. Shawnee trying to hold this close edge.
He's got reactive armor as well. He keeps playing these off angles. Reactive armor used. The 3-piece there for the squad. Pristini still with camo. Now he'll elect to pop it. He didn't see the player next to him. FTL jump as well. Oh, no, Pristini! Oh, no! Gets absolutely destroyed!
The only saving grace there for Pristini is he can test long enough. If he doesn't get in at all, you can actually win the game there if you're Red Reserve. And now to the other side, Pristini is set up. They're inside hangar. They're looking to make a play.
That's actually a great point to bring up, Maven. No payloads available for Red Reserve. Don't think there's going to be any... United, they're not looking at their flank. They have nobody watching the flank. They're going to get flooded from every single angle. This game is done. A miscommunication there as Red Reserve exploit it. Nice way to start day 2 for Rated and crew as they're up 1-0. Did no one watching the pinch?
That's the one they needed to win. They needed to get one of these hard points. You know they like to push series the distance. They've been great in Search and Destroy. They're now the favorites in this series for me, without question.
Yeah.
Getting that 1-0 edge.
Well, United, they start off flat yesterday in the hard point versus Rise. They obviously go down by 100 seconds and make that miraculous comeback, but still here, lacking some energy, maybe not rolling to get the day started. On the side of Red Reserve, they still look consistent. That's what we've seen from them so far this weekend, and honestly, they could very well be not only 2-1, but going into a rematch for Splice, be hungry for a potential 2-0 day.
And you know, Splice was frustrated in the day yesterday with how things went after just getting dismantled from United. Very interested to see how they're going to bounce back during matches 2 and 3. But my God, man, that's just such a massive win there for Red Reserve.
Red Reserve and United. It's a matchup that obviously a lot of people were excited for, to see if Red Reserve can match the caliber of slang that United have. We cut up to the teams prior to this weekend to talk more about it.
Our game plan going into the United is just play the way we always do. I think individually we are better than them. It's just we got to start putting things together.
I think the one person on United we have to watch out for is Arcites. From all the VODs I've watched and gameplay I've watched of their team, he's literally unreal. He's their best player by far.
If we can shut down Claystar, I'm sure we could take them both series. After he's been dropped in recent teams, he's just come back with a fire. So
they're going to play fast. They're going to slay heavy. We just got to make sure we counteract it and play the rotations and play our game.
I really do think we have either the hardest pool or second hardest due to the fact that Red Reserve, I feel, is a top 3 EU team now. That trade that they made with Elevate boosted them way up. They have gone to a completely different level or tier.
Joe and Rated, they're a good duo. I think that they work really well together, and I think them splitting up at the beginning of this year was a really big mistake. Rated's a good AR, man. I've been watching a lot of his gameplay, and he's good at what he does. I think he kind of is detrimental to his team sometimes because he plays on his own little island, like he plays on his by himself, but he's really good at that, and he can get like 2 pieces all the time playing by himself. Actually impressed with the way that they've been playing lately.
All right, you hear from both sides how they feel about this particular matchup, but so far, Red Reserve now with the edge. We know there were some heated words back and forth between Clay and Rated to kind of kick off the year. I know that's died down a bit, but just talking about the potential of Clay being on Hot Mic a week ago, he's like, I don't know if you want me on there. I might be roasting too much. So there's still maybe a little fire there.
Yeah, and you know, much deserved respect. Rated is one of the best assault rifle players in Europe. You got Clayster, one of the best assault rifle players in the history.
He still found a way to take a little bit of a shot there, though, didn't he?
He had to. He had to, right? But I actually agree with him because we talk about Uplink. While he was so good at it back in stage 1, a lot of the times he was just on a different pace than the rest of his team. He was the one pre-aiming with that AR. You thought maybe, hey, you know, they would love to have him pushed up with the rest of the squad going for scores. Here we go, Clayster going in towards A, a little bit of an unorthodox play with the sniper as he looks for first blood.
They're getting aggressive quickly, not able to hit the shot, had the angle for just a moment. Let's see who's going to find this opening first blood. On with Pristini.
And already the retake trying to come on through from Red Reserve. You see 3 players storming on through. Joe now near this objective. I love decisions like this. I absolutely love
Pristini might catch him. Pristini might catch him as he comes in from behind.
Oh, Pristini saves the round. Shawnee now by himself in a 1v2. Look at how frantic he looks right now on this wall run with the NV4. Pristini, what a heads-up play. Props to him.
Yeah, he wraps all the way through the flank. Gets him just, I mean, I had to be around 70%. That was very close to finishing. We saw Rated with a Ninja yesterday.
These guys, they all watch these games. They're up in the pro lounge. You know, he saw Rated's Ninja Defuse against Rise Nation in Game 5. Thought, hey, maybe I should check this time around as well.
Well, and you heard the guys on the desk talk a lot last week about, like, it just seems like teams and players aren't willing to hop the bomb ever. It just rarely happens so far this year, trying to catch them off guard.
First round over to E United. Remember, Red Reserve do take the hard point if you're just tuning in. They win it by about 21 seconds. Pristini, yeah, he's going to get absolutely swarmed. Some awful timing there as he went to shoulder peek towards hallway. Unfortunately, Red Reserve, they were already pushed on up, so this will be a take of the A site and an execution of the bomb being planted. So United are down a man.
A lot of this could end up on the timing you're to get for Joe. He's going to be pushing around the backside for the collapse. We hop to Joe right now. I want to see his POV. Joe gets cut up. They check it right when he basically gets there. Clay pushes out the back. Heads up play from Clay.
Clayster with another kill. Shawnee now in a one-on-one. Clayster versus Shawnee. The battle. Clay just being patient. Shawnee goes to the shoulder peak. Clay knows where he is. He's got to chase this kill. Gets 2 bullets in him. He should have enough time. He's got to go for this challenge. Only 10 seconds left. Yeah, he's not going to get back to the bomb time.
Make it 7.5 now. Nope, not in time.
He hovered too long. At that point, you've just basically got to just go for it.
Yeah, it's like he needed, what, just an extra second there. And he'd be able to make the play.
He was basically, in his thought process, he was worried Shawnee would kind of go for, you know, kind of like a fadeaway peek and try to challenge him. Meanwhile, Shawnee knew, if I just stay in this corner, I force Clay to engage onto me. Just so little time left in that round that Shawnee clutches up for his team. It's now 1-1.
Nice heads-up play there from Shawnee. Clayster, back on offense, is going to have the snipe in hand again. Now take a look at the defensive split you have right now. The defensive push, that is, sorry. Pushing towards B.
Split, they are.
Yeah,
holy cans.
As they're hunting towards B. This should be a quick and easy plant for E United, and we'll see how they work on the retake for Red Reserve.
Now Clayster's got an awkward job this round. Yeah, look where he now is with this sniper. It's a cheeky little spot. Everyone from Red Reserve storming back through middle map. They have not seen each other yet in this round. Meanwhile, they've traversed the entirety of that B site. No 2-piece from Pristini, and Arcades gets cut down as well. 3v2 Red Reserve.
Silly and Clay looking to try and clutch up. Joe's POV for a moment. Now we're back to Clayster. He's still surviving with the snipe in hand. Silly able to turn this into a 2v2. Only 20 seconds to work with. That's what happens when you get these quick plants down. There he connects. Clay picks up one. Shawnee, now the lone man. Hardly any time to work with.
You think for a second, you're like, you know, Clayster's looking at that situation. Man, I wish I had any other gun but the sniper. But hey, he waits, gets the drop on him. There's the kill. Silly closes out the round. United back in the lead.
And this is the map that you think Red Reserve would come in and take. United looking to just reset this series with a victory in Search and Destroy. Not that United are any slouches, but like Teep said on the desk, not really sure exactly what to expect consistently in Search and Destroy when you add a new guy, Clay, but he's got to be one of the easier players to, you think, put into your system.
What do you do now if you're Red Reserve on offense? Last time you tried to push towards A, you got control of it, you wound up closing out the round. This time it looks like it's going to be a complete swap of their offensive strategy as they look to take control of the outside B site.
This could be a very, very quick round. The Scarab is going to be out. What does it connect with? It gets through, definitely gets some information.
I think it hit Joe. That's why Joe's laying down.
They didn't get enough there that they thought they should push through. Rated is going to get the first blood. Advantage now to Red Reserve. And he's going to be so difficult to kill from this spot. But Pristini able to open things up now for United.
Not only is that huge, but he gets out with his life. They realize no one's in the bomb, so instead of sliding through, he backs up. A second kill now onto Joe. Play your life now. Clayster with the challenge. What a round from Pristini, as he's the reason why United are able to take that one.
It's that confidence he's been playing with. It seemed last night like, every single 1v1 gunfight he was in, he was destroying, he was holding forward. We haven't seen him play like that, since Gunless left. Everyone talked about how he could do the slaying role. You saw it.
So the amount of times you see players slide on through and basically bait themselves out for their team, that time he knew nobody was on the bomb because I think they threw 3 or 4 cluster grenades on it, which forced the players of Red Reserve off, which gave Pristini the peace of mind to slide on through, challenge, and then realize, oh, I can still get out with my life. So he just ran back instead of fully committing towards that site. It's little decisions like that that make all the difference.
And if you know Joe's the one in that spot with how he's been playing compared to how Pristini, I think he knew for sure that's a gunfight he's taken.
Pristini, not the cleanest kill, but either way, it's a first blood. 3-on-3, and again, the bomb planted from a United.
Silly with FTL to work with. 2 players from Red Reserve mid-map. They're going to push now through you. And they give their team the advantage. Time on the clock dwindling due to another quick plant. Shawnee trying to hunt, and they're just going to stick it again. I don't think there's anybody's got an angle on this.
FTL jump from Silly! Silly, again, they realize, wait, something's wrong here. There's 3 alive, we're only seeing 2. Look at the smile on his face. You see the FTL jump there. Again, charges right towards that bomb. That's 2 rounds now that are saved by heads-up plays as Red Reserve try to stick to the fuse.
Pristini goes big in one, Silly in another. Yeah, the round count could be very different here depending on a couple attempted defuses from Red Reserve.
It's smart. You saw Red Reserve try to ninja yesterday. It worked for them, so let's keep trying it. And when there's 3 players alive and only 2 are challenging, and this is a pro team you're facing, you know something's up.
Shawnee and Urban were pushing mid-map. They get one, but it's even very quickly. 3 versus 3. United just 2 more rounds needed here to tie up the series at 1-1. Pristini on the hunt. Spots one, gets picked off, though. That's in before Shawnee coming up huge. Clayster, though, quickly answering back before dropping. Arcity's now in a 1 versus 2. Bomb yet to be planted for Red Reserve.
He's had a quiet map so far, but 3 plants. Unfortunately, I think Joe is going to be the one that makes all the difference here. Oh, he didn't spot him. He didn't spot him. Still possible for Arcities to do this, as again, an awful timing for Joe. Nice job.
Holding the edge there, he had no chance. Yeah. No chance. Patience from Red Reserve pays off in a must-win round that draws it to 4-2. And he's on his belly for quite a while there. You see Arcities come out.
I think I heard Arcities yell like, what? Like, why is he there? Sort of thing. Because their goal, if you're wondering, what were those angles that were just being held by Red Reserve? They said, let's just play their spawn. We have time. Let's see if we can catch him rotating from either side. That time, they have Joe watching the entire back garage, top bridge, and underpass.
To be fair,
and all Urban has to do is watch one door.
How different is that played by certain teams? In a 2v1, they just hunt together, make sure they trade out the kill. Red Reserve plays it a bit slower, and you can tell. Throws off. Arcities for sure. Kills going back and forth very quickly. Suddenly, Clayster, last man up. Pistol out. Sniper out. Saw one cross. He was not spotted. Can he get some magnificent timing here?
There's one. Reactive armor. He knows the second player's behind him, too. That position was given away. And there's still 53 seconds left. Clayster can cut down one without being hit and then just challenge a final gunfight with reactive armor. This is his round to take.
See where Bomb is down. He's backtracked here now to pick it up.
Oh, this timing's going to be awful.
They should catch him here. Can he somehow hop off the bomb? Nope. He's still up. They just spotted him. He's dropped. Another round for Red Reserve.
Surprised he went to plant in the open on Warehouse when he knew that they were on his side of the map, or at least last saw them there. If he plants in that back pocket, gets that bomb down, has a chance to at least get out with his life or use the reactive armor. Red Reserve keeping it close.
Yeah, I mean, he's in trouble regardless, but at least give him a chance, right?
Absolutely.
To try and make a clutch play.
And we know everything in the world.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you think he knew the last time they were anywhere on the map that they saw him, it was on their own side. So might as well play where you're as safe as possible from that area.
Defensive split across both bomb sites in mid right now for United. A flood pushing through. Remember, Pristini got caught in a position similar to that a few rounds ago. This time gets away with his life.
Brilliant job right there. He shoulder peeks again just to get enough information for his team to say, hey, 3 were just pushed up. Now they've already retaken that site, so watch these United blue arrows. They should not stop moving. They should just do whatever they can to trail the pressure towards B. If you're Red Reserve now, this is playing very similar to Retaliation when you have the bomb and wrap through that back bridge area. They've got to keep moving or else I think they're going to get pinched on the site and overwhelmed.
Shawnee's nade backs them up at least for a moment to let him get away with his life. You saw the crazy 3 kills from Cade in a similar spot last week. Can Shawnee go big? He's got the help of Joe. 3 kills away of Red Reserve. Silly, last one up, and that is 3 rounds in a row for Red Reserve.
Because they don't hesitate on planting that bomb, they're able to go ahead, refocus their attention towards that side of the map and have a 4v4 gunfight engagement where it was up to United to push through the choke point. If they wait to plant, even a couple seconds or send one player to rocks, that's a completely different round. Nice job, too, by the player that was on those back pallets to not get first blooded. They see the players, but instead fall back, play their life, wait for help to come.
All tied up, 4-4. Pristini, just a kill-off camo.
This is 3 rounds now where he's had that same 1 kill-off camo discrepancy.
Well, let's see if he can pick it up here, but first blood is going to go to Shawnee. Clayster still has reactive to work with. Pristini has tied it up and earned the camo. Clay should have an easy kill. Can he get the second? Yes, he does. 1 more player remaining. It's going to be Joe. Joe, nothing to work with, and he is dropped. That's a big round. You just let 3 go to Red Reserve. You needed to get that victory. Things were starting to get scary. The pressure was building.
Clay, who was honestly doing a fine job with the sniper, was 9-5. The one round he decides to get aggressive. Boy, oh boy, does it pay off right there with the pinch.
Well, he doesn't get both those kills. Well, I guess he might if he swaps to the pistol and the player was weak, but much easier play, certainly having MV4 in hand.
Oh, the Clayster sign still alive and well.
I have a Clayster poster on my wall.
You probably don't.
I do.
But actually, you are pretty weird, so I would believe that.
I am.
As your Clayster poster will wait for you to get on home. He'll be on the main stage trying to clutch up against Red Reserve. 5-4, United down 0-1 in the series. Win this round here to tie it back up.
Urban now gotten into the pocket, has FTL to work with. Now look at Rated. He's pushing all the way through the A side. He's been able to spot Pristini. Pristini, once again, getting information on his side of the map, making sure he stays alive. Joe now planting the bomb for Red Reserve in a must-win round.
This is so smart. That little bit of a distraction from Rated keeps just enough United attention towards A to free up a plant. Clayster had no idea it was going down.
Well, they now get it planted. You've got two people hawking across the flank. That's going to be Shawnee with the opening kill. Raid's still going to be there to follow it up once he gets involved in the action. You've now got two players left. The FTL goes through. First kill, second kill.
How does Urban live through all that?
The FTL. He FTL behind both, I think.
How? I thought the help was going to be too late. We're going to around 11. You see it again here. Honestly, the majority of the reason why I know it's Urban is because you see that pistol firing. He gets in those scenarios where it's like up close and personal. I'm just going to hip fire the pistol and hope that I can unload enough bullets to kill both players.
It wouldn't be a series if it wasn't one that seemed to go the distance and we weren't looking at round 11s. Red Reserve's bread and butter. Can they clutch up in another one? But remember, you have
camo.
Oh, I didn't even realize Pristini popped camo. But you still have reactive here for Clay. Shawnee, reactive on the other side. That's all there is to work with.
It's going to be a reactive take of the site. That's simple as that.
Just got to make sure if you're Clay or Shawnee, you cannot drop before you get that off. You don't want to pop it when you're even weak. Make sure it's used preemptively to find a kill. What does Clay do? First kill goes to Urban. Answers back, pops the reactive, wins the second gunfight. Now popped on the other side is Shawnee. Shawnee wins it quickly at 1v1. It's going to all be unrated. He can't win it. E United take the round 11.
Silly, as he's floating backwards off the map, secures the kill. And now this series is much more winnable for E United as they've clutched up in search and destroy.
That's a painful one for Red Reserve too. You feel like, if you take that search, you guarantee yourself a game 5 worst case scenario. Now United, they reset the series, get hyped up here a little bit. That was a fun one.
It's a perfect example of the verticality we've seen introduced not only last year but this year as well. You see kind of Rated go to hover back, thinks he's down by the crate, instead he's just out of his view. Above him there, clutch play by Silly to close that round out.
Series tied at 1 apiece. It's Uplink up next. We'll see you after this quick break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our first G Fuel key player matchup of the day, and we've got to compare arguably the two biggest difference makers for their team in uplink so far this weekend. You see the stats from yesterday alone. Pristini, the 1.07 uplink KD, consistent with his aggression on the map, 8 points to show for it. A big reason why United were looking good in the game mode yesterday. On the other hand, Rated, who was one of the standout uplink players in stage 1, had quite the flat day. Wasn't as consistent in that KD. I believe he had like a 1.3 throughout his stage 1 weekend. There, a 0.98 needs to turn things around. If Red Reserve want to go big and take the series lead, they just lost a heartbreaking round 11. We'll see how they bounce back now in game 3. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
We are back. Series tied at 1-1. And if you're looking at Red Reserve, they've yet to take an uplink so far this weekend. They need it here.
They have yet to take an uplink. The crazy note to bring up either way. What a rough way to lose that round 11, down to one final kill. Here we go, though the game already starting. I'm loving this pace we're setting right now. Red Reserve, United in game 3, tied up 1-1.
On board with our cities now. They'll be rocking the K-bar for this team. Clayster taking over NV4 duties, but it is all Erad so far in the kill feed until Silly can answer back from top ticket. Just trying to play a little defense and play his life as the pressure coming forward very quickly for Red Reserve. Rated, drone in hand. The dish, the shiny, the slam. 2-0 lead in the opening 30 seconds for Red Reserve.
2-0, and they're going to keep the pressure. Dude, Shawnee's Erad is actually really, really good from seeded at map 1. And just to start here, 4-0, he started map 1 4-0 as well.
Well, it's impressive, too, because he's a guy that was running the NV4 a lot for teams throughout the course of this year. Yep. Rated joins the squad. Rated's obviously going to be your main AR. And Shawnee, like you said, yeah, he's been doing a lot of work with it. It's been great to see.
Just someone that continues to impress me the more I see him play. Definitely think he has a bright future in the European Call of Duty scene. Can he transfer that over to wins this weekend? We'll have to find out. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is Red Reserve versus E-United. E-United 2-0 atop this group after day 1. Red Reserve 1-1. They lost a tough game 5 to our stage 1 champion Splice, and then took care of business against Rise Nation later in the day.
Just think about, like, all right, so let's say Red Reserve take this series and then Rise bounce back today. Like, we could be in store for an insane day 3.
Oh gosh, that's all I dream of. I mean, there was opportunity for every team being tied at 1-1 yesterday if some of the matches obviously swapped around, which would have been a crazy scenario because I don't even know if that's ever happened so far in the CWL.
I don't believe so.
League this year.
On board with Silly from United. High off the wall run, but not able to make a play. Arcitys surviving for a while, but finally will be dropped. You've got 2 down for either side. Drone still at mid-map. Everyone right now is kind of trying to fight for position here.
United do wind up winning the trade, and because of that, they have control of Lemon. But as you see there, Joe fires right back with the Erad, keeping the aggression towards that side of the map. So I do like the bike path play from United, trying to put pressure towards that area, gives them that forced out spawn towards field. Got to give props out to Red Reserve on their ability to recover and stop the drone from going on through. They will hold on to their lead, but as I say that, there are now 4 dead, and it's time for United to go on the offensive.
Back and forth battle so far. Pristini looking for an opening, just saw one cross, hits the split, hits the toss. 1-point game now. Nice little counter attack there from United.
Clean as it gets with that throw, right into the center of the portal. Nice job by him. Red Reserve, again, stopped the bleeding. So while that was not ideal to have the 1-point play go in, at least there's nothing else to be rallied on the side of United. A very even slaying match so far, outside of Rated, who's currently just 1-5.
I'm making a change to uplink rules.
Yeah?
It's 3 for a dunk, and you get 2 points for a toss if it's like 100% accurate. It's like a swish.
Okay.
Extra points.
So
that'll be the next update.
Dunks are now 3-point plays.
I like the ones like that was really clean. Like you pointed out, it's funny because you always see the ones that barely clip the edge. Like that was a really nice toss.
He looks well practiced. Yeah. The man's looking great this weekend so far, Pristini. Shout out to you. Clayster just camping in a corner, waiting to see if people walk across his screen. And unfortunately, it's Shawnee who reads him like a book. The Erad shreds yet again.
It's a very, very common spot. You see it get sniffed out with ease by Red Reserve.
1-6 from Rated.
2-6 now. But yeah, it's crazy. You keep talking about the uplink stats, but the story hasn't been, you know, his dominance right now with the MV4. It's been those E-Rads, and Urban also with the K-Bar, just doing work and trying to tag in more points. Unfortunately, Drone's still back at mid, but Urban doing whatever he can to leave openings now for his teammates to make a play. Can they get the Drone in a forward position? The answer is no, because you've got Clayster on the other side who's pushed the entire way through. He applied pressure on the Red Reserve spawners the entire time, so Urban's kills end up kind of for naught.
Analytic Maven. You really are turning over a new league.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm still a crazy old man.
You haven't told the world, but you're about to go on a 45-day cleanse. Hey,
I'm going to Punta Cana for a wedding kind of soon, and I can't look disgusting.
We also have an event called Champs coming up, which I think you want to look at.
That's true, but I don't have to have my shirt off in the ocean for that. Well, then again, we'll be in Florida.
Come on out. Tickets now available. MLG.tv/CWL Champs.
35 seconds now remaining in the first half of Uplink. It has been a very low-scoring affair.
Got a plug.
But you still have the, I need hair plugs.
Oh, God. Silly now dead. 2-1 still for Red Reserve. Maybe a long one throw again from Pristini. Intercepted. Nice job. Believe that one was rated on the side of Red Reserve, who keeps us a 1-point lead for Red.
And those are very crucial in such a low-scoring and close game. Nice pick. Can they do it again? Another toss away. Another interception. Red Reserve doing just enough on defense to survive a late onslaught in the first half from United.
Wow. They outplay for the most part for, what, 4.5 minutes on that side? Nearly give up 2 1-point throws, but that is something that we've got to keep in mind as the game goes on. If this remains close, that is a big, big swing on this map.
See the shot of the United crew as we get ready to go into the second half. And I'll tell you what stands out a little bit to me versus last night. Did they seem a little bit quieter maybe? I know obviously maybe they were a little bit more amped up for that series versus Splice just due to the importance of it ending the day, but I haven't really heard that much out of them compared to
Yeah, they definitely are quieter. I mean, even the general manager of a United, famous pro Call of Duty player.
Well, that's debatable.
Burns, now retired, probably for the better because whoo, his career was going downhill.
Retired a few years too late.
Yeah, right. But no, back to what we were talking about. He was mentioning how loud they were getting to the point where Clayster and his hype was actually even pushing Arcity to get louder than normal. The rest of the team to get louder than normal. And obviously they use that momentum play very confidently. Can't say the same so far today.
And on the side of Red Reserve, I'll tell you what, it has been, and I'm sure it's happened for many players, but I swear Joe is just all over the place for me. Like, it's like he's literally either double negative or having a great game and like leading the team.
Oh.
It's been kind of insane to see so far.
Silly's throw is missed as well. So that's another 1-point play that should have gone in. Or they should have actually had, but instead it is stopped. United, their own worst enemy right now, it seems, in this uplink.
Yeah, and Joe, man, he just spawns out towards Courtyard, immediately just pushes through Barn, wraps in from behind, and those are the easy kills, and that's why Throwback is a very difficult map to play. You have to be disciplined. You have to have eyes on every single lane. Otherwise, you'll get flanked very easily. There's been a couple interceptions for Red Reserve, now one on the United side, though.
Yep, Arcities making sure this stays a one-possession game. Pristini furthest pushed up. He's the lead blocker, now 16 and 15. Arcities does get around the corner, tries to throw the one. Ooh, barely gets it in. Was kind of a panic throw there, but he will bring it back to a 1-point game.
Setup at mid-map will be Silly.
See, they're not watching these overextensions. They keep getting shot in the back. It's something that really plagued Optic Gaming earlier this year on this exact map in game mode.
I mean, to be fair, it's been happening to both sides. If somebody's been able to sneak through, if they spawn out kind of that blue or silo side and come and make a play, just wreak havoc in the back line. But a good opportunity for points. I thought that was going right into the feet. RC's actually looked like he hit his thrust again, maybe thinking it was going up high, just barely slipped in underneath him.
Rated, trying to command middle map. The guy's only 9 and 15, but look at his teammates. They've all eclipsed the 20 kill mark. Finally, he's got double digits. Quiet game from him, but I think this is what Rated really missed with his team back in stage 1 was where, yeah, he would go big, but then where was the slaying around him? Right now, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, we talked about Shawnee early in the game, but he has been a beast with that E-Rad. He's sitting at 25 and 17, leading all Slayers by a significant margin. And now a chance for more points. You've got Overdrive, hit it to the backside of Barn, wrapping around. No one's ready for this, and there's the body block!
Arcities is elite!
That was disgusting. What a play from Arcities, also with an interception to work with. Now the body block. In a game that's 4-2 with 2 minutes left, that is just huge.
Think of this. We've seen a body block and an interception from United, 2 interceptions from Red Reserve. There's almost been more points stopped by great defensive plays than more points scored from solid offense. That's nuts.
It really, really is. Down the stretch, we know it's all going to be about the payloads. Overdrive shutdown. Are they going to be able to slow down a camo player, a reactive player like you have Shawnee here, pushing it towards Lemon? Has a teammate behind him, wins the first gunfight. There should be somebody there to trade it out. That's going to be Rated. Rated tries to get back on the map, but will be taken out.
That's big from Clay. That's big because that 1v1 cuts a lot of the middle map pressure out from Red Reserve. They only have one player pushed up. How does Joe get here? Look at the timing Joe gets. He's about to get another free kill in middle map because he keeps flanking behind United.
Over and over and over again. Joe has been a thorn in the backside of United. 4 now dead.
I think this is some communication issues for United right now on this map. Throwback is a map where if you don't have the lanes covered, if you leave open one area and don't account for it, you will get punished like you're seeing right now from Joe. Also, maybe some miscounting going on. You know, instead of calling out, where's Joe, he's the first off spawn, we haven't spotted him. You know he's been flanking, where is it?
1 point here is huge. Makes it a 2-possession game and another interception. This time from Silly. The drone just got reset. That play keeps them alive here in the final 45 seconds.
There have been 6 points scored total on this map. There have now been 6 points defended by either interceptions or body blocks by these two teams combined. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Still possible for United to come back. They need these kills. And how is Joe in top food again? How does he keep getting there?
Over and over and over again, but you have a lot of payloads to work with. 2 down, 20 seconds on the clock. Overdrive for Arcides. Payloads available for just about everybody. Clay, the only one with it now. Here we go. Time to boost forward. Throws the drone. He drops. Good defense from Red Reserve. This should be their game.
Red Reserve now about to be up 2-1. The drone thrown far away. I've got to give props, well, to both these teams on defense, but specifically Joe from Red Reserve. He knew something was working. He made sure to be the thorn in United's side. He's the reason this team is now up 2-1.
That was his job there.
Yep.
Every spawn. Beeline tried to get into the team's back ticket, whether it was going all the way through barn, whatever the play was, sometimes through the mid-cut. He was just getting in behind, shooting teams in the back over and over again. If you're a viewer that's watches, for a long time, watch Stage 1, watch Stage 2, it really reminded me of Enigma 6 versus Optic Gaming back in Stage 1, where you could tell Optic was getting pissed, just shot in the back over and over and over again. Yeah. You saw the look of frustration there kind of in United. It's not fun to deal with.
Yep, and it was Enigma 6 who were one of the better teams at doing that back in Stage 1. It was who Optic really asked. They even asked us, like, what was even happening there? How is that possible? Again, Enigma 6 were great at hitting underpass. Here, Joe is doing a better job of knowing the open windows to hit outfield. There's a couple times where Pristini tried it, but they were very obvious when it was about to happen because he either just got a kill on that side and then tried to push through that bottom train area and just kind of get killed sprinting. That's actually something I've seen a few times from Pristini, which I want to see him improve on, is knowing when it's time to hold down the left analog stick and knowing when it's time to kind of wait for a teammate to be there. Just shoulder peek for a second, see if that lane is clear, because there's a lot of times where he just runs through a choke point and just gets mopped while full sprinting.
Well, you expect series to go to Game 5s with Red Reserve. It's certainly shaping up that way. But I'll tell you what, if you had told me the maps are going to go the way they did, as far as both respawns going to Red Reserve, yeah, I would have been like, no, there's just no chance of that happening. And that's not to knock Red Reserve. We know they're a great team. It's just not as good as United looked last night, specifically when you're talking respawns. A bit shocking here, but Clay trying to rally the boys. They started a little bit slow yesterday, not having the best series here so far, but you are certainly alive. And back when Gunless was on the team, United, one of the more famous teams at performing those reverse sweeps. They did it a lot during Stage 1. They just never seemed to be out in series. Certainly can't count them out here.
I'm wondering if we hear a different United in this hard point, right? A little bit louder, getting more into it. Shawnee, what a game from him, 1.29 KD. Clayster did what he could, but unfortunately, just not enough points scored.
And as much as Joe was being huge, kind of hitting those flanks, like Shawnee was kind of what opened that up because he was applying so much pressure on the front push and winning so many fights with that ERAD. They were so focused on him hitting front ticket, they weren't ready for Joe coming in the backside. He just kept doing it over and over again. Brilliant play from both those young guys. We'll see if they've got more here for the Game 4.
Again, man, if you want to learn how to play some defense on Uplink, go watch back tab map. 4 different players with an interception each. The body block from Arcides on the overdrive player. Just split-second decisions that made that even possible for United to come back. Unfortunately, they fall just short. They never could really get a full offensive play going. They always lost gunfights in middle, and a majority of it was when they would push 4-4, there was Joe in top food, ready to shoot him in the back with the ERAD, and then everything would collapse from there.
Felt like Red Reserve just kind of kept United on their back foot throughout most of that game, and the couple offensive opportunities they would have, like you said, really good defense. They'd find the interception. They'd find that perfect 3-4 down wipe.
even where I thought they had the best opportunity, which is kind of funny now that I think about it, right? Raiden has a certain way to play where there's a lane they want to push, and he's the AR that's kind of just slowly inching up, left triggering, getting the kills. That game was so frantic with E-Rads flying around, he could never really know what lane he needed to take control of. Where at the end, I thought United had the best chances when they get 2 dead. They go to push up that one lane, but who's there that gets the 2-piece is Raiden with the NV4.
Well, that's where we've seen someone like, Octane jumps to mind, that when you play something like Throwback Uplink, he completely has bike path locked down throughout the most of the game. No one was ever, like you said, able to get that kind of control from either side. Clayster wasn't able to dominate it. Raiden wasn't able to dominate it on the other end. Ultimately, though, Red Reserve take it, and they take a 2-1 advantage. Now it's Hardpoint 2 retaliation. This is a map where Clayster can shine, and we'll see if he can get amped up, get the boys going.
Can we possibly spot Clayster's loadout here really quick? Want to see exactly what he's running off the break. So yeah, look at how stacked his NV4 is. He had no dead silence on, which is extremely rare. This is a setup that typically you'll only see on the breakup maps like Retaliation, where you know you're just going to be in 4v4 gunfights. The man only ran flak and had as many attachments as possible on his NV4 to make it as lethal as he could be.
Well, he's already got 3 kills in this one early. Both teams able to rack up a decent chunk of time here so far. Lead now to Red Reserve. It's raided inside, putting some shots into Arcides, but getting away with his life. And being aggressive, yet again, is Joe.
We talked about the E-Rads that have been so good for United so far this weekend. This is a map where you're not going to be seeing too many of them.
I bet you'll be seeing more as this year goes on.
Yeah, right?
After watching Lacefield last week, man.
It always seems to work out that way. Rotation now towards the lower street will be held early by United, but this is no sort of comfortable setup. As you can see, the rest of these players are trying to surge towards this hill.
And it's like the series, it's obviously been Red Reserve favored, and after taking the first hard point, you would like them here, but I just feel like this has to go Game 5. I just feel like it has to. But a couple kills going the way of Joe. He picked up 3 before finally dropping.
Don't forget, that first hard point was only a 20-second game. So these two teams were very close in that one. The Game 2 goes to round 11. The uplink is 1 possession the entire time. This entire series from start to finish has been down to the wire.
So far, close in this one early. Just under 20 ticks remaining here in the lower street. If you take a look at the minimap, as the spawns do come in, you'll see on the left side there, that's Shawnee popping up, already getting set up for Cathedral. They'll rack up the final bit of time, and now they have to get ready for Bridge. Can Clayster maybe find an opening pick here, try and make a play? There are 3 players set up now on defense for Red Reserve. The final player, Joe, spawns all the way out. Does he get there in time to maybe make a play?
That 1v1 makes this possible for United. Look, you can see the 2 players from Red Reserve having to backtrack, watch their flank. Arcides now pitches on through. Pristini, if he loses that one-on-one gunfight, United don't get a break. But because he does force the attention of the 2 players in red to turn back towards him, this is a completely different story, an example of a kill that could change this map.
I think Pristini got the first kill on Joe that spawned him out as well.
Yep.
So he was the catalyst in multiple ways on getting that breakthrough. Red Reserve still enjoying a bit of a lead. They'll have the setup for the next spawn, but there's still 20 points here. United should be back in control by the time this is said and done. Joe and Urban, though, trying to say differently. They found a couple of kills. Urban's tagged one up in the back, and now he's gotten in. He's going to have a one-on-one gunfight, make it a one-on-2 gunfight here in the back. He's done a good job just contesting so far.
Not him. I want to die there, right? Well, look where he just spawned. He just spawned all the way up at the new hard point. Can wind up helping his team now. As Red Reserve will have a number advantage for the moment. Clayster trying to push on through that. For me, that wasn't the best decision.
Let's see where he
got no help.
Oh, yeah,
he needed to play that much more passively. He's flying in there with an NV4.
And now you've got, what, basically a solid 15 seconds for him to traverse the map before you have the chance at a 4-on-4 retake.
Yep.
And his rated kills Pristini. It makes things even more difficult, but everybody goes big. Everybody coming through. Urban, the last man up. What can he do? Can he muster some magic here in the backside, or at least play his life as the reinforcements come in?
I will say this is a map where you expect to see success from United, especially when they have one of the better NV4 duos in the game of Clayster and Arcides.
But how huge did Urban just go in the back? To like stay alive, he's the only one up. The only one they can make a play, gets away with his life, comes back and kills 2. By the time he's finally taken out, the reinforcements have arrived. You end up giving your team probably, 20 or so seconds there by making a clutch play.
So they get the last 15 seconds. If he dies there, that 15 seconds goes to E United, and we literally have a tied game. That's a 30-second swing that is now the lead for Red Reserve. The final hill in the first rotation is now set on up. There's no one really to blame on either side. It's just Red Reserve doing a better job of getting the kills in the hard point.
Well, we're now into Hotel Hallway. E United have a nice setup and are holding strong for now. Shawnee, though, wants to say otherwise. It was with the ERAD last map. Now it's with the NV4. This is where he made his home throughout most of the year, and he is gunning right now. 2, 3, 5 in a row total.
Get out of the hill.
Oh, I was about to say, you don't get out when you're gunning like this. With me,
right there, he had a teammate. He's 25 score off of getting that final streak. He gets that guy weak, just get out of there, let your teammates slide and clean up the kill, get the assist. Obviously, again, in the heat of the moment, probably not thinking about that, but it's the little things. Now they don't have a bombardment that I'm sure they wish they had.
Well, Clayster wins the opening gunfight on Bridge to get his team set up for the next hard point. He's trying to push forward for an aggressive position, back up the spawns of Red Reserve. One just went right underneath him. He's going to get picked off.
Saw a shadow.
Pristini survives for a moment, but finally does end up falling. It's just over a 30-point advantage now for Red Reserve. Clayster back in the action. Streaks do end up coming in.
Oh. Arcity's headshots Shawnee with that Trinity rocket. That'll leave you with a headache. As now Clayster and crew looking to retake off the streak. Remember, Red Reserve, they still have some to work with as well.
Pristini starting to heat up. Clay, get into a position where you're just annoying, right? You're coming off a spawn, you're trying to get to the fights on Bridge, and you can't even get there because Clay's holding this angle with an NV4. One of the most deadly with it is he keeps just doing damage, right? Just not allowing Red Reserve to get comfortable and at least make a break. Due to his positioning, look, they all have to try and flood through mid. They give it up, they go try and set up for the next hard point. They weren't even really able to take another crack at Bridge.
Arcity still has some bombardment to use as well. Must have missed when he got those streaks. Now Pristini slides on into 2 players. Silly now on the pinch. He's still staying alive top bedroom. This could be a great turn of events now as Arcity says Platt. Silly's in bedroom. There's only 1 player and he's choked out. What a retake from E United.
Yeah, how frustrating is that for the other side? You're Red Reserve, you can't get into Bridge. You're like, screw it, let's give it up. Let's take control of Platt and Lower Street. You enjoy that for about 5 seconds, and then E United just bullies their way through. You still have a bombardment to work with on the side of E United. E United back in the lead, and potential to rack up a lot more time here on Lower Street.
Arcity's the body block right there from Urban, and Joe gets 2 kills. Clayster still on the hard point. E United back in the lead, and they've got spawns for the new hill as well. They've just got to keep control of those. This could be where they swing the game in their favor.
Yeah, this last, the last 60 to 80 seconds here between Bridge and also Lower Street were very, very good for E United. It's the reason they're enjoying the lead. Now the pressure on Red Reserve. You're trailing in this. You know the spawns are ready for E United at the next hard point. You need to break through.
Do they use a streak? Doesn't appear so as of yet. Can we go over to Pristini, please? I want to see exactly how he answers back to this. Yeah, look, streaks coming in. Now dead. Nice Trinity rocket from Shawnee. And here comes the flood now from Red Reserve.
This is exactly what you needed. Give United a little bit of their own medicine, and they bust through immediately. That's back-to-back hard points, and yes, streaks are involved, but where you just can't hold, you're set up so nicely. That's why streaks are so important on a map like Retaliation.
It's brilliant stuff. Doesn't get much easier than that. We talk about streaks. Arcity's time for his bombardment. Unfortunately, players from Red Reserve really able to get out of that one. Only 1 kill comes in. Still 30 seconds on this hill. E United have a green light to push on through, but Shawnee still the difference maker. 3-piece again. He's now 21 and 15.
Please go to his screen. He's got 6 in a row. He's looking to earn some more streaks, just barely off the reactive armor. So think about it. You use the Trinity rocket for Red Reserve, which is going to get you a full 60 here. Arceus brings the bombardment in, and due to Shawnee's hold, they're going to get nothing. Maybe just contest for a few seconds. That's all you're going to get. Okay, I'm sorry. They're going to get the final 5.
If Red Reserve win this hardpoint map, can we say that, to start off day 2, so far they've been the best-looking hardpoint team? Is that the point we're at right now? I got to hear from the analysts if that's a true statement, because
I'm incredibly impressed with just this series overall.
Yeah.
But they haven't won it yet. Not out of the woods. Still a very tight game.
Can't call too early.
Clayster trying to find kills inside a hotel hallway. As he's trying to break across RC, he's got him behind. Silly found Joe.
It's a big trade.
Now you're set up nicely for E United.
Look at how good this spot is. He can lay down behind cover, still collect this time for his team. 25 seconds left on this hill. You do not want to give up all this time if you're Red Reserve. You're trying to surge on through. There's 2. Make it the 3rd. Arcity's his last alive. Can he be the hero for E United?
Can he make a play like Urban did the last time through? Similar spot. Where Urban found 2 kills and got the opening. Arcity's gets cut down.
Tied game. We're about to have a tied game at the end of this hill.
Rated playing in the close corner. He's now earned his camo.
Oh my God.
And look how tight this is. 2-13 for United, 2-11 for Red Reserve. And now it'll be a battle in the hallway.
Arcity's 2 minutes and 13 seconds inside the objective. Shawnee, look at this flank. He's taking a page out of Joe's book. There's 2 for him. Gets the help from Joe. Cleans them both up. 221 to 214. Red Reserve can win it on this hill.
Shawnee gonna drop before he uses that reactive armor. Payload's going to be so crucial here down the stretch. 3-piece for Arcides, as he's now working towards some more streaks. Scare him out.
United cannot win off this hard point, but they would be very, very close. Arcides just trying to stay alive. Now 2.5 minutes inside the objective. What a map from him, doing whatever his team needs him to do, whether in S&D, planting those bombs. Now in hardpoint, sitting inside the hill. No one else on his team has even eclipsed a minute.
Rated has to be the man we watch due to that camo being available. Just about to crack the 240 mark. They can't win it, but like you said, they can get darn close here, but Pristini gets in behind.
At least stops the last few seconds. So E-United not hopping in this hard point as of yet. 241 to 232. Rated still has his active camo. He will pop it now to go for the retake. Let's see how it works out for him here. Scarab ready to go. Pristini spotted him. Only able to get one. E-United in the hill, and everyone's spawning out from Red Reserve. Clayster, he's already pushed up. There's one, nearly the second. I think United are going to take this.
That buys you at least 5 or so seconds here. Pristini now with the camo in. Only need 5 more. Wins the first gunfight. Wins the second gunfight. There's the final tick. It had to be a game 5.
You called it from the start. Clutch plays from E-United. They almost bait out that hill. They don't go in it right away. They let Red Reserve charge towards them. Then they all show, get the kills. Clayster on bridge, pushing towards that bus, must have been so annoying for Red throughout that entire map.
He did it so many times,
yeah.
Man. So many times, just bought his team's time. Even when he didn't find kills, like the damage he was putting in, the way he was slowing down any attempted retakes. Brilliant stuff from him. Arcides also stood out. He had, 2.5 minutes to go in the hard point. Everybody really going big from either team, as close as they come for hard point.
Ridiculous where the series has gone. 21 seconds in hardpoint in map 1. Around 11, 1 kill was the difference in game 2. The uplink insane defensive plays was a 2-point difference on that map. And now 4 seconds in hardpoint. This is as close a series it can get, and it's just match 1 of 4 today.
On one side, you got Clayster, Mr. Game 5. On the other, Red Reserve. All they know is Game 5s. Who's going to take it? We'll find out after this quick break. Red Reserve has played in 3 series this weekend. They are now entering their 3rd Game 5.
Really?
It's wild, man. It's the story of this squad, but God, I don't know. Who are you giving the edge to here? I heard you yell out to Merrick. Who's he taking, did he say?
Oh, no, you didn't hear him. He said, I am.
Oh, okay.
I didn't add anything to the broadcast. That's why I wasn't going to bring it up.
Well, it's going to be throwback. We saw it once already for the uplink, which was a 4-2 victory for Red Reserve.
Look at how close that whole series is.
That's actually, it's crazy. It's got to be one of the closer series we've ever had.
Oh, yeah.
Every single game, so tight.
Listen, there's some storylines, some history between these players. Go back and find the VOD from PSX. It got a little bit salty there. But now this is where Red Reserve can really kickstart themselves this weekend. Speaking to Clayster earlier, he was talking, saying, you know what, Jack, we go 2-0 today. We have 1 team lose here, and we're already qualified. Well, that dream can be dead right now if Red Reserve can go ahead and secure this map 5.
It's offense first for E United. Silly just trying to get an angle with this K-bar towards mid-map.
This is always what they do.
Hasn't spotted anything yet.
Look at that. That's what Silly does. He just wall runs, checks middle. His job is to watch all of mid.
Rated answers back. 3 versus 3. Bomb has been planted. Looked like Bristini was waiting for the push, but Arcides is actually the one finding the next kill. Now under 30 seconds to work with. Arcides finds one more. Arcides, I believe, finds all 3.
Goat Cities.
Goat Cities, I like that.
Wow. Oh, he didn't even get the kill.
Ah, it was close.
All right, forget it. His name's Arcides again. He's trash.
Big round, though, from Arcides and E United to take the first round.
So I'm still figuring out like how this works for teams in middle, because Silly just does this wall run. There's like openings where a player can like hit that underpass and it's kind of open. We also saw E United get exploited a couple times yesterday by leaving open their field push and getting flanked. Obviously, that was just 1 round, but we'll see what Red Reserve do to adapt as the game goes on.
Well, they peeked over towards B side, saw something they didn't like, and now a first blood towards Clayster.
What didn't they like? 2 players at back lemon ready to fire down onto the site. That's what they didn't like.
Rated now. Easy bomb plant. It's going to put pressure on E United in a 3 versus 4 to try and make a play. Arcides on the hunt. Look at the stack at back blue already they're going to have to deal with. Should be running into each other momentarily. First gunfight goes Silly way. Second, he is traded out. Bristini, though, putting the balance back in their favor before Shawnee answers. Arcides had a great round 1, tries to clutch up here. Couldn't get it done.
Great shots by Shawnee to snap right onto the ERAT of Bristini to make sure he doesn't get traded on out. We'll see it again from Rated. Shoot right through that baseball fence, as now it's 1-1 as we head into round 3.
It's a great round. You like it? They go to the bomb site. They don't like the stack they see. Or wrap it back out. Clayster gets picked early. And like dominoes, they fall. Solid stuff to bring it back to 1-1. Let's see if Silly makes a similar play on offense this time for a first blood.
Silly. This time they do decide to change things up and actually focus towards middle. Let's Clayster see. Shawnee has his number right now.
Yeah, I would not be repeating
He's dead.
that. Joe gets it. So the opening first bloods, a lot of on these brick wall runs. Joe now, 2 in a row. Silly and Bristini, the only people left for E United. Ton of time on the clock. He's able to at least win 1 fight, but now Silly in a 1v2. Arcides in a similar situation last round. Can Silly clutch up? He has had some ridiculous kills so far this weekend. Wins the first, but the second there to trade it out. Joe and company get it done.
Red Reserve keeping each other close, making sure they always have a trade opportunity. You see it again there. Look at Rated. Just knows he's got to help his teammate. Doesn't hesitate. Picks up that final kill.
I feel like we're deserving of a round 11 after this series. Every single map
right?
going the distance. Can they do one more? Back and forth thus far.
Every team has shown, both teams have shown a lot of strengths and weaknesses too, right? Like you've seen areas where they can absolutely improve. Which is what I love to see.
Clay got picked off first last time from this position as he started to get forward. This time they're flooding him. He's just got to get away with his life. Can't do it again. Clay gets picked on this side of the map.
Rated with the K-bar, exposes him there. 4v3. Another number advantage on offense for Red Reserve.
Bristini locates a kill. Arcides trying to tack one on as well. Sees one at the back tree. He went up high. He's gotten him weak. Can he finish it? He can't fly due to the positioning you have from the other Red Reserve members. Finally, Shawnee soars out. Bristini there to pick it up.
That, Shawnee?
I don't know, but Joe, the lone man now.
Did he think he had to check the bomb? I don't actually know what I just watched.
Batman.
Yeah, 1v2. Joe, he's now dead. That, I actually want to ask Shawnee what his game plan was there, because flying straight up into the air with 3 people pre-aiming with ARs doesn't seem like the best strat.
I mean, sometimes in situations you kind of end up being the bait and ends up working out. We see that kind of strategy used in Hardpoint from time to time, but there, he drops and the kills all go the way of United. Silly, the final man on the kill cam. Joe comes out, peeks, thinks he might have to pick somebody off a bomb. They know right where he is, and he gets gunned down.
Still close. Still as close as it can get, as these two teams look so evenly matched. United and cooling down from yesterday. Red Reserve looking to continue to improve. They've just got to win these game 5s, man.
Yeah, maybe for some people this has been a surprise from Red Reserve. Obviously, I get that with how good United looked last night, but this is a Red Reserve team that just got top 8 at Anaheim. At a huge open event. They are very, very good, and you're seeing every bit of why throughout the course of this series. Urban had a one-shot player he could have finished there. He's not able to tag him up.
I think a lot of it comes down to, people worry about the lack of practice, how much it hurts teams like that. Well, obviously right now, Red do look good. Still 3v4 retake, now 2v4, and that for me kind of seals the deal. Yeah, the rest will fall shortly after. United now up 3-2.
Back and forth we go. You just got to feel like the next round. It's Red Reserve's turn.
Yeah, right? That's what S&D in game 2 was.
Yeah. Clayster, though. Everybody getting shots at Urban there before he falls.
These rounds, these teams on offense, they're getting first blood on a plant, and it's so tough for defense to retake from there.
Silly has FTL to work with. I believe he was 50 off of a Scarab as well, if that might come into play. Clayster from this position. Look how much he's mixing it up. He's been using M4 over there, trying to K-bar, getting picked off.
Silly just went to the opponent's base. Look at where Silly is already. We're 14 seconds into the round, and he's actually in their spawn. Ooh, Clayster. He just said, "You look dashing in red, Rated."
That's exactly what he said.
I think that's what he said.
Yes.
I have a headset on, so I'm just going to guess.
The karma there, and hey, you gotta think about, like, he struggles so much on that side, right? He's been first blooded twice from there.
Yep.
Pulls out the karma, plays a little bit differently, and then you clutch up, and that's scary if you're Red Reserve, because we know what happens when Clay gets in that mode.
Oh yeah.
Especially in game 5.
Well, it was almost like Red Reserve saw a ghost. They 3-hit middle. Silly went top train, FTL to their underpass, and just got to their spot.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Once he starts feeling himself, man, things get terrifying. He's now 5-3.
And look, they just say, forget it.
And is this actually 3 rounds in a row that for United?
I'm wondering if they did that too fast. I'm wondering if they just did that too fast. Red Reserve are ready for this. I wonder if they saw in the kill cam Clayster immediately turn and go to run.
Shawnee going big for the squad. Silly, though, for United gets dropped. Red Reserve win a 3v4. That's a big one.
I don't know what that just was. Maybe that was just a brilliant blind call from Red. They say, let's retake over middle map. We think they're going to rotate, but the only thing in my mind where they could play that so confidently was that they just see in the kill cam from Clayster him just immediately turn and dart back towards the spawn.
And what a response for Red Reserve. You hear Clay getting hyped. He has the round ending kill cam, finding 2 kills, opens up the next round with a snipe, and then you clutch up and win a 3v4 like that. Those are momentum swinging plays.
Oh, yeah.
In a huge game 5.
4-3, Red Reserve keeping this one close. Clayster, if they just play a little bit past it here, yep, he's going to get absolutely shredded by Shawnee. Red like a book.
First blooded now 3 times.
I mean, that karma, it's literally just, if there's someone there, you're dead. What gunfight is he winning right there? If they push anyone towards field, he is dead, and that's what happened right there.
Scarab out right now for Arcides. He's looking for more information. Red Reserve has the advantage right now. Bristini taking...
Silly yesterday would have challenged that and probably won the gunfight.
Probably would have. Somehow, they know where he is. How does Joe get shot in the back? Like, how does that happen? You know he's pushing for blue?
It sounds like you're yelling at me, and now I feel uncomfortable.
Frustrating. But Bristini still up. Very close to the camo. He'll get picked off in bowling. Arcides picked off in bowling. Urban going huge, and this is about to be a 4-4 game.
Silly trying to work on a second FTL jump of the game. He's halfway there. About to be a 4-4 game. Ooh, okay, Rated lives with 1 HP. Wow, this series, man, I love it.
I'll tell you what, Shawnee has been good, man. I know everybody has stepped up at times, and we've seen Rated a hell of a lot of times in the final kill cams in this game 5, but at some point it feels like everybody on Red Reserve has gone big in this series. You know, Joe struggles in game 1, ends up going large for them in the uplink. Shawnee's been consistent throughout the series.
4-4. This changes the landscape of the weekend. If Red Reserve can clutch up this game 5, everything will be shaken up. Everyone will be in contention. As now, again, they go back to the strategy that worked earlier on for United, which is a quick plant. Centurion will go for that objective. Urban uses the FTL to stay alive. Nice reaction time from him.
Sick stuff. Just to keep playing his life. Joe, the first one trying to entry. Ooh, got somebody kind of running off the wall on the opposite side. He catches a nade, but just narrowly able to survive. Rated. There's the first blood. He also earns camo for future rounds. Back and forth we go. 2 players up. Joe's on it. Joe's on it. Joe is on it. Not going to get there in time.
Red Reserve. It is so smart. Just do it. Just go for it.
I just love that this was a conversation last week on the desk. Like, no one ever hops bombs. No one hops bombs. They have showed all weekend we will hop it every time if the opportunity presents itself. Heads up play from Joe. He got caught, what, within a sliver of doing that in game 2? Here he gets away with it. What a round for Red Reserve.
3 straight now for them after the incredible Clayster 2-piece with the Karma and middle map. Talk about fighting on back. They're now 1 round away from taking a ridiculous 5-game series.
And remember, Rated earned that camo. Clayster can't get picked again, man. He can't.
Oh my God.
They're gonna fly at him. They're gonna fly him. They got him weak. They dropped him last time. Remember, it was Rated that picked it up after he got tagged.
I'm actually surprised he's playing around a plant.
This time, yeah, they're just gonna take the plant. Rated hit with attack, but still up. Here's the camo. He's gonna push him. Clay, first blooded again.
Thankfully, Rated getting a little bit overzealous. That actually gives Pristini, I think that gave him the camo.
And not that Clay had a chance in that really, but it's been a tough search. There's some of the early bits of this round.
He didn't see it.
He didn't see it. He gets picked off. It's Urban with the kill.
Oh my God.
Arseny's so weak, just trying to stay alive. Like, silly, you gotta look over me. And that's exactly what he does. Shawnee, now the lone man. They've already away. It's only 12 seconds.
He's got to check bottom blue. Is he going to check the time?
He gets it! He gets it!
Shawnee is elite. What a play there. Cuts him down in time. And Red Reserve will take the 5-game series in dramatic fashion.
I'll tell you what, that final round could have been a whole lot less climatic if it wasn't for Silly going huge. Arseny is just getting peppered with bullets, hiding behind the sandbags. Silly goes enormous. He just needed to kill Shawnee a half-second faster. And that's a round going to E United. What a series victory for Red Reserve. That is so huge. We talked about the fact that they just need to go 1-1 today. Now you're looking like, hey, maybe they can go 2-0. And this makes the group so much more interesting already on day 2.
This was a Red Reserve team that lost only a game 5 to Splice, which is why they find themselves with the series loss. They're now 2-1. We now have E United at 2-1. We're about to see Rise Nation obviously play next against Splice, which if Rise win that, I don't even want to know what's going to happen this week.
At Red Reserve, we're halfway through day two. They've already played 15 maps. Like, I think they're going to set a record for maps played during stage 1 and stage 2. But guys, that does it for us. Hope you enjoyed the match. Ben, guys, what do you think?
Thank you very much, Maven. Thank you, Jack. Kind of hit the nail on the head right there. Red Reserve, 3 games, 3 game 5s as well. They are keeping us on the edge of our seats, that is for sure. Of course, that is their 2nd win, of course, 1 loss as well. But a fantastic series and a great way to really kickstart day 2. We'll break that series down now for you. Of course, it all started with that hardpoint Scorch. And this was one Red Reserve, they did start very, very well. And Shawnee, who has been a key part of the entire series, Merc, was just so good at breaking hills.
Yeah, there was a few times, I believe it was on Drill Hill and then that last turbine. We were able to see him. He got a bit of a fortunate spawn. It was just, E United was breaking and he's able to spawn up. But there was his timing with reactive. He doesn't use it. He allows his team to break that last turbine. That really propelled them to win the game. And then again on Drill, E United was on a bit of a roll, and he spawns out towards that turbine side, and the rest of his team on the other side of the map. Just plays it so smart, just waits for his team. Just great decision-making from Shawnee.
It wasn't just Shawnee, of course. Momo, towards the very, very end, Urban making some fantastic plays.
Yeah, really, really strong. I think that's another hard point where the team that got outslayed won. But Urban, the thing that a lot of people did miss was when he was over on Turbine, he makes a kill just on Prestini. It's any average kill, but at the time, Prestini has camo, and he's put right to the opposite side of the map, so he's so far away. When he does get back, who kills him? Urban. He gets tagged up, he FTLs away as the camo is used, and basically just turns, kills him there and then. And that kind of solidified the map for it. But I've got to give it a shout out to Shawnee. He just played phenomenal through this first map. Again, bit of a slow start from Joe, though.
Obviously, we talked a little bit about Shawnee being fantastic at breaking hills. Red Reserve as a whole, in terms of Hangar, they got outscored on it, Teep, but they still were able to break it and keep that pressure on.
Yeah, one thing I want to note as soon as this replay is over is we look at this box score here. You look at Red Reserve. They invested so much and got so many points on Turbine, and that's great. But I think the biggest thing is, yes, United beat them on Hangar, but the fact that Red Reserve was able to break and just stall enough of that time. A lot of the time on this map, on Scorch in specific, you see one team have a lopsided victory on Turbine. We go over towards Hangar, and then the points sway into the other team's favor. So the fact they're able to keep it within 20 points or so is so impressive. That's why they're able to extend that game out so far. And then, like you guys touched on already, the clutch plays with the payload. Shawnee getting those first bloods on hill break attempts is just so impressive. I feel like a lot of players would just rush those scenarios with the payloads, trying to make some sort of hero play. Shawnee knows he needs to wait for his team. Clutch plays, a great map overall, though.
Red Reserve go 1-0 up in the series. Then we go over to map 2, a Crusher Search and Destroy. And this one went the distance, gave us a round 11. It does go in E United's favor. But one of the key things to really note was the A bomb merc. There was just so much action over on that side of the map.
Yeah, typically when we watch this map, usually it's this B bomb site, but so many times these guys fought on this inner bomb site. Red Reserve a few times just trying to get that defuse when E United was attacking. Then E United, they attacked that bomb site. Clayster sniping inside. I think that was sort of a huge talking point, but a great search and destroy overall. I think this was the best S&D we've seen in a long time. Both these teams just going back and forth.
It definitely was. And, there's a couple of key moments. Silly's clutch FTL kill on Shawnee when Shawnee was going for the quick bomb hop. Managed to just keep that game at a big distance. It was 4-1 at the time resulting from that play. But, of course, it was just so back and forth, remember? I mean, Clay sniping as well is another topic that we should touch on. I feel like we talk about it every time we see him play Search and Destroy. It seems to so often come up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Clay is he's so great because he's so versatile. He can use, a Karma, a Sniper, a K-Bar, and an MV4 all in one map. And that's what I love about it. But sometimes when I think, he'll use a Sniper, and on Crusher in particular, he was picking up kills with a pistol, and he managed to pick up a K-Bar, but I just felt sometimes he was a couple of steps behind the rest of his team, and I think when he changed the MV4, it was a lot quicker, it was a lot more fast-paced, and I love that. And when he does have the MV4 in hand, I don't know, personal preference, I prefer it. When he pulls out a Sniper, sometimes I'm not sure.
Well, it's just
that
he does get that first bomb blood. Site, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll get that first blood. Obviously, we saw it on the most recent map. And then it's like, what do you do now?
But then it's like you have the argument, too. He gets 13 kills.
Yeah, I know.
You really question him enough, but I know what you mean. It makes the rest of the team's job so much harder, especially going into A over and over again. So it's really hard to fault a player when he is contributing that much, but is he trading effectively?
Well, they're up 4-1, and then Red brings it back 4-4. I think Red was just like, if he's going to snipe, he's probably going to play that back rock area, but he kept going inside, but they just kept forcing him in.
Then of course, you think, all right, there's 1v1s, 1v2s. Well, if he had an MV4, would he be clutching them maybe a little bit more consistently? It's a weird one. It definitely is. But to your point, TB, if you are playing that well, I guess you kind of got to let him flow, go with the flow, at least that is. But moving forward, of course, at map 3, uplink throwback. This one goes in Red Reserve's favor as well. It was a close one. The final score, of course, 4-2. Merc, kind of start the conversation off with you in terms of this map. Payload usage, a little off, it felt.
Well, I think both teams are just playing so great defensively, but yes, at the end of the game, you're going to have Pristini left with camo. Obviously, they were trying to get map control. They weren't able to use it, but yeah, both these teams just were so great defensively. It was so hard for these teams to score. I mean, a 4-2 game, when is the last time we've seen that? But a great job by Red Reserve. Rated had a bit of a slow game, but Joe and Urban and Shawnee really stepped up again in that game. I think Joe was just constantly behind United, slowing them down in middle map.
And to that point about it being just such a low-scoring game, the defensive plays that we saw, Teep, there, it was phenomenal.
Oh, I just love it. Joe just mentioned Joe's flanks throughout Barn was able to keep United so far back in the base, and the offensive pressure was the reason that the game was, really swayed in their favor. The fact that United was able to keep this score so far down is very impressive in itself. I feel like that game should have been, I don't know, like 8, maybe 10 points on the side of Red Reserve. So it's cool to see the amount of interceptions that were coming into play, especially at the end of that first half, to keep that game close. But overall, Red Reserve, the slang was so strong. If you can get that drone up towards that lemon side or up towards underpass, there's really nothing that United could really do to fight their way out of the base. So just great plays, great offensive pressure, and I'm becoming a huge Shawnee fan. The guy's been unbelievable this whole year. Some issues with the roster, changes going down, but he's been a consistent slayer and showing it again.
Definitely has. Red Reserve find themselves 2-1 up in the series. You then go to map 4, Retail Hardpoint. And again, another unbelievably close game, 250 to 242. It does go in EU United's favor as they force a game 5. But really, Memo, the key moment was kind of the last minute of gameplay.
It really was, and you know, you guys are probably going to see this on the highlight reel now, but it basically goes to bridge. And the real smart thing that I love what EU United did was they didn't jump on it straight away. Just to backtrack a little bit, Prestini gets a ridiculous 2-piece to actually push it to that bridge and get the last 5 seconds on Hotel Hallway. But they just sit there, and I'm hoping you get to see this, and they wait. They wait for Red Reserve to kind of make a mistake, and then they pounce on it. Then they have Camo. Prestini gets to use Camo on the defense, which is very, very rare. Prime example there, and he can sit here, easy kill, easy pickings. It's only going to end one way, and I think it was that last minute, EU United all on the same page, really playing perfect. Hardpoint, to be honest.
Definitely was. Prestini making some big plays as well. You actually noticed something, Teepa, interestingly, in terms of the minimap. They actually turn on, which actually helped Prestini pick up that big double on the second to last hill, and then, of course, he gets his camo from it.
Just to note before I make my point there, that box score is absolutely beautiful. Hardpoint. Right. Both these teams playing pretty much perfect Call of Duty, just one edging each other out. But the play we need to mention, Momo brought it up early, the fact that Prestini got those kills at the very last second of Hotel Hallway, it was a chain reaction, and EU United really snowballed that rotation. The fact that Prestini got those kills, they spawned out so far back broken, that allows Clay to push up towards bridge, towards that bus side. He picks up that first blood in the scenario where Red Reserve is trying to break, and that spawning out is just so far away. Prestini closes out with that camo once again. It's just a beautiful chain of events that, you know, I guess was a bit fortunate in the timing of it, but the fact that he does get that double kill, which is so hard to do. I'm not sure if he turned on the guy or what exactly happened, but that's some crazy kills at the last second there.
Then, of course, Red Reserve for the 3rd time this week go to a game 5, and it was kind of ironic because Raiden, before the game actually started, was on the desk with us, just kind of having a bit of a conversation. He says, yeah, it's just Operation Game 5. We just got to take it to Game 5. I'm sure they would have preferred to have closed it out 3-0. Of course, they had that chance to round 11 in Game 2, but it does go the distance to the Game 5. And to be honest with you, it really just was fantastic performance from Red Reserve, Momo. They're really making a case to show that they really do deserve to be top of the group.
Yeah, first things first, I love the fact Red Reserve are just jumping on bombs. You know, they're defusing. They tried it twice in Crusher. It didn't play out, but they were slithers away. Close. This time, we saw there, Joe was on the bomb, and I think it was Shawnee O'Reilly just kind of going, shoot me, not Joe on the bomb. And I love that. He's just a complete distraction. I will say, I think Clay got first blooded 3 times. Wasn't a big fan of kind of some of the plays.
There's one strat particularly he does on that map that we've seen a couple of times. It's just where he kind of flies. He pulls out the camera and he just goes. And he's been blooded, like you said, Memo, just so many times.
And I feel that might be because maybe it's been working online and you play a little bit different. They kind of send someone. But generally, you're going to have someone at blue just watching the flank. You're going to have someone, right? Unless they decide to push all 4 towards kind of the A-bomb site and he gets kind of a good rotation on them. But apart from that, I think just to kind of sum that series up, it was just fantastic to watch. I didn't leave my seat. I was glued to my screen. And I think overall there was, between all 5 games, there was like 30 points between the 2 teams. Awesome.
Definitely a good start to day 2 for Europe, with Red Reserve taking a Game 5 victory over EU United. As we said, that puts both of those 2 teams at 2-1. Up next on the main stage, however, we do have our Stage 1 champs, also from Europe, of course, Splice. They're taking on Rise Nation, and I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts. Merc, I'm going to start with you. We'll take a look at our map set here. Rise Nation, of course, 0-2 coming in. Splice yesterday looked, well, for lack of a better word, a bit disastrous. I mean, how do you see this series playing out?
I think it's another one that's going to go the distance. I just have that feeling every single game today's going to go Game 4 or 5. Rise, I feel like they should probably be 1-1 right now against that first series versus United. They should have closed out those hard points.
Right.
Splice, on the other hand, they just looked not themselves yesterday at all. So, you know, if Rise wants to get back into this weekend, this is one they have to take at that point where we'd have 2 teams at 2-1 and 2 at 1-2, which would be awesome. But yeah, I feel of Rise, they have to come out with the fire. We'll see, though.
TP, anything interesting kind of jumping out to you there when you see that map set? Any specific maps you think, okay, this should go either team's way?
It's really tough to call at this point. I think a lot of these teams are just looking very inconsistent when it comes to hardpoint, which is kind of weird to say. Splice has been, you know, one of the best hardpoint teams, but going back to yesterday, just not looking too strong at all. On the Rise side, though, however, for me, it's all Felony. He was my player that needs to step up today. he takes on a brunt of that slaying power on the side of Rise, and the fact that he was just getting kind of obliterated yesterday just made those hard points out of their favor, allowed those comebacks to happen when they played against E United. So if Fellow can step it up, I don't think the maps matter too much to me. What Splice do we see today? What felony do we see today?
I think that's the key question really that we need answered is exactly that. Momo, is it going to be a great start for Europe overall? Is it a 2-0 start for Europe?
I don't think Splice lose this series, but like Teep said, I just don't know what Splice we're going to get today. I'm gonna back them. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. And yesterday maybe was a bit of a one-off, but to get 100-point club twice in one day, it shouldn't happen, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. But if Looney continues the way he was playing yesterday, if Felony steps it up, another Game 5 could be on the cards. This group is insane.
It definitely is. Well, now, of course, our first game concluded here at Week 3 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. Congratulations to Red Reserve for starting off their day with a win, also putting them top of the group. Up next on the main stage here at the MLG Arena, it's our Stage 1 champion Splice taking on the 0-2 Rise Nation.
Those rings on Congo. Back to the back. World champion. Attach is on it. He's on it. Vicento, he's going to fall. And Attach is going to get the defuse.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2016 Call of Duty champions, Team NBA!
It's time to get our second match of the day started. Here's a look at your G Fuel key player matchup. Splice, they need Mad Cat to show up big, and Rise Nation, they're coming into day 2 0-2. Looney needs to stay on point.
You see Mad Cat is strong across all 3 game modes, positive in every single one. The biggest difference between these 2 players right now is search and destroy. You see how great Mad Cat has been in the game mode at 1.33. Looney, it's the only game mode he's really struggling. He's putting up big numbers in the respawn game modes. Can he turn around in S&D here against Splice?
Those are your players for our G Fuel key player matchup between Splice and Rise Nation. It's time to get this one started. Splice, a very strong start to day one. Then they fell apart against E United, who came in with a red-hot hand. Today, though, it's a brand new day, and this is a major matchup for both squads. Red Reserve making it interesting with their win over E United. Now puts a lot of pressure on Splice, and Rise, they already had a ton of pressure after starting 0-2 after our first round of matches.
Yeah, and speaking of Bance earlier in the day, he made it sound like after their match they won against Red Reserve, he knew that Splice was not in a great spot. He said their communication was off. He was saying, like, guys, like, what are we really doing right now? He knew pretty much going into that United match that they didn't have a great chance of winning it, which was quite odd to hear, but seems like Splice is trying to get off to a better start here today. They get out to a little bit of an early lead, and you see Looney on the hard point, able to take out 2 with the E-Rad. He's racking up points now for Rise.
And Looney is doing so much damage. You see him just dropping bullets into players, finishing off 3 kills in a row, finally going to be cut down. His teammates backing him up. It's Vicento who is now going to have his hands full. 2 players challenging the hill, and Bance is going to win the fights. Bance and Splice will pick up the final 8 seconds, but the rotation is already down here for Rise Nation at the Turbine.
It's odd. I feel like both of these teams are in the same spot coming out of yesterday. Obviously, Rise not with a win, but I feel like both of these teams are not as bad as they showed us yesterday. Like, I feel like Rise Nation is much better than the 0-2 team that they showed, and I feel like Splice is definitely better than the team that we saw against E United. They get an early break here on Turbine. Looking to put a lot of time on the board.
And if you remember Rise's first matchup against E United, that's a match they should have gone up 2-0 and arguably should have won 3-0, Matt. Instead, they blow both of their hard points, and they end up losing their first matchup before falling to Red Reserve. Will they be able to generate any momentum early on? It's looking like the Turbine is not their hill so far. They got in early, but they have been flooded over and over by the Splice squad. Mad Cat on the 4 streak leading the way, as it'll be Splice picking up the final 15 seconds. They'll be the first to hit the 60-point mark.
Yeah, and Rise will rotate all the way out to Hangar, but you see all of their players dropping. It'll be Felony, the only one inside of this hard point, and he's going to fall as well. And this is going to be a lot more time going in favor of Splice. They win Turbine. Now they're set up by Hangar with an opportunity to really make this first game a blowout.
Now, I like the plays from Aqua. He rotated around the map, got a key pick to open up the sky bridge. Now, unfortunately, all of Splice, they're going to be spawning there and reinforcing. The real fights were won on the back helipad area, though, and that is now why you see Rise Nation closer to the hill. Big fights won by Felony will put this back in Rise's control. You got 35 points to score here, but you're still going to be down big, rotating over to the drill. Splice, how many times do you continue to push with 30 seconds left?
I mean, with the position their players are in, you're going to have maybe, one more good attempt, if that, but I think right now you have to start thinking about rotating over towards drill. You're giving up a ton of time here to Rise. You don't want to feed them streaks, as you see Aqua in the middle of the map on a 3 streak working toward the Scarab, has 1 underneath him, not able to locate him in time, but it will be Splice rotating out towards drill. It's a good break and hold there from Rise Nation.
Matt, we've seen just Looney running the E-Rad while everyone else is running K-Bars for Rise Nation. On the other side, it's Bance and Jerd running the E-Rads. When we come to the drill, what's the ideal weaponry?
Well, I think you can get away with, whether you want a 2-2 split or you want like 3 K-Bars and 1 E-Rad, but it looks like you have Felony running the E-Rad as well for Rise Nation. So both teams going to be going with 2 E-Rads, 2 K-Bars in this one.
Felony trying to get the job done up close, and he is going to have 3 players to go up against. Finds the first, shots in the second, the third is now in the window, finishes off 0, but Jerd is there to stay alive. And it's only Aqua up for Rise Nation. He will not last long. Splice with 20 points still to go will be over 100 first. They've controlled this hard point. After Rise had the early control of the bridge, it's been all Splice so far. Even though they don't always win the rotation, they seem to be breaking Rise's setups pretty easily, Matt.
Yeah, and we'll see Splice take the remaining time here on drill as go to that center hard point. And you look on the side of Rise Nation, you're getting a pretty good game out of Aqua here in the first half, but not much else on the board. You see Jerd, he's going to get fully streaked out. Vicento now sitting at 6-11. You need him to be that MVP Vicento we saw in the first event of the year if Rise is really going to get back to the top.
And we saw moments of that yesterday from Vicento. He went off as the series went on, especially in uplink. The key player on this hard point so far for me, though, was player number 7 on the minimap. It was Looney. Bance tried to flank twice. Looney shut him down both times, and then eventually was the player that Jerd out of the hill for Splice. Currently, though, you can see both teams contesting in the center. They need to get the pinch, and here it comes. Vicento picks up 1, but the kills are traded right back by Zero and Jerd. Aqua will find the 4th in the fight, and Aqua was finding 3 here, Matt. That is going to clear the hill. You got 10 seconds to go, and it looks like Splice is set up for the turbine. Can Rise do exactly what Splice did to them on the initial rotation?
Yeah, unless they get a break. I mean, that time there on bridge really means nothing, and you're going to see Vicento pick up Bance in the feed. It's a big first kill. They need to kind of bounce back, because you see where Bance has spawned out all the way on the side of the map, all the way down towards the bottom side, very far away. But it's going to be Splice winning the rest of the gunfights. Vicento forced to fall back, wait for teammates. It's a good first hold here from Splice.
And I don't know if Vicento knew it, but Zero was the last man standing, and he was half health. Vicento could have challenged, but Zero, he holds his ground. He stays safe. He's now has lots of teammates supporting. Jerd, he's going to be stuck between 3, though, as Aqua, Felony, and Looney all pick up kills for Rise Nation. They are set up and primed to pick up the final 20 seconds on this hard point to bring it back within about 45.
And I think if you're Splice, you're okay with that time there on Turbine. I think you rotate out towards Hangar, which you're seeing them do now. You win the first rotational kills, and you're going to make all this time back. So Splice playing this one smart, playing the long game here, but it's going to be Mad Cat getting pinched in the back. It's going to be Aqua picking up the kill. Looney trying to take Zero out there. Some shaky shots as Zero is able to win that fight at range. And this will be an engagement where you see Splice come out on top. It's a big first hold. They should be able to make a lot of that time up they gave at the end of Turbine back.
Vicento did give Rise an opportunity, though. He picked up 2 kills when it should have just been 1. The melee came through, and now you see Aqua and Felony busting forward. Felony's going to find a 3rd kill and a 4th. All 4 members of Splice are cleared out of the hangar. Lots of time still to go. Rise narrowing the gap. Splice, they constantly try and pull away. Rise sticking right there with him.
Yeah, he's going to see Rise throw the Centurion down inside of the hill. So you're going to see the players of Splice, and they go in, they're going to get stunned up. You see Jerd there not able to move. There'll be 4 dead in favor of Rise Nation. You have Felony now working towards streaks, currently on a 5 streak. We can go back to Felony. Let's see if he can earn those score streaks. Be huge later in the game.
Looney's trying to be that frontline distraction. Felony with an ERAD backing him up. And he is going to have to wait for help before this next challenge. Jerd is spotted, but he knows there's more Splice players. Felony surviving, 6 streak, 1 assist away from unlocking the bombardment here.
And it's huge. He gets the hill time at the beginning. Those points tick him over to get the Trinity. Going to use FTL jump, trying to push forward to get the bombardment. Not going to be able to do it.
Little bit greedy there. He was the only player in position for Rise. Didn't have any support. Tried to make the hero play, and it's going to cost him the bombardment. Now you see it's all Splice in the feed. 3 different players picking up kills on that first gunfight. Mad Cat, he had a very rough start. He was 10 and 18, now picks up his 11th kill. Keep your eyes on him. He's got 1 minute and 5 of hill time, but he was the guy losing the gunfights on the last 2 rotations.
Zero will get 1. Mad Cat on the other side of the hill will pick up 1 more. This will be the rest of the time going in favor to Splice here on Drill. Just 1 player trying to contest for Rise Nation. 2 players here from Splice. They should trade this out pretty quickly. And now we'll go back to the beginning of the map over by Bridge. You see Jerd already set up.
Aqua continues to impress. He is now plus 10 after that one. And he will finally be taken down by Bance, who is hiding in the corner. The bridge, highly contested up to this point. Felony getting some nice cover fire from Vicento. Now Felony wants to re-engage. Takes Jerd down to about 10% health, but can't finish the kill. He needed 1 more bullet. Vicento staying alive, picking up time here before it's being contested, and you are just seeing all 8 players throw themselves at this hard point. Meanwhile, Splice, they continue to spawn in the back of the turbine. They're taking their time to make sure no one spawns out.
Yeah, but with Rise Nation taking up a ton of score here, and you have the active camo on Vicento, Splice needs to challenge this. You need to get some time here. Give yourself a little bit of a cushion going into turbine.
Bancy Castle. He's got a payload to work with, but he'll have to wait until the next respawn. Rise is going to clear 3 at the perfect moment with 10 seconds left. They will regain the control of the ideal spawns. A 3-man hit is coming from the top, though. Is Looney prepared here? We do have Vicento with all the score streaks if need be.
Yeah, and Vicento uses his active camo to earn those full streaks. Now you don't have the camo to break, so you're relying on these score streaks to get through now as you get broken with a quickness here. Then the first few seconds of Turbine coming up. It'll be Rise Nation losing control of the hill, and now Vicento dies off a spawn, so he can't even call these streaks in. And now they're going to start to get staggered. you got to think maybe you would rather have the camo in this situation than the streaks.
It's 15 straight points for Splice now, 30 to go on this hill. They could end the game with a perfect hold. Looney trying to contest, gets the opener. One-on-one inside the hill. Looney gonna be tagged up, and now you just saw Splice crashing through. It's Vance who finds Aqua and then Looney to lock it down for Splice. Rise, you are running out of time. They're using the score streaks, Matt, but it's not gonna be enough. We're going to one more hard point, but I can't see a game where Splice loses this.
No, neither could I. And they gave up a lot of time there on Turbine. Rise had the camo over on Bridge. Vicento uses it to get full streaks. Does not pay off. The streaks don't get them any time on the Turbine hill.
246, 183. Splice needs just one break. Will they get it done here on the hangar? If not, they will have a second opportunity at the drill. Bance going to scout out first. Calls out one player who's injured. That's going to be Aqua, diving away first. Vance is looking for him. Knows Aqua's nearby. There's the kill. Now here comes the push. You have one player down low. That's 2 down for Rise. The remaining 2 inside the hill. A 3-man flood from Splice. Felony holds with the first 2, but Jerd will get in, and that will do it. 250 to 205. It is Splice locking down Scorch.
They just did a great job picking up kills just all over the map. Nobody playing weak for Splice here in game number 1. And I think you could look, maybe Vicento, you question using the camo to get full streaks. I'm not sure whether you would like the full streaks over at Turbine rather than the active camo. They get the streaks, not able to get a break with them. You pick up some kills, but not able to get control of the hill. Yeah, I don't know if he would have even gotten position to use the camo there on Turbine. So I don't know how you would have kind of said like it's not a great play or a bad play. I think I'm just kind of indifferent to it. I think you obviously would want either of the streaks or the camo. They obviously chose to use the camo to get the streaks, and the streaks just didn't work out.
Unfortunately, it didn't pay off for Rise Nation. Now, if you look back at day 1, of course, both of these teams, they played hardpoint on Scorch. Rise, they won their game against Red Reserve. Scorch, though, was really the biggest issue we saw for Splice all day. They only put up 50 points against E United. It has to feel good to come back and really take a big one here over Rise to start this series.
I think the Splice E United series, I think you can kind of throw that out the window. They just got crushed last night. I mean, that series was not competitive. I think the Splice guys leave and tell you that. I mean, all the respawns were so heavily favored in E United. It just was not the same Splice team I think we're going to see today.
The series scores are getting tighter and tighter. Every game matters, and we talk to our players about just what is on the line in this matchup in particular.
Going up against Splice, I don't think we're changing anything. We beat them every single time we play them on LAN in this game. So far, we're just going to expect the best for us.
Rise are a legit contender in every tournament they enter. The 4 solid players, they beat us at the last event in group play. So it's not a team we can really step on and say we're going to beat them both times comfortably. Obviously, we've got to bring our A game to both series.
We should be able to beat Splice 2-0 this weekend. I think we're kind of like their counter in a way. We just have a good matchup against them, being able to take those S&Ds consistently out of them. And I think we can slay with them and respawn, so like a 3-0 to me wouldn't be a surprise.
I think our series against Rise will either be 3-1 or 3-2, depending on the maps we play them on, because if we just win our respawns, it'll be a 3-1, but if we drop one respawn, it'll go last map.
There's a look at Splice, and you heard from the boys on Rise Nation. They feel they are the kryptonite for this Splice squad. They feel they can hard counter them. We didn't see it in game number 1, but do you think Rise has the edge when it comes to game 2 and 5 search and destroys?
I think potentially they do. I think Mad Cat has been a very good search and destroy player for Splice and just overall in his Call of Duty career. So I think Splice definitely is, obviously they're so strong in the respawn game modes, but I think their S&D is still very good as well.
Yesterday, Rise fell 6-1, 6-1 in the 2 searches against our other European team, Red Reserve. They will try and right their wrongs as we head to Crusher for another game of search and destroy. Rise trying to tie up the series after Splice strikes first in the hard point. On this map, we of course always see the short-range gunfights over at the B site. Same thing can be said for the narrow corridors over at A. There's some opportunities though to pick off players at range, potentially see some snipers. Something we've seen from Zero in the past occasionally, but I'm expecting to see this game all about teamwork if you're watching the Splice squad.
And off the break, we'll see Felony and Rise Nation do an aggressive push up the middle of the map, and you see Splice, they're just going to play so far back. They're baiting Rise Nation into this push. It'll be 2 kills there from Bance. And now it's going to be Splice with the advantage.
Zero was that initial distraction. He tags up 2 players. Zero's going to find another. That's Vicento down, so it's just Aqua left alive. And he is in a 1 versus 3. Finds the first kill. That one's easy. Gets out with his life as well. Bomb's still not planted, so he's got plenty of time to work around the map. But you know the buddy system is into play. It's Zero running hand in hand with Mad Cat.
These are the situations you can clutch, though, if you are Rise Nation and you're Aqua, because one player obviously has to plant the bomb. The other player's going to look over him. You just kill the player as he's looking over the bomb planter, and then just obviously shoot the guy who's planting the bomb. You're able to clutch this pretty easy, but see how the way Splice is playing it. I'm going to draw this clock out, see if they can bait Aqua into this back area. If not, they're going to go plant the bomb here at A.
And Aqua saw nothing at A, so he is rotating around. We'll go check B just at the wrong time. Bomb is going to be planted. He's going to get the notification and now knows. All right, they're on the opposite side of the map. Not only do I have to pick up both kills, now I have to defuse a bomb. He spots Zero's feet. Did he see them? It looks like he's reacting properly. Pre-aims where Zero could have been. Now he has them in his sights.
There's one. See Zero go all the way in the cross, and I believe, I could hear Zero here in the venue. I believe just watching the kill cam, they know exactly where Aqua was headed towards, and Mad Cat playing such a clever position here. Just go back, check the bomb here. He sees nobody on it, then he can just run out.
Oh, no!
He's going to actually challenge, and that'll be a clutch there from Aqua in round number 1.
A 1v3 for Aqua. You had 3 players down. It's only Aqua left. First player charges a little bit too far without teammates in position to trade. Aqua slides away for his life. Then Zero was just nowhere near Mad Cat at the very end.
Mad Cat and Zero played that great up until the point that they separated so far. If they both would have been in the back area and then they're able to trade that kill out, they would have won that round easily, but they just spread out a little bit too far. It's a good win there for Rise Nation, round number 1. They'll give Aqua the bomb here as he's trying to work towards score streaks. They'll push in towards A.
Aqua checking every angle. Spots nothing inside. His teammates will clear out the way while he puts the bomb down. All 8 players still alive. Vicento is going to have 3 players challenging, though. First one is tagged up. Jerd comes in to finish off Vicento.
And now you have Aqua only 50 points away from that Trinity Rocket. It'll be Jerd tying it up at 2 players apiece. Let's stay on with Aqua, see if he can earn these streaks. They'd be huge in round number 2 if you're able to earn these score streaks.
If you get streaks in just 2 rounds, you should definitely lock up the search and destroy. Pre-firing on the bomb was Felony. He got burnt by a ninja the day before, and there you see the final kills coming in. 2-0.
And I believe Aqua gets one of them, so he'll have the streaks going into round number 3. Not a good start to map number 2 here for Splice. Going into this round, let's see if Aqua has full streaks or if he just got the Trinity. I believe you just have the Trinity on him right now. Yeah, so getting close to bombardment. The 25 points away. I mean, he gets that in round 3. I mean, providing you think Rise Nation wins this round, you go 3-0 and you have these full streaks. You're in a great spot.
Just throw some trophies down if you're Aqua. Lock these up. Vicento gonna spot players, gets the first on Jerd, immediately traded by Bance. 3-on-3. And here comes the Scarab. Already the score streak's coming into play. That's going to be cleaned up by Felony. Zero is going to be able to tie it up until that kill from Aqua gives Rise the lead. A 1-on-1. Bance versus Looney. And Bance, he gets tagged up first. Looney can't finish the kill. Now he does with the ERAD. A 3-0 start for Rise Nation. You did use the Scarab, but a fantastic finish by Felony opened things up, and then of course the close for Looney will lock up a fantastic lead.
Yeah, you use the Scarab to get the 1 player weak. Felony comes in, puts in probably 2-3 bullets, able to pick up that kill, which earns Aqua the bombardment. And then there at the end, Bance had Looney weak. I wonder if he knew he had an ERAD or not. Probably thought he had a K-bar in his hands. The way you kind of just ran at him, you would not obviously run at a player with an ERAD with a K-bar in your own hands. As you see Looney, that was a pretty easy kill for him to pick up.
And Splice is just giving up this site. This is the second time that you see Rise immediately attacking over at A. Splice is nowhere to be seen. Felony set up to watch the bridge window. His teammates, they're watching the flank. It's Aqua with first blood on Bance.
Aqua's 7-1 right now, dominating this search and destroy game number 2. He's fantastic in the hard point as well, but C0, he'll even the odds, 3 players apiece. And the reason you saw all the emphasis on defense for Splice outside is because with those streaks, you'd expect them to take the bomb there, plant it, and then maybe use a streak and lock it down. But quickly, we're in a 1v1. Vicento versus Mad Cat. Mad Cat, not a ton of time left here to make something happen.
He lost his first 1v1. He gets revenge here in round number 4. And we're going to see this one tick down. Rise Nation, they're in total control so far, Matt. 4-0, yeah. Not enough time for Mad Cat.
Nope, not enough time for him. The end there, he has about 10 seconds left. He knows where Vicento is. He's pre-firing the doorway. But obviously, you know, if Vicento's not going to run in, give him enough time to get towards the bomb. So Mad Cat's able to pick the kill up, not able to get back towards bomb. It'll be another round in favor of Rise Nation. They are just running through Splice here in game number 2.
I'd love to see a slow-mo of just how close Mad Cat was on that last defuse. Looked like he got to the bomb with 6.8 on the clock. You need 7.5. Felony on your screen with the SMG is going to be able to pick up Bance after Bance lands the first bullet. Vicento in the feed as well, and you see the injured Jerd, last man alive here for Splice, desperately trying to win a round after his squad is down big here in game number 2. He has the site wide open. Rise Nation, they're just waiting to pounce. Now he's been spotted. Vicento cleaned up at range, but a great answer back. As you see, Felony, I believe, picking up the final kill. Rise Nation, they're on game point here.
Just jumps out, challenges as soon as Vicento drops. Few bullets into Jerd, that's all it takes. As it has been Rise Nation so dominant here in game number 2, up 5-0. Splice has not looked good in search and destroy at all in this game. I mean, we haven't seen anything positive from them here in map number 2.
Splice in the stage 1 group stages, they struggled right behind Envy. They're looking great until the final day, but it was Envy who stole the number 1 seed. Coming into this week, and I think everyone said that Splice was the clear favorite, that they should be at the top of the group. Maybe EU United could challenge. They're 1-1 right now, and they're about to be tied up against Rise Nation. Not the tournament we expected from them so far. You're going to see Jerd, though, picking up first blood against Felony, and this is what Splice needed.
Well, you also think, too, I mean, Splice does not play at Sheffield. I know the event after Anaheim in Europe, so you're not able to scrim that weekend because all the teams are there. Then coming out of that, you had Fnatic coming to the league, and you had Elevate last week, so not a lot of teams to practice against. So Splice just might not have a ton of practice time coming into this event. Still not an excuse, and it'll be the 2v1. Vicento, the only one alive here for Rise. And perfect, just baiting him out, just forcing him in towards that rock, trying to pick up that kill, and you had Mad Cat on the bomb ready.
Round 7 coming your way right now. Rise Nation still on game point. Splice and trying to rattle off 6 straight. That's the first, and it all started with Jerd picking up first blood.
You had Aqua, he used the Centurion that last round, so he put it down over on top of the B bomb site. Didn't really do much, as Splice was able to just run in and pick up the kills, but he still has the Trinity and the Bombardment. So we'll see when he decides to use these.
Looks like now.
Yep.
Now's the game time.
Oh, well, he pings it so they know where they are. Now it's just how they play it. And you see Splice, they're going to push all the way through.
Felony taking some fire, survives with his life. Jerd hit with grenades, also some bullets in him. Felony's going to chase after as the Bombardment is going to force everyone into his E-Rad. I was expecting Felony to get a little bit more aggressive. Rise playing this very cautiously despite getting the early picks and using the score streaks. You have Trinity rockets, but now it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, you got to win this round if you're Rise Nation. You've invested the Bombardment into it. Aqua picks up yet another kill. The FTL jump comes in. It's going to be Felony able to take out Bance. It'll be Mad Cat here, the only one alive. A 1v2, 25 seconds to go. Such a tough spot.
Can Dylan clutch up? Or will it be all Rise? Here's the final shots. He is out of ammo, 6 bullets left, 2 opponents, and it's a Rise Nation victory. Great job by Rise, and it really started with Aqua, the 1v3 to open up the game. He gets fully streaked out here on Crusher and Splice. honestly, it never looked like they really had a true chance, Matt.
No, not at all. You saw that game just dominated from start to finish by Rise Nation, specifically Aqua. He was tremendous there in game number 2. They tied the series up.
Aqua, this is my guy to watch. He's been so consistent for the squad. Looney's had some pretty surprisingly strong numbers as we looked at all of the G Fuel key player matchups, but Aqua's been the guy since Advanced Warfare. When you looked at this team, he's the man that can go off. He had a great game 1 despite the loss, and now dropping double digits in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think the biggest question mark for this team, Rise Nation, will be Felony in the respawn game modes. If he can put together a pretty good game, they can definitely hang with the likes of Splice. He was really poor yesterday. We'll see if he can turn it around today.
Felony was averaging just 18 kills per respawn on day 1. We'll find out if he can get back into the high 20s. Uplink is coming up next when we return. And welcome back. This is the yellow group. It's Puckett and Mr. X bringing you the action, and we are in a very tight series. It's all tied up after 2. First, it was Splice taking the hard point, but Rise Nation comes storming back. This guy, Aqua, drops 10 kills for the win in a 6-1 victory.
But Splice, we've talked about it for a very long time now. We think they're the best uplink team in Europe. You hear a lot of the players talking about it as well. See if they can bounce back after truly just a depressing search and destroy game they put together. See if they can bounce back, take a 2-1 lead in the series.
And I was going to say a depressing uplink against United last night as well. It was 17-6 in that blowout, but that was Precinct. This throwback map totally different, and there is an early interception from Zero. Keeps the score 0-0, but it was Rise on the attack first. Splice, they need to step up the slaying. In game number 1, he had a really slow start from Mad Cat. He is going to be my player to watch throughout throwback.
Siakwa, though, picking up 2 kills, still feeling hot after that great S&D game. I mean, he had a fantastic hard point in game number 1 as well. Starting off 6-2. It'll be 1 point on the board, though, for Splice. See Mad Cat now going on a 5 streak, locking down this back bus area. They're just trying to stay alive, work towards score streaks, and give his team that good map positioning.
Mad Cat had 5 kills in the opening minute. That is a great start from the player I was concerned about. And here he is picking up more. That's number 6. He's 75 away from the Trinity Rockets, and that kill is going to put him 25 from Scorchers. First score streak is locked in. He's going for the 3 big ones, Matt, and they already have Rise on the back foot. They're spawning over at Bowling. Mad Cat has him trapped in. The rest of his team is looping around on the pinch. This is going to be a dagger in the side. Mad Cat checks his corners and finds Facento to get fully streaked out. Finds an 8th kill as well, make it 9 rather, and finally will be cut down by Felony. The dunk goes through. It's Splice 3-0.
It's such a great play there from Splice. So they have Mad Cat sit in the middle. He's waiting for that drone to get towards top side. And you can see all the arrows on the minimap for Rise Nation. They focus up towards that top side of your minimap. Mad Cat comes right through that underpass, picks up 2 easy kills. They get a 2-point play, and they get him fully streaked out.
Bance taking out Zero's foot is going to slow down Splice here. Bance is the only one alive, and he has 3 members of Rise Nation surrounding him. Waiting for the opportunity to peek. He's going to make that call out, knows there's going to be pressure up top. Wins the gunfight against Looney. This is the ERAD battle we were watching on Scorch. It continues here on Throwback. And Bance, he has stayed alive for way too long. Finally, it's going to be Aqua putting the last bullet after Facento starts the party. Zero up top, picks up 1, Matt, but here comes Rise.
Yeah, Facento, though, just 1-6 right now. You see the push starting to come in from Rise. It'll be a pass forward by Looney. It'll be just a 1-point play there as Facento throws it through, but still, you're going to need more from Facento. It just seems like Rise and all these respawns, you just have one guy that kind of lags behind, which really ends up costing you.
Yesterday it was Facento at times. Felony basically all day 1 in the respawns. Looney was my star from day 1. I mean, we had to getting the multi-kills with his ERAD. Today, not so much. Slowing down on Scorch and is negative at the opening of this uplink. Splice is back on the attack, and they do not have an answer for Mad Cat and Bance quite yet. Rise gonna have their hands full as Jared is looking for the 1-pointer.
Yeah, so it looked like for a second they were gonna try and bring the drone here towards the top side, then use some of those score streaks that Mad Cat has, force a way in for 2. But Mad Cat falls before they can even use them, and now the push is just completely stalled out here. Bance gets 2.
Going for 3.
He's gonna, he tried to go around the corner because this guy, player number 8, it's Facento in the top window who's just jumping around,
wrecked.
shooting at everything. And he just could not get Bance. Like if Bance would have slid out, picked up the drone, like he could have easily gotten the 1-point throw off before Facento could have got eyes on him.
I'd say don't worry about the 1-point play. Let's go for the dunk. Bance staying up and causing problems. That's 5 straight kills. Looney, the last line of defense, stands strong, and Felony is going to clean up 2 on the back end. So the score remains 3-1. Looney at the goal line. We'll keep this a 1-possession game for Rise Nation, but it's been all Splice when you look at the kill feed, despite just 5 and 12 from Jerd. You have the other 3 going off.
Yeah, Jerd's just been really aggressive towards the middle of the map. I mean, Jerd's stats are never too pretty. I mean, we've seen like times where he just explodes for big games, but obviously not 6 and 12, not double negative, but we usually see him, a little bit negative, around even. It's a good game for Jerd, but you really have Bance and Mad Cat going off here in the first half, and if this kind of continues into the second half, they're definitely going to put more points on the board. You see the 1-point throw that goes over the top from Bance. You do have Mad Cat, though, pushing around that outside. He's going to be able to pick up 1 kill. This will be a 2-point play.
Mad Cat is going to town, 15 and 10. Bance 15 and 6 on the other side. Looney and Facento just 11 kills combined after 5 minutes of gameplay. They need to get something more generated in the second half, or this could turn into a blowout. I'm just kind of curious of why Rise is losing those gunfights for Vicento and Looney. Are they off by themselves? Are they not getting the team shot? Is it just too much Splice in your face? What is going wrong? We'll find out as the second half plays through. We're starting things off with Splice once again, who leads by 2 possessions.
When you're just that aggressive towards the middle of the map, I mean, sometimes you're just not going to win the fights. And Vicento wins one at the beginning, but somebody right there to trade out for Splice. Zero picks up a kill, and it's going to force Aqua back. Not able to get towards the mid-map just yet. Now he's going to start to push out, but Aqua really, I mean, he had Felony, 12 kills, but Aqua the only one keeping Rise Nation in this game.
Aqua continues to impress here on day 2. And he is going to find his 3rd kill in a row, leading the charge. Drone is going to be passed up, but it's Splice waiting, and they will get the clear. Bance, a 2-piece, opens up the center of the map. It's only Vicento versus 4 here from Splice.
He's giving away his position now. They know he's going to be here in this mid-cut, just around the corner, just trying to watch over Drone. And it's scary because he can get shot from so many angles. There comes the Scarab, but he can get shot from this top window if the guy comes flying out over the top on the trains. You have the guy from the sidewalk area. He can jump up, see you in that mid-cut. So Vicento in a position where just not an easy kill to be found. And I think it's a lot of Call of Duty right now, especially with how fast the time to kill is, as we see Bans going in here for a 2-point play.
Thank you, Jared. Clear the way.
It's just the positioning. I mean, if you get caught out of position, I mean, you're not going to make the game easy on yourself. And that's how you end up with games where, you're pushing forward and you're just getting caught in the mid-map and you're just not giving yourself easy kill opportunities, and you end up like having a game like Vicento is right now.
You got to group up a little bit more if you're Rise Nation. Aqua, he's winning his one-on-ones, but most of the time it's against injured players or when Aqua is behind enemy lines. Mad Cat's going to take out Zero, so it's a 4-on-3 in the center of the map. Splice just slowing down this pace, but Aqua has the overdrive ready to pop. If they get 2 kills, expect him to come flying through.
Even with the team kill and then everybody up for Rise Nation, they don't even push. Like, they waited for Zero to get back off spawn and then decided to push. It was, when you see a team kill like that, 1, it's incredibly rare. 2, it's like, well, now we have the man advantage. All 4 of us are alive mid-map. Let's push the drone up.
Overdrive coming into play here, Matt. This is not a dunk, though. 4 players up for Rise, and they get another defensive stand from Looney.
Yep, it was an overdrive that you kind of knew was going to lead to nowhere. You had players from Rise Nation sitting all on their own goal where Mad Cat was not going to be able to get by. But mid-map, it'll be Splice coming out on top. You see 3 players there. They're going to put a lot of pressure here on Aqua. As soon as this player gets the hay bale, you need another player there for Splice to push up. If you get 2 players, one looking over him in that position, the guy on hay bale controls so much of the action. 1-point throw does not connect there from Splice. I believe that was Mad Cat getting it off. It'll be reset to mid-map, but it'll be Rise Nation down by 6, 2 minutes to go. They just have the overdrive here to work with. They don't have any streaks from what we know of. Not a good spot to be if you're Rise Nation.
And you have to feel for Aqua. What more can this man do? 27 and 17. He's positive 10 on a 4 streak, using the overdrive and still can't get the point to go through. His teammates, though, I mean, Felony, -9. You're looking at another terrible score here from Looney, -8. And then Vicento's -9. Make it 11, excuse me, 12 now. Way too many gunfights lost, and that is the difference in your score. I'm surprised Splice is only up 6 at this point.
I mean, this has been the story with Rise Nation, whether they were, Rise, TR, Elevate, whatnot, just this combination of players. Like, Aqua is able to slay out and pick up other kills, and they were just like one guy who can do that as well, away. And I still feel like, they pick up Felony, at times last year, times this year, he has looked like potentially that guy. But I think on a consistent basis, just no, it's like not there. So I think it's definitely a team that, they have their strengths, right? They're very good in S&D, really good teamwork. It's just their major flaw is a big one in a game like this, where the game is so kill dependent.
After 9 minutes and 10 seconds, Vicento is still into single digits. And he is not going to get credit for that kill. It's stolen by Aqua. You're going to see Vicento leading the charge, though. 1 player coming off blue. Vicento wins the big gunfight. Drone in Aqua's hand. And he is going to throw it down. 7-3, 30 seconds left. This is possible, but so unlikely unless they can pull off the optic miracle Hail Mary over the building.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Facento, you know, it's a rough game, but he just does not change his play style. Like, I love that he knows he needs to play fast and aggressive for this team to win, and regardless of whether it's working, he commits that play style. Doesn't change it up.
10 more seconds. There's a player waiting for the new drone. It's player 5 Felony. He's got to win the gunfight. Is there anyone to catch it? Drone comes down. Not going to be enough time as the pass goes to the window and not over the building. Nothing.
Yeah, even if they get that pass over the building, it still takes a few seconds for the drone to come down, so it was not going to happen there for Rise Nation. They make a little bit of a comeback, make it interesting in the end, but it'll be Splice taking uplink game number 3, taking a 2-1 advantage here against Rise Nation.
Rough slaying game here for Rise. In Call of Duty, it's been about positioning in the past. You kind of highlighted the positioning issues, but this game more than ever, it's about that gun skill, and they seem to be just outgunned.
I mean, with how fast Infinite Warfare is, it's really Slay dependent. When you have guys on the side of Splice who can get those 2 pieces consistently, just throws the trade so far in your team's favor that if you don't have any kind of answer on the side of Rise, it's going to be difficult to win respawn game modes like that.
We already had stage 1, $700,000 paid out there. Splice, they took home the biggest of the checks from that tournament. We talked to them a little bit about stage 1 and their thoughts now coming in to stage 2.
With the first challenge, first blood for Splice. More players from Luminosity charging on it. Dead making 3. 1 versus 3. Goodbye.
Winning stage 1 was great. I mean, like, myself and Madcat, we've competing for 4 to 5 years. To finally win an international event meant the world to us. And like to finally bring home a championship for Europe felt good. You know, everyone was supporting us and it was just an amazing feeling.
Splice make history, the first ever European squad to win on North American soil.
I feel like our successes gave every other team sort of motivation. Last year, I think teams just played for the fact of playing and not trying to improve.
Every team would have 1 or 2 players that wouldn't take it as serious and really bring the teams down, whereas teams now are starting to cut them players out and really make it more of a professional environment.
What we did at stage 1 just proves that we are up there with the American teams now. Like, we had 3 teams in the top 8 at Anaheim, which is the first time this ever happened. So obviously people are getting it done. It's kind of showing that given time and practice, EU is up there with the top teams in the league.
There's a look at Splice, and this squad, they win stage 1. They get first place there. They go up against Luminosity in the grand finals, falling short in Anaheim. But without a doubt, they deserve to be in the argument for best team on the planet. Talking to Zero yesterday, he said, you know, we're the perfect mix of young and old, me and Bance, and then Jerd and Madcat as the older veterans. They feel they're the best team in the world.
I think you definitely can put them up there. I kind of agree with what Clint said yesterday, is that you can't get blown out that bad by EU United to be considered the best team in the world. Like, we would never, I would find it hard to believe that you would see Luminosity get dominated in 3 respawns in the way that we saw Splice did last night. I do think, though, Splice is definitely a top 3, top 2 team right now. I think they definitely, you know, look, they go to stage 2 playoffs, they go to champs, you know, they stay in that top 3, top 2. I definitely think they have a case overall from start to finish to be the, you know, the best team in Infinite Warfare.
I'm throwing you into the fire, Matt. Who's better than Splice in the game right now?
I think Luminosity is.
Just Luminosity?
Right now, I mean, you could say Luminosity, and then depending on which optic shows up on which day, I think you definitely can say they're up there as well. I think the Luminosity is the only one I would say is 100% right now.
Opening kills, it's going to be Facento drawing first blood, but Bance in Zero will pick up kills 2, 3, and now number 5. Man advantage for Splice on this opening hard point as Splice, they're fighting away from the hill. Finally, you're going to see Madcat jumping in.
It's a lot of time here for Splice at the beginning, and we see some teams that you can take a lot of time here on bridge, just gives you a cushion for the rest of the game. Bance pushes through, gets 2 kills, looking for 1 more.
And Zero made this all possible. Zero tags him up, and now you see Jerd coming to save his teammate Bance. Incredible teamwork. That was the difference maker in Luminosity's week. If you looked at the number of assists that came in, Luminosity was head and shoulders above everyone else in their group. I feel like the same could be said about this Splice squad. United, in their match against Splice, you saw superior teamwork. But today against Rise Nation, there is a big difference in these gunfights.
Yeah, you see Zero just trying to stay over by Market side. Make sure Rise Nation can't push through, but he falls, and you see it'll be arrow number 6, Aqua. Pushes all the way through in towards Hotel. Knows there's probably a player trying to control this area for Splice, and it's the advantage that we talked about. You know, Splice does not need to push down to lower market right away. They have some time to try and play for the spawns. They can push this the way they like, and they're going to get a break here.
NV4 Mad Cat doing work. His teammate Zero comes flying through. Looney is going to melt him, and Rise will hold. It all started there with Looney slowing him down. Bance, he's still in the bike shop. And it looks like we're going to see Looney tagged up, but surviving once again. Splice does not have an answer on this lower street, and Rise Nation, after getting blown out on the bridge, they brought it right back. The real question is, though, who is going to control this market? Who is going to lock down Cathedral? So far, it's Rise with the superior spawns.
Yeah, Looney did a fantastic job there in the lower street. He was able to pick up a few kills. I believe ends up going on a 4 streak at the end. But it's going to be Zero picking up a 2-piece. One more for Bance, and although Rise in control of Cathedral early, within 2 seconds, it is broken by 2 players from Splice.
Your rotation doesn't matter, says Splice. Felony and Facento trying to break through. Zero holding back Felony, and he is going to find the kill. Felony just standing still on the stairs, gets picked. Bance is going to win the 1v1 versus Looney, and Zero and Bance are just taking over this game now. 8-4 from Bance. Zero, 8-3. The Bash brothers, the youngsters, getting the job done here on Retaliation. This is all Splice here on the Cathedral. The question now, how many times do you challenge if you Rise? Do you start setting up for Broken, or do you go for one more push? It looks like player number 7, Looney, is going to give it up and try and catch the players from Splice on a flank.
They have to set up for Broken, but you see Mad Cat, such a good position. He's able to pick up 2 kills. Now trying to push forward with the rest of the team. Not able to get anything more, but Splice, they've done their job. They've taken Cathedral. Now, if they're able to break this on Broken, you could see a blowout coming here in game number 4.
Felony is just missing shots today and yesterday, to be fair. Normally, those are 2 kills he would have clearly finished. Both players survive. Splice has numbers. Looney's going to try and make something happen. Makes it a 3-on-3. Gets picked, though. It's Jared and Bance winning the gunfights, and they still have Mad Cat sitting inside this hill, soaking it up. Bance is there to support. You have 2 more players coming across the bridge, and Rise just doesn't want to challenge with 30 seconds still to go.
Here's the issue with them as a team. It's like you got 3 great games in our first 3 matches here. You know, from Aqua. No, he was great in the hard point, good in the S&D, and then obviously the uplink, he puts up some big numbers. Now when he's 5-8, who is there to pick up the slack? You're not really you don't really have that other guy that you can count on to really step up in these big games, and that's why you're seeing it. Splice up by more than 100 right now.
This is looking brutal, Matt. Everyone negative on Rise Nation right now. 3 players for Splice in double digits. Bance the most positive. He had a great game number 1. Continues here. And there's Jerd finding Aqua. Jerd's going to challenge 3 more. Finally, Felony's able to line up a few kills, and this is Rise scoring in the hall.
They're going to need a lot of time here. This will be the last hard point in our first rotation of hills. We'll go back to the bridge after this hard point. So Aqua just watching over some teammates here as nobody from Splice can get any close. And now this push from Splice will start to come in. Bance at 1, Jerd with another. But it looks like it's going to be Rise Nation, at least for the time being, holding on here to Hotel Hallway.
And where is Facento today? He was the guy that took over the games to give Rise a chance yesterday in both their matches against E United and Red Reserve. Specifically, that Red Reserve matchup, Facento was a star. He had an awful uplink, -4 right now as he goes back to the NV4.
And here on Bridge, you're going to see a lot of players just switch over to the NV4. It's just better on this hard point. I mean, it's just better on Retaliation overall. I mean, there's not many places outside like Bike Shop and the Hotel Hallway. You need something like a K-Bar or an E-Rad in your hand.
Score streak's coming down. No kills yet as Bance cleaned up Felony right before the rocket. Now Bance is going to find Looney with the last one. And you're going to see Mad Cat come flying through the air with a 2-piece of his own. It's Splice doubling up Rise Nation now, 162 to 81.
Rise does make a little bit of a comeback, though. You know, in the hotel hallway and then here on bridge, they take a decent amount of time, but the last 30 or so seconds will go in favor of Splice. See if Rise Nation can get back to that lower street. This is where they took a lot of their time here in the first half.
Nice pre-nade from Madcat, but he doesn't go for the challenge. Felony backing him down. The FTL jumpers about to unlock the initial payloads of this game. It's going to be Felony for Rise, Jerd for Splice. And it looks like so far, it's just been all NV4s in the kill feed, Matt. Everyone running it on the map. You see a K-bar in the hands of Jerd. He is one of the few guys who's getting up close and personal.
I mean, if you're Splice, you don't need to really worry about pushing all the way through to the Cathedral because, I mean, look at the score. I mean, they can get within, 15 or so seconds of winning the game off of this hill. So what they'll probably do is they'll probably take the rest of the lower street, try and force Rise Nation all the way out to contest it. If they get a 4 dead, then they'll push through to Cathedral in the game.
Jerd, he's got his FTL, and he is waiting for another challenger. He's also 175 points away from those Trinity rockets. Scarab goes out first for Jerd, so he knows where the players are. And he finds one more, so he is 1 kill away from unlocking Trinity rockets. And he is going to use the FTL to chase down Felony. Also gets into the hard point. Perfect play. He's fully streaked out. Has Trinity, has Scorchers available. Not playing for the bombardment here on Retaliation.
And you have 2 people just watching over by Market. Nobody watching the cross. Jerd comes out. He's able to pick up some kills. The Trinities come down.
You got 10 seconds. Might as well pull them all out, right, Matt?
I mean, 5 seconds ago, Jerd's still on a 9 streak at this time. And it'll be Splice dismantling Rise Nation there in game number 4, 250-89, taking the series 3-1.
Scorch was close at some points throughout the first hard point, but this second time around, there was never a moment where you thought that Rise Nation was going to challenge them. They fell apart on uplink, and Splice continued to steamroll as we went into game number 4. And it's Splice back on top where we expected them. They're 2-1. Their only loss come to E United.
Yeah, I mean, that game 4, that was the Splice you expected to see this weekend. No, obviously you did not get that yesterday against E United. You got a really flat team, played poor in the respawns. You saw them bounce back here today in their first match against Rise Nation. They need to figure out their S&D, though. They can't get blown out that bad.
And I think the biggest worry now for Rise is you're 0-3.
Yeah.
So you're basically playing for 3rd place from here on out. It's going to be so tough to finish 4th. You're relying on a lot of results to go in your favor. But now Splice, they're back up in the running right alongside E United and Red Reserve. This group is getting more and more interesting as the day goes on. And to wrap up match number 2, we got Benson and the crew at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Matt. Splice come out and absolutely dominate Rise there, especially in that last map for Rise. Unfortunately, it's going to be bad news for them. They find themselves at 0-3. Not the start to stage 2 that they would have been looking for, but we'll go ahead and break down that series. Of course, it all started with that hardpoint Scorch, and this is probably the closest map that we saw, I think it's fair to say. Felony, an interesting play towards the very start of that game. FTL, we've talked a lot about FTL and the way that it's used. 25 points away from, I believe it was the bombardment. FTL's forward directly into 3 players, and guess what? Doesn't get his streaks.
No, yeah, that's just one of those plays that really probably came back to bite him. I mean, Felony did a great job getting those streaks, but it just seems like players, I don't know if they just don't recognize it. I'm not exactly quite sure what it was, but not a smart play from him. He just seems a little bit off this weekend. I guess the whole entire team does, as you know, they are 0-3 right now. But I mean, this game 1, it was a bit of a better showing. Aqua really, though, the player that stood out this entire series from Rise.
Of course, the final score 250-205. Rise, in terms of the way they played that last Turbine Hill, Teep, that was something that caught your eye.
Yeah, just kind of terrible plays overall. When you have 2 sets of streaks in that scenario and the game's coming down to the wire, I just don't feel like they handled that pressure correctly. Facento died 2 times before he was able to call one of those Trinity rockets in, and then as soon as he's put in that situation where they waste, 10, 15 seconds, they don't really have enough time to coordinate some sort of push. First, you need to try and get some bottom lab control because that's where the streak's going to force them into. Instead, they just flooded up on that blue side towards the back alley. And when you call streaks from then on, well, they're just going to run into lab, and there's not really much you can do off of it. Then they have a perfect chance to win a gunfight. So I feel like they didn't stack the area of the map that they needed to. Granted, Splice did a good job of pushing out, but if Rise would have handled it and maybe got an extra kill or 2 with those streaks at the right area of the map, they could have won that Turbine. So,
well, it's just the big question of, was the camo worth it, right? Like, for those streaks. I mean, obviously you pick up the streaks, but as Tyler said, you know, Scorch, there's just a lot of, especially Turbine, you can sort of get under that overhang on that hard point. I just feel like the camo would have been so important there, so so impactful. And then if he's able to get those kills there, then he streaks again, keeps the pressure off of him. I mean, it's a tough call because, I mean, streaks can be huge, but it's one of those things where maybe he goes back and says, I shouldn't have camoed there.
Very true, very true. Moving forward, of course, heading into map number 2, it was a Crusher, Search, and Destroy. And this, again, a lopsided one, does go in favor of Rise. However, Aqua kicks things off with a 1 versus 3 clutch. He has full streaks at 3-0, but I think that the key moment was just Rise's consistency at winning those 1v1s.
Yeah, the 1v1s that it kind of came down to. Here's a prime example. Aqua, once again, he's 7-1. But those are the game defining moments when, you know, it's a 1v1, whether it's 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, and you can see the lead that Rise gets. But I think it's that composure, and I don't think it's something Splice lack, but I just think the 1v1s individually, if you go back and watch, say, the VOD or even these highlight clips, it was just well played from Rise, you know, and, you know, we've always known that Rise are a good S&D team, and, you know, that's coming from the players themselves. Red Reserve, you know, renowned for S&D, was saying the one game mode we're worried about is S&D because of the way Rise play, and, you know, they close it out. I think Aqua, for me, has been phenomenal, and they're unfortunate, I think, to be 0-3.
And it's like, we talked about Aqua last year, especially when he was on Elevate. I mean, he was like a hard carry, especially in respawns. That's when they picked up Felony to try and help him. And it just, you're getting glimpses of that again. The difference is Elevate at that time was a top 4 team in the world, and they were getting top placings. That slaying, where it fell off was against top dogs like Optic Gaming, right? They could never beat them because of the slaying power. But with how talented teams have been this year, the slaying just has to come in. Aqua finally does it in a match where we're like, all right, he's back, but the rest of the team just wasn't there to help him.
And then once again, it is worth mentioning, TP, just to touch on Splice's Search and Destroy woes. Just seem to be continuing. It doesn't look like the same Splice we saw specifically in Search and Destroy in Stage 1.
It's just weird mistakes, honestly, especially going to round number 1. That 1 versus 3 is just terrible positioning from each of the players, and then Mad Cat checks, you know, jumps as high as possible and gives a line of sight a chance for Aqua to clutch that. And the fact that he got 3 1 versus 1 gunfights in a scenario like that, especially on a map like Crusher where it's very easy to group and get a trade in, it's just, it seems like Splice isn't, I hate to say this, but it's like they're not trying 100% at times. Zero switching up his reticles, using these funky different things. I don't know if they are taking it that serious. And granted, they are one of the best teams in the world, but they've looked weak so far throughout this group. I don't know if they're just, their heads aren't on straight at this moment in time, but they really need to step it up. This group could get close very quick, and definitely every single map matters. So to piss away one like that doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, I think that just goes into a bigger discussion. I mean, obviously they win Stage 1, and then after they decided to take a break off Sheffield. And I don't know if I really agree with that decision, because you're the top dog in the world at that point. Then they go to Anaheim and they lose that. I mean, they did get second there, but just seems maybe with how much they've played it, they're just not backing that form yet. Again, that sort of practice in Europe discussion comes up.
Right. Of course, yesterday night was probably a pretty big wake-up call if there was ever going to be one. United came out and just steamrolled through them, but still, definitely some lapses or holes in Splice, especially in Search and Destroy from what we've seen so far this weekend. Moving forward, though, we'll talk about the uplink throwback. Final score 7-5 in Splice's favor, but I feel like the score doesn't really tell you the full story. It definitely seemed to be more Splice than anything else. I mean, Mad Cat starts off 9-2. He gets 4 streaks. Meanwhile, Facento 0-6, Momo. It was the perfect start for Splice.
It really was, and I think Mad Cat this year alone has kind of gone under the radar a little bit, with the likes of Zero and Bance kind of being those superstar players. But for me, Mad Cat this weekend has probably been their best player. It's been consistent. He's really shown up in the respawns when, for example, Zero maybe had a bit of an off-map, Bance as well. But yeah, I think Mad Cat's start, that like fluctuated the 5-1 scoreline, and we talk about momentum in Uplink. It's very, very hard to get back into it. Not only that, it gives him streaks. He went for the Trinity Scorches. He didn't have a Scarab, and he kind of went all out for that. So I respect that play from him. And yeah, I just think it was a very one-sided affair in the Uplink. And 7-5, I think I agree. It doesn't really tell the whole story. They get, I think, 4 points or 3 points at the very end. But apart from that, I think strong Uplink once again from Splice.
Yeah, I think Splice just kind of let off the gas there at the end of the game, let those couple of points go in. The slaying battle was completely lopsided into Splice's favor. Bance and Mad Cat were able to just drop crazy KDs, and I'm just really feeling for Aqua in this series, to be honest. In that uplink in specific, the fact that he's single-handedly getting more kills, you know, 32 kills to end that one, and the rest of of his team.
Pretty brutal.
I don't think anyone even reached 20, maybe one player, but the fact that those KDs are so lopsided and so bad overall for Rise is just, it kind of sucks to see for Aqua's sake. He's playing really good in that series.
He definitely needs a little bit of help. I mean, Merc, you kind of mentioned it. He's been the standout player for Rise throughout that whole series, but yeah, gotta have a little bit of help.
Well, it's just like yesterday. I mean, Freseno had a great, I think a solid day yesterday. Looney had a great day. Like, where did that go? Like, finally, Yuli starts to pick it up. Those guys have to do it as well. I mean, we've seen we talk about slaying a lot, but we've seen what it takes this year to win. Look at Luminosity, the team they put together. Look at Splice. I mean, they're all capable of going off at any time, and someone else on Rise just has to step up, and they have to do it together.
Yeah, most definitely do. Of course, it does go to map 4, the retail hardpoint. This one, well, yeah, it was pretty brutal, to be completely frank. It was 250 to 86, the final score. In terms of Grave Hill, 73 points went in favor of Splice, 0 went in favor of Rise Nation. Momo, I mean, Splice played that perfectly.
Yeah, this is where I saw, the old Splice. I saw Zero and Bance working so well in tandem together. Madcat continuing that strong play, and Judd just doing what he does best and filling all the gaps and maybe do the hardest job on the team. But everyone was slaying. You know, you had positive KDs all round, ends with a plus 24 for your team. Very hard to lose that, and you go through this, and it's, you know, how do Rise get into it? I mean, even the likes of Aqua, you know, he was 8 and 17, right. Very un-Aqua-like, if you like. But yeah, great plays from Bance, Zero. All the squad, for me, kind of turned up, and this puts them in a really good mindset going into their next game, which obviously they're going to play back-to-back.
Yeah, they will be. Of course, they're going to be going up against Red Reserve. We'll touch on that in a little bit, but as you said, Splice definitely going to be full of confidence. Now a look at our series recap once again. I mean, Bance, we didn't really touch on him too much, TV, but he did have a phenomenal series himself.
Oh, 100%. And then Aqua, he still has a 1.25 after that basically atrocious map number 4. And that's just sort of what happens when Aqua has a bad game. They lose hardpoint by almost 200 points. So, man, it just need a more balanced performance on the side of Rise. There's just no other way to say it. When Splice is playing that well in the respawns, yeah, they let the search and destroy get away from them. It's not the end of the world. Every map does matter. I like to see them, you know, play some of those situations better, but Splice looking so strong.
We'll take a look now as we're halfway through week 3 at our group standings where everyone lies. United 2-1, Red Reserve 2-1, but I believe that should actually be Red Reserve on top of United, is it not? Because didn't Red Reserve beat United head-to-head?
United, yeah, United beat Red.
I don't know. Oh, well, whatever. They're both 2-1.
We'll trust
it's
the guys
going to
in the
change.
back.
Splice 2-1 as well. Rise Nation 0-3. So our top 3 squads all at 2-1. Teep, Rise 0-3, but they are winning maps, so it's not, you know, comparable to Elevate's performance last week, that's for sure. But how do you see that changing as the week goes on?
Red Reserve is actually impressing me quite a bit, the fact that they're able to extend these series out. When it comes down to tiebreaker scenarios where it's looking like it's going to be, they need to be careful with those map 5s. If you win them all, everything's going to be fine and dandy, but we've seen so many times when you do have so many map losses going into a Sunday or late into Sunday, it can really sort of pain you. So Red Reserve needs to be careful and really try and clutch up as much as possible, but they've been impressive, especially in hardpoint.
I think Red Reserve, they need to win this next one. They take down Splice.
Oh,
they take down Splice, and they're in a very good position. For themselves, obviously, you know, they've always been, I said this at the start of the week, it's been Splice and Epsilon all year round. They've kind of been almost biting at the toes of these guys, and they want to be amongst the best in Europe and the best in the world as well. This is the time to prove it. I'm very excited for this game, obviously, all-European battle. Yep. And again, I'll say it again, do not rule Red Reserve out. Don't just think Splice are going to run over them. This is going to be a close game.
They've been the second best team this weekend. I think across in the entire performances, I think they've been very impressive. But looking at these maps, throwback hardpoint, I know you said that, you know, Red Reserve loves it. Yeah, they really love this throwback hardpoint, breakout, search and destroy, precinct, uplink. Should be some great maps. I'm really excited to see Red Reserve on breakout, search and destroy, because they were pretty darn good yesterday in that game 5.
Of course, as you guys mentioned, we already saw this series once. It did go the distance, as all Red Reserve games tend to do. Splice took it 3-2. Just kind of looking at that map, if you remember, Splice took map 1 pretty convincingly. It was relatively close. It was the second search and destroy Red Reserve dominated. It goes all the way to the game 5, but bear in mind the uplink as well. That was one Splice completely blitzed it. And when we spoke to the players yesterday, Momo, Red Reserve kind of came out and said, yeah, we expect almost to lose the uplink against Splice. Is that going to be the same case here?
Uplink is their weak game mode, and we've talked about Splice as being one of the most, if not the best, uplink team in the world right now. I think going into this one, maybe a bit of a different mindset, but the one thing, especially we spoke to Rated, he said, we're coming out and we're winning map 1 against Splice, no doubt. Online, they've been destroying teams on this map, and you know what? I'm going to back him. I think Red Reserve start 1-0, and that's even what we've just seen from Splice. I just can't call this. Again, we're going game 5.
Fair enough. Of course, losing game 5s is never nice, that is for sure. But we actually caught up with Rated yesterday from Red Reserve immediately following their matchup against Splice to get their thoughts on what went wrong.
Hey guys, it's Puckett. I'm here with Rated, and we're about to break down what went down in the first match between Red Reserve and Splice. Rated, first off, tell me about the matchup, because when a lot of people are talking about the top teams from Europe, Splice comes to mind. A lot of people are throwing Epsilon in the mix. Do you feel like Red Reserve is to be there as well?
Yeah, I think us, Splice, and Epsilon are way above everyone else, and I think anyone out of us, we can beat each other at any time. I think it's just who plays better on that day.
A lot of people on Twitter are saying, oh, this is going to be a 3-0, but you take them the distance, you go to a game 5 looking tough the whole way. Where do you find that you match up better against Splice?
I don't think it's just Splice. I don't think we'll get 3-0 by any team in the league. I think people are just going off Red Reserve Season 1 too much. Since I've been in the team, we're a completely different team. I think our hardpoint's really good, even though we lost the first one. Like, our hardpoint's really strong, our S&D is really strong. So I think if we just keep them in game modes consistently, we'll be a really hard team to beat.
You were able to dominate the first Search and Destroy, but you lose the game 5. What was the difference in the Search and Destroys against Splice?
I think last map we just didn't slow down quick enough. We were just playing super frantic, fast-paced, trying to get in their face when they were just literally sat back waiting for us after we took the lead. So I think that's partly my fault. I'm the in-game leader, so I should have said earlier to slow down. So I guess I blame myself.
This is going to be a huge matchup in the rematch against Splice. Is there a player to watch from the squad? If so, who is it?
I think you just got to stop Trey. I think first map they only won it because Trey literally went off. I think if we just slow him down, then we'll beat them.
Prediction for the series?
3-1.
3-1. That's Rated. Best of luck, my friend.
I don't think there's really a weak point in Splice right now. I think they're just on stage 1, second at Anaheim. You can't really fault them for anything they're doing. I think they're playing the game how it should be played. Both teams are just as good as each other. I think the hard points are really going to decide the series. I'm pretty confident in winning the S&Ds, and I think they're probably the best up team in the game, so that'll be a struggle for us.
We know them. We know how they play well because we've been playing them for the past 3-4 years. It won't really make a difference preparing for it or anything. It's just whoever turns up on the day.
The key player to watch on Splice, I think they're all worth to watch. I mean, all of them do their own roles. If one person isn't picking it up, someone will pick it up. We know what we're up against. They are a great team, and they can all do everything if they wanted to.
I feel like the thing that makes Red Reserve dangerous is they've got 4 players that just gel so well. You've got 2 slow players in Reese and Shawnee, but then you've got 1 player that's really unpredictable in Dave Marsh, and then Joe's the annoying one. He gets behind you, shoots you in the back, and then they've got full control. I feel like when they brought up Reese on, it gave him more slaying power. Reese, well, when I teamed with him, he brought a lot of slaying power. He brought a lot of map control.
I'd say the thing that stands out about Red Reserve is the fact that they know how we play. Obviously, being another European team, they're similar to our play style. I feel like they match up well against us, but I still feel like we're the stronger team.
It is time for the next match in the Red Reserve Splice saga. Last time we went to a Game 5. Red Reserve only knows Game 5s. What'll be the outcome here?
Red Reserve, they have played 3 series this weekend. They have faced every other opponent in this pool. Every single game has gone to a Game 5. Maybe we were joking with the other analysts, some of the other casters. Is that going to continue to be the theme this weekend? I see no reason why it would change.
Yeah, and you got to think, like, could we have been in a position where maybe this series wasn't as crucial? Sure. But due to the fact that, Splice drops a match last night, then Red Reserve come in today and take out a United.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at whoever wins this, they are certainly at least in control of their own destinies in this group.
What's a bigger surprise for you? Red being in the position they're in, or Rise Nation being 0-3 right now?
I guess Rise. We knew how good Red was. We know they can finish, in top 8 spots at the major open events. Rise, I guess, did I have them finishing 4th in this group? Yes, I did. But did I think they'd be in a spot where they're 0-3? And it's tough to argue that they're even going to be able to win a series. I mean, who are they going to beat right now? Their respawn does not look good. Yeah. Search has looked pretty solid, but
their respawn has not looked good. It's looked abysmal. I
think they won a couple of uplinks. Like it hasn't been great.
Yeah. So they obviously have some stuff to work on. They can still save their weekend, but they're getting closer and closer to a point. This is Rise Nation we're talking about, of where they need help from other matches and certain teams losing, certain upsets happening. Either way, Red Reserve currently sitting at 2-0 in this group. If you missed their series versus Splice, it went all the way to Game 5. They couldn't clutch up the Search and Destroy. Now, that wasn't the case in their other 2 series. They're right now 2-1 in Game 5s, and if they can keep that theme going this weekend, who knows? We did talk about, though, with the tiebreaker scenarios, though, how this could come back to bite them. If every series is a Game 5 and their map count's so split, it could come back to hurt them when it comes down to things tomorrow.
If you end up in a 3-way tie or something like that, certainly could. But Splice, they were very frustrated last night, right? After the loss, I saw some excuses on Twitter, some complaining. They were frustrated. But, you come in today, you beat Rise pretty handily. Hopefully that kind of shakes that off. They get back into a rhythm. You expect them to handle in respawns here against Red Reserve, but at the same time, I thought that United was going to do the same thing to Red Reserve. They come out and they look fantastic really in the respawn modes.
If Red Reserve clutches up that Game 4 against United in that hardpoint, I think you, so far to this point, said that they're the best hardpoint team this weekend.
Just crazy.
That part of it's crazy. End, but yeah, they look consistently best, everyone firing. The big difference for me is Joe is playing how Joe really should right now on day 2. They mentioned how he was someone who needed to turn up today. He's done just that. Shawnee with the ERAT has been my surprise of the weekend, I think you could put it, up to this point. And then Urban and Rated are just playing like Urban and Rated should. And right now, Red Reserve, they look like the top 18 we saw at Anaheim.
They really, really do. But when are we going to see Splice maybe in that kind of championship form? Because I know we've seen glimmers of it this weekend, but certainly not consistently right now, trailing to Red Reserve in this first hard point.
Red Reserve up by 18 seconds. They do wind up pushing on through for the break. Zero doing what he can to stay alive. As Jerd finally now getting involved in the slang. He started off this game 3-9. Now 5-10 after that 2-piece. Splice will hold this time. As we go into the half, it should be about a 5-second game as these teams remain as dead even as possible, which has just been what the series was earlier for Red Reserve when they faced United.
It's true. Well, one guy called out earlier today was Zero. He's currently on a 6 streak right now. Can we see how close he is to picking up streaks as he's 12-9? He's already got 25 off the Scorchers. He's an MVP caliber player, and Splice needs that Zero right now. So far, so good, at least here in game 1, but he's tagged up and taken out before he can add on to those streaks. And we've got all but a tie game.
Tied up. I'd love to see it, man. This group has not disappointed at all. And it's only getting us even more excited for next weekend as well, when you bring in 4 more teams that you could say anyone could come out on top as long as they play to their abilities. Splice, they've just looked a little bit more flat across, in my opinion, all 3 game modes, Maven. They lose an uplink yesterday where they get smoked by United when they just get outslayed on Precinct. Their hard point has looked up and down, and obviously S&D has really been nothing to shake a stick at for these guys this weekend.
Well, that's what's been kind of impressive for the opposite side of this, too, with Red Reserve. Like, yeah, they've lost a series, and yes, they've gone to mini game 5s, but I feel like they've been very competitive in just about every game. I think you saw it in the United series. Every hard point basically within 20 points, a very tight uplink. Going to round 11, round 10 in Search and Destroy, whereas you've seen Splice just be brutalized in some maps. Yeah. Specifically, we're talking about struggles in what? Throwback Search and Destroy, Breakout Hard Point. There's a couple different ones where they've looked very, very vulnerable.
Well, Jerd right now still the main E-Rat inside the hard point for his team. He's second in overall objective time at 40 seconds. Mad Cat doing what he can to try to relieve some of this pressure in the hill. Unfortunately, you see the outcome of that there as Joe continues to stay hot, now 16 and 11. He's got an NV4 too. Thankfully for him, 0 was 1 bullet. So that's a quick cleanup there. As Red are now up to about a 20-second lead as they look to continue to grow this advantage as this second series of rotations goes on.
And you nailed it earlier. You said, whenever it seems like Joe's seeming to play to his capability and having strong maps, Red Reserve are right in there or they're winning. The maps where he goes double negative and really, really struggles, they're typically losing unless somebody else has a heroic performance. But let's swap over to Urban, who does have FTL and a Scarab available.
I like this play. He gets he gets terrible timing though on the Mad Cat. You saw what his goal was there. He wanted a pinch on towards Bus. It would flip the spawns for his team. Shawnee trying to even things back out there as he gets the 2-piece. It's going to be a contest between both of these AR players as Mad Cat sits on the other side of the hard point. Typical bouncing back and forth between the two teams as they look to fight for control.
And a big part of why, they were able to push a long series to a team that maybe was favored against them in United, because they win that game 1 hard point, right? You're guaranteeing yourselves a lengthy series if you're able to do that. And right now, they look to be setting up a similar position for themselves. They haven't really had a chance to blow it open yet. Obviously, it's been back and forth, but a win here just knows you at least put yourself in a position to get to a game 4, game 5, put the pressure on yourself.
That was an awkward slide there for Mad Cat. He's going to want to forget that one. FTL jump now used by Urban. That's not going to work out for him. He wants to get that kill on rotation. Unfortunately for him, Bance gets the better of him there. 147 to 118, still a 30-second difference as Zero fights for the back control.
This is a spot that Zero has gone off the first time through. And also just historically, how many times do you think Zero in this spot?
Any AR player.
Yep, well, specifically Zero, I feel like I've seen him just go on like 6 to 10 kill runs so many times, whether it's uplink on this map or hardpoint. When he gets set up there, he just seems so comfortable dominating.
Listen, you set up Formal there, you set up Octane, you set up Zero in that position. It's such a perfect lane because there is no cover for the opposing players who are hopping through blue. You can just sit back there with all the confidence in the world to challenge any gunfight. Because of Zero's position here on this 4th streak, Splice have now tied back up the game.
Half of Zero's kills have come from this spot in this hard point. I mean, that's really where he's taken over. Jerd now trying to make plays, but will fall. The pressure starting to mount towards Zero. He's got a little bit of help. That just fell. It's going to be him by himself and can't handle 2 players soaring at him. That's Urban, Rated, Joe actually involved 2 in the action to break into Statue.
Look what it takes to kill Zero. It literally requires everyone else on Red Reserve to kill the rest of Splice until a point where they can finally get close enough to challenge Zero in the back of the map. As long as he's got a couple lead blockers alive, he's got nothing to worry about.
Zero has stepped it up, but who's probably been the most impressive and consistent for Splice so far has been Mad Cat. You saw the great series he had against Rise Nation. Now he's sitting at 27 and 21 in this, but for Red Reserve, what can Rated and company do? He's got camo. He's working towards a Scarab. Rated certainly been impressing this weekend.
He has. I think it's been a little bit more of a quiet weekend, though, as the rest of his teammates have been the ones who've really impressed me with the numbers they've been dropping map by map. 160 to 155 now. Shawnee basically suicides to try to push the player out of the hard point for just a brief second.
We talk a little bit about tiebreakers. If it's not a 3-way tie, if it's just coming between 2 teams in a head-to-head, this is important, right? Because Splice wins it in the game 5. So if Splice win this series, obviously they own the head-to-head over Red Reserve. But if Red can, if they can beat them 3-0, 3-1, get a bigger advantage, they would take over control of that head-to-head. That's important in a group that looks to be very tight right now outside of Rise.
Every single week we get to those tiebreaker rules down to the wire where every map counts. These players and teams know that. There's been, 7 weeks of regular stage Pro League action between Stage 1 and Stage 2 at this point. We've seen ridiculous scenarios, and this is setting up to be one of the crazier ones up to this point. Bance actually pops the camo as Splice want to invest a lot into this. They want these final 30 seconds.
can they get them on the back of the camo is the question. As Mad Cat clears out one at side barn, it opens things up for Bance to come in. That was funny to see. Joe knew the camo was coming. He's just running. There's not much I can do in this spot.
At that point, you're just hoping you can shoot one of his teammates. You know,
right.
like just kill someone else. Take one to the grave with you. Still the pressure from Red comes in. 3 players get weakened. No kills to show for it. Actually, Rated team kills Urban. The worst part of that play from Red Reserve. Outside of that, though, they'll at least split that time. The camo from Splice, I guess it works. You know, you wind up breaking in. You don't give up those 35 seconds to Red. You keep this game within striking distance. They're about to tie it back up again as we can see another lead change, Maven.
Reactive armor available for Zero. You have reactive and camo available on the other side for Red Reserve. Close game. Payloads will prove crucial. But right now, it's the NV4 Zero that's getting it done. Nice shots, and the players trying to use those back hair barrels.
Hair barrels.
Hair barrels.
No, it's not that type of game. As now, Splice do have the spawns for the next hard point. Payloads will be key here. Rated, I'm sure, is going to save those for baseball when he can push towards that power position we talked about with Zero earlier on. If we can swap to Zero for a brief moment, I think he's about to be challenged. So here's what I want you to take note of. Zero has reactive armor, which some can consider to be one of the hard counters to active camo in situations like this. What I mean by that is because Zero can pop that reactive after the camo starts shooting at him, and there you just saw the reactive armor used by Shawnee to no avail. He can now use it as a reaction time. The second that he sees the camo get popped, he can use that to defend himself.
Well, now you're just all tied up basically in game and also in payloads. Camo for Rated. Now going to be popped. Zero does have that reactive armor. Does the camo play come up huge? He's been tagged up. He's not getting anything from this so far. His teammates trying to help him, but it's a 2-piece from Mad Cat to close the door. He's set up in the back. Zero in his spot. He's been there every single time. You see him finally drop from the opposite POV.
See, Zero, though, doesn't panic. He does not panic in that scenario and use the reactive. He knows he's getting the close spawns with his teammate at bowling, and he knows they have the number advantage. The sign of a great play right there. Still has the payload to use if they get in a dire situation. Love to see. Look, he still has it. He still has it to this point.
Holding on to it for now. No. Doesn't finish the kill, but they do have a 20-second advantage. Red Reserve trying to battle back, and maybe play clock comes into play. Only 27 seconds remaining there as well. We've seen every time I can think about it going to clock, it's been on throwback.
Oh, yeah, the only map that this really happens. Nice shots there from Shawnee. He's now 30 and 32, second in his team in total kills this map. Bance, again, the 4 streak. So many of his kills, and the objective, he's just eclipsed the 2-minute mark. That should do it. 250 to 211. Splice strike first.
And that's a big win considering you trailed throughout most of the early minutes in that game. Red Reserve enjoyed a 20-point advantage for a lot of it, but you fight back. You get, honestly, everybody goes off at one point. You get a big streak from Zero on the first 2 statues. Bance starts to go off towards the end. Mad Cat was consistent throughout, and Jurid was flying at people per usual. They get that map 1 win, and that's big. You give that up to Red Reserve, and again, you're just kind of guaranteeing you're going to in a long series where Red Reserve feels good about their ability to take wins that way.
Wondering if we'll wind up seeing a score breakdown from that map, but I'd love to see the differential on baseball hardpoint. It's one where if there's a money hill considered, it's that and Barn.
Certainly, yeah.
Barn, I think, was more 50-50, but baseball for sure. I think Splice heavily took that one in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, every time we were watching, it was from Zero's POV. Yeah. He was completely locking it down outside of really the last time through, and that's when Bance stepped it up. So first victory goes to Splice. Up next, though, will be Search and Destroy. That is where Red Reserve has certainly been making some noise so far this weekend.
Yeah, Red Reserve, they've impressed me at times with their ability to know how to react to certain situations. There were some awkward ones earlier on Crusher when they faced off against E-United, and they seem to always be in control of the situation. Joe did a good job of playing some off angles as well as Urban. You remember Urban laying outside that A-bomb door, Joe playing towards that back dozer, just making sure they could always wind up catching their opponents off guard. But yeah, that's why I wanted to see it. Barn actually wasn't as close as I thought it was, but either way, baseball, the 80-second difference there is the reason why Splice was able to take that map 1.
You see Bance, we talked about the slang, but also the time of the hard point. 123 seconds for him. On the other end, yes, Joe had a nice game. Maybe not so much in the objective, but you see that 1.10 KD dropping the 33 kills. I think they kind of need that in order to hang with a team like Splice when it comes to the respawns.
Yep. Here's your best of 5 map breakdown. Throwback hardpoint does go to Splice by a 39-second differential. Breakout S&D up next, and this one for me, I don't even know where I'm going to begin to call this. Precinct Uplink will be third, which I believe we saw Splice really get smoked by E United on yesterday when E United outslay them quite drastically. Scorch Hardpoint again. We've seen the struggle of Splice yesterday against E United on that map. We saw Red Reserve beat E United on that map earlier. So this series for me has, again, all the signs of going the distance.
It really, really does. The guys prepping now for the game 2. Breakout, remember, back in stage 1, that's when it first became, first was in the map rotation, and Red Reserve before, obviously, they had Rated added to the team. That's actually where they found some of their wins against top teams. I know Rated's been kind of vocal on him not being the biggest fan of how the map plays, but you need to suck it up and take control here in order to kind of keep your dreams alive in this series. But, Zero, guy on camera right now, we talked about his struggles yesterday. KD respawn, KD in search and destroy.
Everything, slaying numbers.
It's getting back to the norm today, though.
Well, it's funny. We were talking about how he's kind of in his own head. He's gone back to wearing what he wore in stage 1 when they saw success. The track jacket he has on, the shoes he's wearing. He's swapped reticles from day 1 to day 2, from the Triforce looking thing that he used back, on day 1 to now a completely different reticle on day 2 when he's rocking the K-bar. He's in his own head. We'll see how he can turn things around. I have a feeling, though, that Bance is going to drop some big numbers this map. I don't know why, but I just do.
Yeah, so let's say why.
I don't know. For some reason, I just feel like Bance is about to drop 13 and 7. Splice is going to win by a round count of 6-3. And that's it.
All right, I'm looking at Mad Cat. I think he's been Splice's best player this weekend. I'm looking at him to have a big game, and then on the other side, Rated, who is usually talked about being one of the better S&D players. He hasn't exactly been phenomenal there. He's been getting it done the respawn, but I'm looking for a big game from Rated. We're going to start off with him. He's going to be your bomb carrier. Also, all the pressure in the world on him is your camo.
All the pressure in the entire world. Shawnee, he's got that long-range gunfight in middle map. Joe clearing this B lane, a very spread out offensive play. And this is something you don't see every day. 2 players pushing up towards B, maybe looking for an overextension from Splice on a rotation. Mad Cat will spot him. Here come the yellow arrows and mind games. Look what Rated's about to do on the map. He should push on up here and go for a quick plan today. I love stuff like this from Red Reserve. All mind games.
Force the transition of Splice as they've rotated over to B. Like you said, bomb now getting planted. Now, can Joe maybe get a fortunate timing to grab a kill as they rotate back? Let's look at Splice, how they decide to take this. So they are going to push through. Is Joe going to spot it? There's 2 running right by him.
Oh my God.
No idea, no idea. Oh God, this could be devastation then for some of the Red Reserve players.
Yeah, look, they're not.
He has no idea, because he's calling it out clear. 2 end up pushing through. It's a 3v3 though. 25 seconds on the clock. Joe wrapping through, finds another. It's all on Bance and Jordan. Not a lot of time to work with.
And now Shawnee can go for the outer wall run and still check this bomb outside of cell block. One of the cheeky little spots he can get it. Not sure why he'd be charging forward there. Now it's a 2v1. They just have to watch middle map. They know he's here. He's going to try to pre-fire.
Got it.
Can't get the kill. Look at the fuse. No. Oh, down to the last second. Great challenge there in the end. I believe that was Joe to clutch up the round for his team.
Let's see it.
Wow.
It's going to be one very weak, and that Bance had to be so close.
It was the nade.
Nade tags them both. What a clutch. You saw Shawnee in the round 10 versus United make a similar play, obviously a bit different, but clutching up on a defuse. Sick stuff there.
Very awkward round. Red Reserve barely gets that one secured. So what can Banson and crew do? You said Rated was one to go off. I said Bance was the one to go off. We're now watching Bance on his offensive play as he'll carry the bomb for his team as well.
And so far, at least,
I don't like the setup at all.
Another solid map from Joe. What don't you like about it, Jack?
He's just by himself in middle. Thankfully, he's able to get out with his life. I was worried there was going to be more pressure from Red Reserve in from showers. Thankfully, he's able to back up that player, kind of scare him a little bit. So now he's a little bit more secure middle map, but still, they'll give it up. He's got no opportunities there to push. What is he going to go by himself with an E-Rat up middle map?
Rated, who I was just about to say is playing kind of safe at the back tank, is going to get aggressive. He just spotted him. Will they be able to catch him? He gets into the corner. Not necessarily the best spot to be when you have an MV4. Do they check the corner? They do. He's picked off. If he kept playing at the back tank where his original position was, he's probably in a pretty good spot. I don't know what the play call was there, but he gets caught out.
Ooh. And Zero just rips Shawnee off that back cover where only his head could be seen. 4 versus 2 now. Joe and Urban up against the entire Stage 1 roster. Champion roster of Splice. They're dead shortly after. I believe Zero hit another snipe there.
Remember, Search is what Splice just dominated at Stage 1 playoffs. They were so good from top to bottom. All the guys falling in the top 10 in overall KD. They only lose like 1 search on the weekend.
Yep.
See if they can get back to that form.
Now 1-1. What do Red Reserve do this time on offense? They still try to play mind games. So far, it looks like the exact same setup we saw in the first round of this game.
You know, a lot of these times, it's like you said, they're just baiting the transition across, because you don't really see many aggressive like defensive pushes on this map. Very, very rarely are you going to see anybody try to get forward. They're just trying to mess with them. Does it end up working? Well, not when Bance is going to take off Joe's head. Joe had almost all of his team killed.
Why is that possible? It's Splice adapting already to the plays we've seen from Red Reserve, reading it like a book. Bance is expecting Joe to try to get close towards that medical bay side to bait out some play. Before he can even get in a comfortable position, Bance cuts him down.
Urban spotting 1 mid-map. They're down a man, trying to rally here in the 3 versus 4. Still have to work on getting the bomb planted. Look at the just massive stack you have in the back of the B site. 3 yellow arrows back there, but Urban turns it into a 3 versus 3 before both drop. Suddenly it's rated all by his lonesome. Not a lot of time to work with. No chance in this round.
It's important to note Splice are able to play with all the confidence there and knowledge of where the opponents are, because they've already spotted 2, and then Rated shows his camo player from that opposite site because he's rotated over. Once they see the camo player and Rated, they know, hey, the bomb planter's now here. We can stay 4 stacked on this site. Let's push through that middle spiral. Let's flood from that back garage, and they just swarm them in medical bay.
I think Rated just needs to avoid that spot on offense and defense. That's where we keep seeing them drop, right?
Now 0-3.
Maybe I didn't have a good choice for who was going to go off.
Don't worry, buddy. I got you with the Bance pick.
After I said this is his least favorite search map, I called him to go big.
What is Joe doing? Okay. That's a great challenge from Jerd. I don't know what Joe thought how that was going to work. You can never play from that side of the site.
Not enough help there. With one person playing the bomb, it's basically a 3v1 in that scenario with how they're hitting showers. He sees his feet, able to pick him up. Rated. Now 1 versus 2. I think Jerd just went right on the plant, just catch his feet again.
Oh.
Doesn't see him with the dead bodies there, not able to spot him. 1 versus 2. 40 seconds on the clock for the defuse. Rated found his first kill in this round. Can he turn that into 3 here with a little bit of magic?
Does he have the magic? It is Rated. The man got engaged at Disneyland. You should have all the magic in the world, but unfortunately not here. 3-1 round count lead now for Splice.
Yeah, that just looked like such a tough spot to be in, right?
Hey, while we're waiting between rounds, we need to quickly tell the story of where we wanted to go get tacos that one night at Anaheim.
That ended up into
Rated told us to go there.
A Jack and Clint date night.
We went on a 40. It was 5 minutes away. We walked for like 40 minutes to get there. Then because it was on the Disneyland property, we had to go through security. Then we had to wait. It was the most ridiculous. Rated made it sound so beautiful and nice. Meanwhile, it took us an hour just to get there. It was 5 minutes away.
My tacos and burrito were incredible, though.
They were. 5,000 calories later.
Yeah.
Don't regret it at all.
3-1 lead for Splice. Can Red Reserve start to answer back? They're already down a game in the series. Jerd, if he could see X-ray like we do, there is a whole lot of Red Reserve on the other side. Now they're starting to push through Graveyard. I mean, if he had known, obviously he pushes through, he might be able to get the flank of his life. But now help comes to middle to assist Jerd. Now they realize something's up.
Yep, and look, they have no idea. They're thinking, did they push towards A? Meanwhile, bomb has been planted.
Now 3v4 retake opportunity for Splice. Mad Cat, Jerd, and Zero. A lot of work to do. 2 trying to hit up through Spiral, 1 wrapping around to the back tank. Jerd gets tagged up immediately, tucks away into the pocket. Still able to see another day. Now, as Mad Cat peeks in, he does find a kill. 2 versus 3 now for Splice. Zero tagged up, but able to get across. Only 20 seconds to work with here, Jack.
Yeah, this is looking quite grim. Oh my gosh, almost picked him off that back dozer, but
I don't think it would have mattered, but that was almost a sick kill.
Yeah, I will say, got to commend Red Reserve for the bait and switch in middle map off the start of that round. We saw Bance actually drop 1 player from Red Reserve down to 1 shot. He got into the corner. Bance stayed holding the angle, thinking he would re-challenge. A slide and quick kill came in from a full health player, a full health teammate, which got that first blood for Red Reserve and let them push towards that site with ease.
Yep, they basically enjoyed an advantage from the get-go, but still trailing. In game 2, Jerd very close to FDL. We'll take a look at the minimap for the splits. Looks to be a heavy hit towards showers right now for Splice.
See, the only payload available is that of Urban at 5 and 4. This pinch from Joe coming very early in this round alongside Urban. Zero tries to prepare for it, not going to work out there. It's another first blood for Red Reserve.
A nice aggressive play, one of the first we've seen on defense. They hit mid-map hard. They get another first blood. They turned a first blood last round into a round W. Can they do it here?
Where were they going right there for a second? Vance now rotates back. He gets a quick kill. Urban's there to trade it. Jerd trying to stay alive. Mad Cat now there. It's a quick 1v2. Great cleanup from Joe. As he closes out that round, it'll now be 3-3.
That was just a crazy battle. There were five people there. I was having trouble. Yep. You could see he was having difficulty tracking the actual players. So was I. Everybody stacked up there. It ends up going Red Reserve's way, and they have back-to-back rounds, and now tied it up at 3-3.
3-3. What's got to change for you for one of these teams to take over in this game, you think?
God, I mean, I feel like all of these have been, for the most part, uncontested plants, except a couple times where we saw it at Showers. I'd actually like to see some more aggressive defenses like we just saw at a Red Reserve. Ends up catching Splice off guard. They kind of hit the flank at the perfect timing.
It's a good point to bring up. There's been 6 rounds, already 5 plants in this game. Just shows how easy these site takes have been for a lot of these teams on offense.
I think that's true for a lot of the maps currently, but I mean, that falls on the defense to try and mix it up, right?
Look at how awkward this is. Jerd and Vance have somehow snuck on through.
This is basically giving Red Reserve a taste of their own medicine. It's exactly how things started on the other end. They push up through mid. 2 kills go the way of Splice. Complete advantage unless Joe can swing things back in their favor, but the hip fire and the slide will not fly. Splice,
fire and slide will not fly.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was a lyric or something.
Yeah, I think you had an accent there too for a second. Vance stays hot in this game, now 9 and 4. Splice up 4-3. So they're 2 rounds away from closing this one out. I like that. Give them a taste of their own medicine there. Red Reserve forfeit all of middle map. Joe gets an awful timing as he's trying to watch for that, close loading door. As he turns to go watch his cave flank, 2 players push on through, and that bites him in the butt.
Yeah, it looked like the exact same thing that Zero suffered from in the round previously. Okay, Splice now back to offense. You'll probably see more of a mid-map presence from both sides as they've just experienced that flank. And that's what you're going to get. You got several players stacked up here. Vance has to be careful. I know he's been dominating, but he is your bomb carrier. Don't want to drop that in a difficult spot.
How badly does he just want to camo and make a play right now, but he's got the bomb.
He just spotted one. I don't know that he can slide in and challenge. Yeah, just having bomb makes that so tricky, but he has tagged him up. There's some help here as well. Jerd are right next to him.
Look, they're pushing him out. And now Vance can act off this. He's got his teammate too, Jerd, who's now inside visitors, and with him there, he knows, okay, something's changed. Red Reserve have moved somewhere on the map. This could develop quite quickly as Vance now giving away his position. He's trying to slide out with his life. The rear guard's not enough. Nice job by Red Reserve to get the first couple kills.
Zero wraps back to mid. It's either going to be an easy kill or Rated shooting him in the back. I won't even get to that. I was watching Rated kind of wrap through that back helipad spawn as he was pushing around, but they get dropped before it even matters. Back and forth, they continue to go the first series.
So what did Red have? They had a round 11. They had a round 10. Now here, another round 9. It's, you know what, it's reminding me of Fnatic a couple weeks ago.
That's right.
Where they had like 6-5, 6-5, 6-5, 6-4, 6-5, 6-5, 6-5. Those were the scores in their games.
Oh yeah, they had so many round 11s. There you see it, tied up, 4-4,
Ooh,
9 kills.
You said Raiden was going to go big. He's 1-7.
He lets me down again.
It's all right, buddy. It's okay.
Yep. Joe wants to invest Centurion here, and he'll work on the bomb plant. See Zero's POV from self.
Where are Splice? I think they're going to retake with camo. It's the only logical thing.
Yeah, but the Centurion's there. Do they realize that is the question?
What is that spot? Yeah, what a position from Urban. Love it on top of the crates inside shower door.
Well, camo player gone. Urban going big as they're trying to flood in through loading everyone one by one, just getting cut down. Brilliant round there for Red Reserve, and they're 1 round away from tying up this series at 1 apiece.
So you mentioned, you said, and I agreed with you that the teams on defense had to play a little bit more aggressive towards the site. Splice just had Vance in middle, and the rest were in their spawn, basically. That didn't work out for him there, I can tell you that.
Oh, I mean, how easy was that plant? I mean, they get uncontested control of showers, get the Centurion down, get the plant down, then they have 15 seconds before anyone pushes to get set up. It just looks very easy for Red Reserve there.
All right, well, another round begins. This time it's round 10. Red Reserve with the advantage. Bance, though, has the camo, which could be all the difference they need.
Bance looks over the top, sees one of the back hanger. He's going to preemptively pop this. He is not going to be in the gunfight before this runs out. Bance gets to a position, can't win it. Absolutely burned. Zero last man up in a 1 versus 3. Looks like we're going to have a tie series.
Zero would need an ace in this round to force the round 11. Here comes the cavalry. That is Red Reserve, though. Zero trying to run away. You see that low sensitivity as he's trying to look around. Not going to happen. Red Reserve clutch on up and take map 2 6-4.
Wow, 30 rounds of S&D. Well, sorry, 31 rounds of S&D under their belts now.
They have played 17 out of 17 possible maps in these best-of-5 series.
Unbelievable stuff, and this looks to be another one that could certainly go the distance. You just saw Splice looking very polished and uplink in their previous series.
Yep.
Red Reserve, again, they've been a little all over the place when it comes to the respawns, but heck, if you're going to keep pushing series of distance, you can keep clutching up. The question is, when does that magic run out? Well, we'll see.
Remember, Splice and Red Reserve, you can't stress it enough. The first time they matched up went all the way to a Game 5 where Splice were able to make the plays in Search and Destroy to take the series. Red Reserve want revenge. They have an opportunity now. This is our second round robin of the weekend. We're just getting started here. More action to come after this quick break. It's Red Reserve and Splice, the battle for Europe, tied 1-1.
With that search and destroy victory for Red Reserve, they've tied it up at 1-1 and guaranteed we still do not have a single 3-0 this weekend. And it's crazy to think last weekend, Elevate gave us 6. The entire group gave it, I mean, it was double digits for sure. Every single match on Sunday was a 3-0. Like,
it was close. I'm not sure if it was double digits, but it was pretty darn close.
I mean, it had to have been.
Fact check it. Someone fact check it.
But it's kind of crazy to think about this group, but we don't have one, and I don't know that we're going to have one.
Listen, I'm ready to bring the energy for this map 3. Jordan crew, Splice, trying to bounce back from what was a rough hardpoint loss. They win the S&D. Sorry, did I just make that up? They definitely didn't.
Red Reserve did.
Red Reserve won.
I'll tell you what, Mad Cat and Bance just had a very good uplink in the previous series.
Yeah.
This map in particular, I've seen them really go off in tandem. You know, both dropping 30+, having magnificent performances. So keep your eye on Bance and Mad Cat as this one continues to move along. But Splice already with a lead. Shawnee maybe tying it up. There, it's through.
Wow, the confidence to go for the dunk there. A lot of players would have panicked. I guess he just thought he had the drop on him. One thing I do want to say, watch out for this battle right here. Mad Cat and Rated from this exact lane. The entire map is going to be this gunfight. This will probably happen a minimum of 15 times. That challenge right there.
Who will get the advantage is the question. Nice shots by Mad Cat on 2 players. The head of Shawnee peeled away. And there's a 1-point toss. Is Joe able to kill Bance right before he flushes another dunk on through?
Joe has, I think, any other weapon but an E-Rad right there. That is a dunk. But because he has the E-Rad, that super fast kill speed and high rate of fire, clutches on up for him there for the kill to come in. 3-2 now the lead for Splice. Already 5 points on the board. And we're just 90 seconds in.
Yeah, how different is this than the uplink we cast in our first series of the day? Very close, very low scoring. This does not seem to be a mirror of that so far.
Yeah, if you missed that one, again, I gotta recommend you go watch it. It was between E United and Red Reserve. There was 6 total points scored. It was Red Reserve winning 4-2, but there was 6 points stopped defensively. 4 of them being interceptions, 1 of them being a body block on a dunk from Arcides to save a 2-point play. It was so insane to watch how defense basically won Red Reserve that game.
Well, we've already got 6 points and a 4-2 lead in this one. Only halfway through the first half of gameplay. Right now, Splice members fanning out, trying to find kills. There's a body stack there, and that's easy pickings for Mad Cat. Now Drone will be picked up by Bance as Splice start to move forward. Final player eliminated inside a ticket, and this is absolutely points. They're now pinned in the back. There is the dunk, 6-2. And this is a map where we've seen Splice blow out many teams, some top North American teams. They are very good at precinct, and you're seeing why as they're on pace to drop, what, 24?
Look at the, how is Jerd alive? Jerd is a wizard right now. Jerd is a wizard right now. Jerd is a wizard right now. Staying alive through all of that. Now 9-5. Red Reserve haven't been able to move out on the map because they're worried about the Irishman in their base.
Somehow.
How is he alive? Oh my God, if he did that.
He would have done
that
Shawnee.
That was a top play right there.
Real dirty. But yeah, incredible plays by Jerd just to be a thorn on the side of Red Reserve for what, 60 solid seconds inside a ticket? But now Bance with Drone again. They're looking to mount the pressure. There's still someone at Tarps to deal with. 1 player inside a lobby as he slides in, trying to find the weak player. Finally, a melee to the kneecaps will get it done. Action back and forth here in lobby.
Shawnee and crew, this has been their best chance for a score since he had that cheeky little dunk earlier on. He's got a lead blocker. Multiple players up now for splicing. That's a missed one. No one now there. That is something to keep in mind as the game goes on, is that Red Reserve should have brought it back to a 3-point game. Instead, it's Splice now, and this is what I love about Splice. Look at the confidence here. They just grab the drone. They don't have anyone in the lobby, so why reset it to lobby? Move it yourselves, clear the map across the way. Zero will try to go for a 1. It doesn't work out, but I have to say I like that play right there.
You just try to counterattack very quickly and put points on the board. Comes up a little bit short, but I agree with you. I like the play. Under a minute to go in here. Drone reset back to mid. Urban trying to hold mid tarps. Can't win the gunfight against Zero. Does that open things up for maybe another opportunity here for Splice to put points on the board?
Joe does now have lobby control for Red Reserve. Splice, they'll have to fight through him if they want to try to go for a point, as you just mentioned. Looks like Mad Cat does cut down Urban. Joe now dead, but rated again with this NV4. I mentioned this is a spot he's going to be in the entire map, and he showed up there yet again.
He was actually the one that wrapped back to the other window inside a ticket and killed the drone carrier. Rated just got 4 kills there. Whether it was patrolling mid by statue or coming back to this mid street in the other strike position for Splice. Rated cut it all down and showing why he was one of our better uplink players from stage 1. Final seconds will tick away. It'll be a 6-2 lead for Splice. And honestly, all those points kind of came in the first 3 minutes.
Yep.
It really, the action kind of slowed down there over the final couple.
And a lot of it just came down to teams not being able to, get a full 3 or 4 dead and move up with the drone. Here's your final kill from Jerd as he shut down Rated, but either way, we have ourselves a tight game going into side 2. Wondering if it's explosive of scores as we saw in the first half, 90 seconds, 5 points on the board combined between the two teams. Right now, it's a 6-2 Splice lead as they're up by 2 possessions.
And part of that, too, you talked about that matchup between Mad Cat and also Rated from those key positions. You see Mad Cat playing where we just saw Rated go off. Mad Cat enjoyed kind of early advantage on that. Rated started to come alive more in the latter half.
There were 8 3-0s last weekend.
What was it, 8?
8 3-0s.
Oh, man, I was hoping it was 10 or more.
6 alone.
That's still so many, like 8 3-0s.
Oh,
and we may not have any this weekend.
Hey, you know what? I like having 0 3-0s. I can tell you that much. As Bance will now reset this drone towards middle. You can see Bance 8-12 right now, but 5 of his team's 6 points. He's just making sure that no matter what happens, whether it might not be in the kill department, he's getting the points when his team needs him to. Cut down just before he could throw that drone. So Red Reserve will go ahead and grab it and move right towards Statue as they look to have one of their first offensive plays since the first minute of this map.
Yeah, I mean, if you've done anything well for Red Reserve trailing by 4, it's that
You're only trailing by 4.
You've slowed Splice down and you've kept it within striking distance, right? Like at one point, I think I mentioned Splice was on pace for 24 points. They haven't scored since I said that. So it has been much, much better from Red Reserve. They've certainly adapted.
Did you jinx them?
Maybe. I could be part of it too.
I think you did. Oh. Joe only tags 1. I like the lobby control we're seeing from Red Reserve. FTL jump. Okay, there's the kill. Finally, that was a little bit sloppy from both players, but it winds up working out. The final trade comes in for Mad Cat, and Splice will claim back lobby control for themselves. So what do? They move it towards Statue, throw the drone down, and try to slay on out.
Rated very good in the latter half of the first part of this one. Starts off very strong now in the second half. He's 20-12, very close to camo. Hitting up the mid street, he's got Joe leading the way. Joe puts some shots and can't finish the kill. That's not going to go through. There's 2 players stacked to close it out. Good defense from Splice.
Sloppy in my opinion right there. That should have been points for Red Reserve. They tried to force the 1 through. They had time to work with. He could have gone for the high throw. He could have gone up in towards top station and then rotated it through this doorway on the side.
I think once he saw Joe drop in front of him, he was just like, God, I got to try and get this out of my hands.
And look at Mad Cat right now. Typically, you don't see teams do this unless, there's about a minute left in this game where they're trying to stall out time. He brings it all the way back through Gas Alley. I mean, this is still on his side of the base. Everyone's here from Red Reserve.
Well, this should feed them points. They're going to come off spawn.
This should be a dunk off this.
With Red Reserve flying out of the spawn comes in back alley for most of the players. Rated with drone, rated with the dunk. 6-4, and I don't know if they were trying to burn clock there, trying to maybe spread out Red Reserve. I don't know what the hell the plan was.
Merc just turned the oven on, baby. He's ready to cook.
It didn't work.
He's ready to roast this team right now. Because what did I just watch?
You just handed Red Reserve their opportunity to get right back in this game.
they had no offense for 5 minutes, so you know what? Splice, like, here, we'll help you out. Take the drone right in front of our base.
Oh, does the errant play cost him? Vance trying to throw a 1-pointer over the top, just a little bit deep. That rebounds back in, so you can't push it out to a 2-possession game, and the clear comes through. Notice Red Reserve does not grab the drone and run around apartments.
Yes, they do not. They clear it from their base as fast as they possibly can. 6-4, still the score for Splice. 90 seconds left. The big thing to take note of. Urban with his payload ready. Joe with his payload ready. Rated 1 kill off active camo. These could all be the tools necessary for Red Reserve to finally come back in this game.
Oh yeah, this is 100% winnable because you don't have a great game out of Vance right now. He may not get towards his payload. He probably won't. Zero's not going to get there either. Now it's the overdrive, speeding on through. It's a tie game, baby. 60 seconds left, and Joe still melting as they're trying to come off a spawn. Rated was inside a lobby. He's going to get set up here.
Oh, I thought Rated was just going to touch the drone for a second.
Get camo?
Yeah. Picking up the drone would have given him 25 points to give him that camo.
I mean, he should still get it. Just needs an assist. Just needs anything. But now his teammates all dropping around him. He has to get a kill here. There you go. You get the kill. Even if he dies, he has time to come off spawn. They need to set up. He has to rely on his teammates to make some plays in lobby, and that's going to be on Shawnee. Shawnee's here. Jerd pushes in. Shawnee is evaporated.
Jerd's shot right now this game looking quite fresh at 26 and 21. 26 seconds remaining. Still splicing control of the lobby. Mad Cat just trying to stay alive. Building the range he can. Camo now ready for Bans. Pop it right now. Here it goes to win the game. Force team. There it is. Splice now up 8-6. Has Rated even used his camo?
I didn't even think Bans was going to get his camo because he still had a ways to go. He ends up going clutch on the stretch.
Look, the overdrive back to
5
his
seconds.
spawn.
Mad Cat's got it. Now you can dance in the spawn with the drone.
There you go.
Splice clutch up, 8-6 victory. I thought he was only like 80%. I didn't even think he was going to get the camo. He finds a couple of kills, picks it up, and that ends up being the clutch play they needed.
My goodness, that is a rough loss right there. If you're Red Reserve, you're mounting the comeback inside 2. You score 4 unanswered points. You earn 3 major payloads at the end. One of them overdrive, obviously, which you use for dunk. One of them active camo. Camo is never used on the side of Red Reserve, something you rarely see. No opportunity there in the
Exactly. To be fair, that's not really a knock to Rated, just he didn't have a chance. Once he died, like I said, he had to rely on his teammates to make plays around lobby. For him to even get in a position to get the drone and pop the camo, that never happened. He never got the opportunity to use it, so I'm sure very frustrating for Rated and Red Reserve as they lose a very, very close one.
Especially when you only lose by 2, which a camo typically means a dunk.
And a couple of interceptions on either side, but again, I continue to be impressed by when I feel like Red Reserve might be blown out in a respawn, like when it was 6-2 early, Splice is rolling, they keep hanging in these games. And when they give themselves a chance, they prove that they can come up when they need to. They can come up clutch. The question is, can they continue to push this series along?
Another good sign as well is that they've punished the mistakes of Splice that we saw a couple times on that map. You think of the back gas play with Mad Cat having that drone.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the deal was there, because I know, again, if there are 15 seconds left of the game and you're trying to burn clock and end it, that makes sense to me there.
I guess a couple things. One, Mad Cat began to run that way because he had no one alive inside station. So there was a flank already coming in from top station towards his portal. I don't think he was, for one, expecting the player to be that close. 2, there was another player who had already gotten in position at Cherry Blossom. So they basically had like a crossfire down on the gas and just wiped everyone on Splice off the map.
It's just, you never want to be fighting out of gas.
We talked about Rated and how he needed to turn things back around in uplink today from a little bit of a struggling performance yesterday with just a .97 KD. Now look at the numbers, 1.29. He plays so comfortably on that map, but it's just not enough as they fall short.
And for Bance, you know, I said him and Mad Cat typically really, really go off there. Did he get it done in the slang? No, he did not. But 7 of the 8 points, he makes the plays when they matter, and it's interesting, you know, just seeing him with the objective in his hand. You know, just thinking back to last year, it was always I know different teams, but like you just think Jerd was like one of the best at the 1-point tosses. I know obviously Uplink played different in Black Ops 3 than this game, but it's just it's like I have engraved in my head that I expect the drone always to be in Jerd's hand, but it's Bance making the plays.
Scorch Hardpoint is map 4. Everyone was talking about the 250-50 destruction that E-United threw down onto Splice yesterday to close out day 1 of Group Yellow. Can Splice now bounce back on the same map here against Red Reserve? Or will we see another game 5?
And this is a map where, you know, we've talked about Joe being up and down. Joe has been abysmal on Scorch. And he's tweeted about it. He's like, I think he just said, like, I do not like Scorch, or something to that effect, probably with a different language. But he's been really, really struggling here. He cannot get it going.
Well, he speaks English.
Oh, does he? I do not.
No, you don't. As now, Shawnee, Erad out, challenge dead as Mad Cat's ready for it. Kill advantage over to Splice now as they get first control of the hard point.
Vance doing work down with the MV4. He's 3-0 already, only a kill off the Scarab. They have spawns for their side. The number 1 you see pushing across the bridge is going to be Urban, who's trying to get in from behind. They sniff it out, and they're now looking for the flanker. That couldn't have been more perfect. That's just kind of an internal clock you have for people coming off spawn.
Yep, Mad Cat picks that one on up. Thankfully, will force Red Reserve to just challenge straight-up gunfights in middle map, which I'm sure Splice is more than happy with. If you're a Red Reserve fan, though, your team's coming out on top so far. 3 now dead, 0 cut down. Everyone from Splice wiped off the map.
They try. I was wondering if maybe Joe was going to try and fly forward as quickly as he can. Maybe get some of those players from Splice to actually spawn out. Not able to get there in time, so Splice does get the favorable spawn. They're all set up on Turbine. They've got control. Now on Joe and company to break. New hard point up. Here we go.
New hard point. Joe, oh wow, what an angle being held right there by 0. You don't see that too often, laying down in the back. 4 dead, Red Reserve stopped the first push.
It's so tough early in the game when you don't have any payloads to assist with the break there. You don't have maybe like a Scarab or anything to assist trying to fly through. It's just all gun skill on 4 very talented players, all holding behind cover. First push comes up not for Red Reserve.
Cheeky. I love these positions.
Yeah, you might not even have the crack at this. You have to fight through Jerd, who's so far pushed out. Look at the number 8 on the minimap. Zero's already all the way in the back of Hangar with 20 seconds remaining. This is disastrous for Red Reserve right now.
It definitely is. I think Zero's been spotted, so that's a silver lining there. So they will recover on the opposite side of the map and actually get the 10 seconds of scrap time. So this won't, out of all the scenarios, that's probably the best thing that could have happened.
I did not see it playing out at all like that. Once I saw Zero already pushing through, Jerd had control mid-map, but Red Reserve win every gunfight by Turbine. They win all the gunfights then pushing towards rocks. And you're set up for a moment. As soon as I say that, Splice then wins all the victories. over at Hangar, they've regained control.
Nobody in back rocks, though, for Splice, and because of that spawn they just got up at Warehouse, they've now got to be worried about that area of the map, especially now that Jerd has been cut down by Rated. They know the goal of Red Reserve is to get the spawns, so what do? They focus this side, but now look at the pinch. Look at Joe pinching on towards the hard point. He's the thorn in the side yet again, like we've always seen this weekend.
We always talk about breaking Hangar, how it has to be a 2 or 3 pronged attack, right? You can't just all flood over the wall, run flood through a bridge, even all flood through rocks. You need to hit from multiple angles. That was textbook stuff. Really good execution from Red Reserve.
So Splice, where we've seen this team succeed in hardpoint in the past, is, you know, they rotate, they get the kills in rotation, they handle things out in slaying, and then they just wind up getting, 40 of the 60 seconds on each hill. They rotate early, they wind up getting the first 40, they give up the scrap time, they prepare for the new one, and they just keep expanding on that lead. So far, they're up by 20. They get the kills in rotation. They're looking to do the same thing here at Drill.
Well, we just got right back to Rated because he's on a 7 streak. He's fully streaked out, building towards camo. Early in this one, Rated still alive, getting the points for the hard point as well. Just trying to figure out where the push is coming from. Nice shots as his teammate drops. He's able to clean it up. Just trying to hop cover to cover. Good positioning from Rated. Even better shots from Rated allowed him to really explode there.
And after all that, Splices get back into the hard point. Rated was the only one winning those gunfights right now.
But that's why the streak ends up being important, because you can actually come now try to pick up some kills. How is it not connected on Nidney?
Because they're all hiding. They're all hiding inside control. Now they're just going to flood this. Scarab out. Streaks, 2 streaks have been used. Thankfully, what should help the side of Red Reserve is that team kill. But no, they use, what do they use? Trinity Rocket and Scarab to get 5 seconds of time on this hill.
Yeah, that was awkward. I thought he was at least going to pick up the 1 player inside of the hard point. Like you said, everybody else stacked up in drill control. Doesn't work out well for Red Reserve, but they're still, like every other game, they're still in this, right? Still fully able to fight back. We're now into our second side of rotations. 3 kills in the kill feed going the way of Red Reserve. Joe, who has struggled here, solid effort thus far, 13-8. He's got 4 kills in a row. Let's get over to Joe. Let's show him some love. He hasn't been great on this particular map. Right now, though, he's showing up big time.
Bance and Jerd have just flopped from map 3 to map 4. It was Bance who had, what, that 0.6 KD last map? Jerd, who was like positive 8 or 9 at some points. Now it's a completely different story. Splice still up by 20 seconds. Red Reserve are in control of the new spawns and the next hardpoint when it moves there. Urban trying to go for some nice challenges in the middle. Unfortunately, doesn't work out for him there.
It is funny sometimes watching Urban how much he reminds me of Nagafin. Whether it is, being...
Think of this map, but he would do that high wall run?
Being really good at the wall runs and, finding kills that way. We talk about the pistols between the 2 players, how they're 2 of the best in the world. It's kind of similar play style sometimes from these 2.
They're long-lost brothers. It's the only explanation. Here comes the Red Reserve Cavalry. 4 surging out. First blood to Joe. Second challenge now from Joe as well. Make it all 3. He'll be the one-man wrecking crew that wipes the snakes of Splice off the map.
Joe, man. I call him out before this one, but this has been great. And this is, I know there's been some bad maps, but he's been rough throughout the year. If they get this Joe on a consistent basis where he's performing in respawns, gets back to maybe Black Ops 3 type Joe, this team just becomes scarier and scarier, man. But Rated, still here. Him and Joe have combined forces yet again on this squad.
Lead change.
Yup, they get all the time there in Turbine. What an amazing hold. Now the pressure is going to be on Splice to get the beginning time here on Hangar.
And somehow Mad Cat has let Urban stay alive inside this hill. Urban gets 2. How is this happen? Urban just killed all 3 players. Thankfully, Zero gets back there in time.
but Shawnee, I didn't see when the spawn came in exactly, but they get a little bit of a split. He actually spawns one in the back pocket, so Zero will have some pressure to deal with here. Red Reserve continuing to flood in, can't find him, can't locate him, but Jerd there to help him out. Another lead change. Splice now back in front, 40 seconds remaining in Hangar, and now maybe for a moment they get a little breathing room.
You'd think that, but still, Joe and Rated now knocking at the front door. Joe going to challenge on in. The two players who are +7 and +8 respectively. Will put some pressure on. Still, Joe gets 2 before he dies.
And it's like you have a 4v2 right there. 2 players from Red Reserve coming off a spawn. That's why I thought finally Splice will be able to get set up. Red Reserve said, screw it. The 2 guys end up going big, finding kills. They've at least done a good job contesting here, making sure Splice doesn't get a ton of points. Splice obviously building the lead a bit, but it could have been uglier than it was.
165 to 149. When we went to the first drill on the map, the first set of rotations, it was a 20-second difference. Again, that will be the same story. We've seen moments of brilliance from Red, but they just can't hold on to the lead once they get it back.
Zero now.
You can't lose those.
Losing on one-on-one to Shawnee, had him down to 1 bullet. Who's going to get the majority of time in drill? Your kills leader right now, Joe, at 24 and 17 with some shaky shots as he can't do it. On with Rated. He's got Camo to work with. Still has the bombardment. Still has a Scarab, which could be a big tool in, breaking into something like a Turbine, which we spoke about earlier. We'll see how he invests that one into the game.
Here comes bombardment, just trying to push players out of the hill, force them into deck. Thankfully for Splice, they have enough numbers in here to challenge any gunfight. Rated with the quick turn and burn on a Jerd. 187 to 167, still 20 seconds the difference.
Yeah, you can't really fault Rated for not coming up with kills here. I mean, this is the hard point if you're going to use streaks you do it on, right? It's the most open. Unfortunately, last time, everyone able to jettison into drill very quickly. This time, everyone gets into observation deck, so his bombardment and Trinity come up with nothing, but it's kind of hard to blame him from using it here. Yeah. This is the hard point you do it on.
Splice are now 49 seconds away from taking this series. Or can Red Reserve force their 4th Game 5 of the weekend? Beat down and shot from Mad Cat. He's now fully streaked out as well.
Mad Cat has been sensational. He gets caught as he calls in the bombardment, but here it comes. Vance waiting for the way to be cleared. Dangerously close, but he will secure the entry points here for the next hard point. Connects with a nade onto 2 players as well. He's got them both tagged up, just needs some help. Tries to turn and burn, but it's Joe yet again coming in from behind. Joe is doing everything he can to keep his team in this game.
Mad Cat. Woo. Mad Cat is going off 25 and 18 from a 6 streak now to another 3 streak. Splice now up by 30. The pinch from Joe as again he just tries to be the thorn in the side.
Yeah, it makes you think of the throwback uplink where he just kept getting behind, just taking different routes in order to get those flanks in. Vance though, look at his positioning compared to all the red arrows on the map. Rated, surprise.
Guys heard Rated start screaming the call out, not expecting that at all. Jerd now with FTL jump, wondering if he uses it here to try to engage. Unfortunately, 2 players behind cover. There's one final push coming in at Zero from the side of Splice. He's trying to contest 215 to 202 the score.
They finally break in. No heroics from Urban this time. They've cracked the 220 mark. You have Camo though for Rated. You gotta invest it here. You can win the game if you're Splice. Here goes Camo. It's out, looking for it. Scorcher's coming through as well. Gets to the back pocket. First shot doesn't finish it due to the back armor. Yeah, I hear Rated just screaming right now, so loud, trying to get his boys hyped up and get the call-outs in. 15 seconds left. Splice is giving this up. They're setting up for Hangar. It's all coming down to this, buddy.
Oh, it's going to be a 2-second game. This has been the story of Red Reserve the entire map. Can they finally make it happen? Vance clutching it up with the 2-piece. Jerd with the FTL jump challenge. Has the help of Mad Cat for the kill. They've just got to watch this top bridge area as they're about to get flooded. I don't think they're ready for this.
Mad Cat is ready for all. 2 kills, tags up another as well. He's gonna have to deal with all the pressure, and he is up to the task. It's Vance that finally takes him out. But if you're Red Reserve, you got one more push of this. That's all you've got. Joe, the only one with anything to work with from a payload capacity.
Stay alive if you're Vance. He's about to get flanked. One snuck in from the back door. They've got a pinch there, but Zero with the 2-piece. The 3rd now from Zero. Reactive armor is all they need. GG. Splice will end their weekend against Red Reserve at a 2-0 series lead.
And that's big due to what we talked about earlier, right? If this comes down to a head-to-head tie between these 2 squads, let's say, E United ends up having the advantage. Maybe they're tied in that 2nd and 3rd spot. You now control that head-to-head tiebreaker. You get victories 3-2, 3-1 over Red Reserve in the EU versus EU matchup. Splice reigns supreme.
Splice, they're recovering. Simple as that. They're trying to patch up their wounds from day one, see exactly what they can do moving forward. They've reset their mindset now moving into tomorrow. They were looking definitely better today. Still, again, a lot they can improve upon.
Well, I think it's just the big thing. You know, they've looked vulnerable at times. You know, LG dropped one series, I know, in their week. If you're talking about who we consider to be the 2 top teams in the world right now. They dropped one to Fnatic, but they already had everything secured. Splice still looking to get back to that stage 1 playoff run where they were so devastating. Deep run at Anaheim as well, but you know what? It was enough to get the victory there over Red Reserve, still controlling their own destinies. But Ben, guys, what were your thoughts?
Thank you very much, Maven. Thank you, Jack. For the first time this weekend, Red Reserve don't go to a Game 5. So that's a first, I guess. But in terms of the series, Splice, of course, looking very, very good. It seems as if maybe they're starting to get a little bit back into the swing of things. Maybe not exactly the same as the Stage 1 champions. There's definitely still room for improvement, it seems. But we'll break down that series now, starting, of course, with the throwback hardpoint. And, I mean, one of the big parts of this, Mark, something that you kind of noted, baseball for Splice. It was just dominated. I believe it was 105 points to just 20 of Red Reserve. You can't let that happen.
Yeah, and just the amount of resources that Splice would put towards it, it's just so ridiculous, especially Zero. He was always in the back. You heard the guys who were casting it just talk about it. They focused this hill so much. And it kind of reminded me of Scorch, right? We always focus about Turbine. Similar here, we used to talk about Barn all the time. Now it's about baseball. They do such a great job to make sure they rotate from that bridge hill or that bike path over to baseball, and I feel like it was the difference maker. And we even saw, I forget who it was, I believe Rated popped camo for Bans. Or was it Bans? Yeah. Surprising there because he knows how important baseball is, but you know, just a great job by Splice to lock up this game #1.
Definitely a questionable camo that came through. I know we kind of had a little bit of a mini discussion whilst the game was going on. It is worth saying, though, that was a big steal for Splice because Red Reserve were so confident in that map, Momo. I mean, I feel like I expected them to win it as well.
Yeah, when they lost that hard point, I just first thought, well, they're not going to win the Scorch. You know, if they can't win their best game type, which they've been dominating on throughout Europe, obviously, in the last couple of weeks, then what are they going to do on Scorch? Ironically, they do just as good on Scorch as well, but I will say, from the get-go of this series, for me, Joe kind of stepped up, and this is what I wanted. This is, you know, the Joe that I've been wanting for quite a while now, and he seems to be finding his feet. Whether that's because he's against a European team, I'm not sure, but he seems to be, I don't want to say finding his role in this team because he's had that same role. He knows what to do, but I think he's just a bit more confident. Something's working for him, whatever it is.
Comfort level. May well be, you know, Europe versus Europe. Obviously, you might feel just a little more comfortable. You've scrimmed against that team a lot. You played against that team a lot as well. Maybe you just have a little bit more knowledge on how that team is going to play. But moving forward, we'll talk about the Search and Destroy. It was Breakout. This one went in Red Reserve's favor, 6-4. And to be honest, Bans again with another questionable camo. We kind of had that discussion.
Oh, 100%. Him camoing on one of those last rounds there. It's just, you never want a blind camo. We've roasted people many, many times throughout Infinite Warfare, even going back to last year, without any sort of extra information, using such a vital payload ability in a situation like that. Yes, his teammates got caught out from the Spiral side no matter what, so it probably wouldn't have mattered at the end of the day, but regardless, if you use that in a post-plant scenario, it's just like a bunch of random mistakes that we're not used to seeing in Search and Destroy specifically from Splice, that it's just weird. I don't know if it's communication, I don't know who's calling the shots in situations like that, but it's really getting to that point where do you switch camo players? I don't want to take that away from Bance. His kill category in Search and Destroy has been completely fine, and the fact that he's been slaying so much in the game type is very, very good, but the amount of just weird camo plays from him has been not so good.
Yeah, it's not the first time as well. You know, again, you can't kind of knock him because his S&D's been very good. It's kind of like the whole Clayster thing we were saying before. But when it comes to crunch time, sometimes with that camo, bit of a misplay. I remember on Throwback, he kind of blind camo through the middle, or reactive, whatever it was at the time.
Reactive.
I just think, you know, there needs to be a bit more sense going into the payload.
I remember that play. Yeah, you did.
It's difficult to watch as well from kind of a viewership point of view. You guys at home will have seen it. Yes, his teammates go down, but if his teammate gets the kills near Spiral, that camo would have been almost even worse. You know, bit of panic mode maybe set in for them. They didn't obviously want to lose that round. They were 5-4 down already. They'd lost the previous round, but overall, poor camo.
Pretty much. One interesting stat for you guys in terms of that map too was Red Reserve, they got 5 First Bloods. Urban got every single one of them, and every time they got a First Blood, they won the round.
Nah, him and Joe were absolute beasts. I think the other two had like 3 and 3 kills. They had like 12 and 13, so a great job from that sort of duo that we've talked about. You know, Joe obviously stepped up huge this series. Urban been one of those guys who we said he can go off at any time, so a great game from them.
Moving forward, of course, we'll talk a little bit now about map number 3, the uplink on Precinct. This one goes in Splice's favor, but again, it was a close one, 8-6. And to be honest, it just seemed as if gas side Teep was just being utilized just very, very well. It was almost standard uplink that you expect to see on this map.
100% back and forth, both teams utilizing the favorable side of the map so darn well. Another point I want to bring up for Splice and uplink specifically is the fact I think every single time we've seen an uplink from them throughout this weekend, they get a dunk like right away within the first 30 seconds to a minute. They're so good at getting that early score and setting the momentum in their favor. Red Reserve, though, have to commend them in the second half for utilizing this overdrive right here to get this tied up. They were down 2 dunks. Unfortunately, though, they had this. The Splice had this in the back pocket.
Yeah, finally a good camo comes through for Bance in the series. He gets the game-winning 2-point dunk. On the flip side, Rated, of course, didn't actually get to use his camo, something which I'm sure they'll go back and look at and say, you know, if we had been able to use it, there could have been some points, at least at the very minimum, 1-point play. But remember, the thing that you really touched on was Mad Cat's consistency. We haven't really given him a lot of love, but he truly has had a fantastic day 2.
Yeah, day 2, I think as well. Yesterday, he was Mr. Consistent for his team, and we said this all year round. Bant and Zero, superstars of the team. This weekend, they've both had good and bad moments. Mad Cat, for me, has been their lights-out player. Going into tomorrow, you know, he's kind of my player that has impressed me this weekend so far. And as well, I do think kind of the next, you know, tomorrow, these next couple of games, they're so important. That's where the veterancy kind of comes through. Yep. Joe touched on it a couple of times as well. Judd and Mad Cat, they've been bouncing off each other so much this weekend. And I actually think if they weren't playing to that standard, it could have been even worse for them.
Very true. Very true. Of course, then we head over to map number 4. It was Hardpoint on Scorch. Splice take it and take the series 3-1. Final score 250-224. Something interesting to note as well, Merc, was Rated gets himself 4 streaks very, very early on. Were you surprised, really, that Red Reserve weren't able to kind of spiral that?
I mean, not really. I feel like they had a really slow start. Splice did a really good job, you know, winning Turbine, winning that first Bridge Hill. I felt like Red's rotations, they pushed that first Turbine, and that allowed Splice to get hanger control. I felt that was off again. We've seen so many teams sort of not pay attention to hanger, and where that's a lot of teams are sort of punishing them. Even that last hill break, they didn't go all the way around. What we talked about last week, teams trying to force themselves, and that lower tunnel and that top door just doesn't make sense. Get around the back, get those spawns. But again, those streaks, I mean, it's tough with Scorch. There's so many little buildings, so many things to hide around. But I just feel like Red are, they're just so close to beating Splice every single time. I'm sure this series really ticked them off.
Yeah, it's a small step away. And speaking on those streaks that Rated got, the fact that he calls the Trinity on drill, I think it's a perfect time to do it. But when you have buildings on either side, you need to flood one of those chokes first and then call that Trinity. The fact that Splice was able to flood 3 players in that little square building and not be punished for that is a huge mistake in my opinion. The Trinity was, they didn't get anything out of it basically. I think with Clint and Jack were casting, and they said, oh, they just used a Trinity and got, what, 5 seconds out of it?
That's they lost it right after.
Right, so the fact that they aren't able to take the majority of time on Drill Hill when you have so much utility is a mistake. The streak was fine. The rest of the teammates need to follow up and punish them for being put in a bad spot.
For sure. Big win for Splice, of course. When you talk head-to-head now in tiebreaker scenarios, they have 2 wins over Red Reserve, so they would lead in the result of a tiebreaker over Red Reserve. Excited to see how the rest here of week 3 starts to develop, but we should move forward to talk a little bit about score streak. Of course, we had our score streak prediction game going on in that last series. Curious to see how well you guys would have done. You've not been doing very well recently, Memo. I'm going to throw you under the bus here.
Wow.
When it comes to the score streak prediction game, you're probably the worst on the desk.
Well, you know what? We'll see. We'll see with this one. Ask
we'll
me
see.
Questions.
All right, all right. Question number 1 during map number 1 was which team will win game 1? You said it was going to be Red Reserve.
No,
guess what? You would have been 0-1.
Okay. I'm going to go. No, I would have said Red Reserve. I kind of put my full faith into Rated, and yeah, they lost.
That's 2 times. He's like, we haven't lost. Rutala hard point. We haven't lost.
It was actually my mistake. It was throwback that he was kind of so confident on, and the one point I do take, he was like, we've been hammering everyone in Europe about this, but they've not played Splice, obviously. Splice are a top 2, top 3 team in the world.
Yep.
That's a different caliber to the rest of Europe.
Very true,
so very close games though.
Yeah, 63% of you said Splice was going to take it, and you, in fact, were correct. In map number 2, we asked, will any player finish with over 10 kills? 74% of you guys got it right as well, because, yes, they did. 26% said no. Tipa, I feel like you probably would have said yes on that one.
Yeah, especially on a breakout. As long as you're going past round 9, there's usually one player that's really stepping up and getting 10, so I think that's a pretty safe call. Nice job to 74%.
74%, doing pretty well.
Solid. I think I would have got that one right. Just want to throw that one out there.
Nah.
Don't think so.
Probably not.
Yeah, don't think you would have done. Map number 3, we asked, how many points will Shawnee score? Shawnee, a player who's impressed all of us on the desk. 56% of you guys, I believe, got this correct. Less than 3, he scored 2 points. Merc, how would you have gone? Shawnee's had a great day.
I would have said yeah. I would have said A. I just feel like, 3 points is kind of a lot for one player. Obviously, Baines had 7 in that game number 3, so big props to him. But yeah, good job. I think majority of the questions they got right. I'm proud of them. You guys are getting smarter.
We'll see.
Evolving.
We'll see just how smart people are, because we have our leaderboard coming up. Of course,
So much
yesterday
COD.
the highest streak was 5. I believe it has improved just a little bit, only by 2 though. It's going to be at 7. The record, 13. That's definitely tough to beat. Phil, your name's not on there.
Shane's playing.
My current high streak is 2.
2.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit behind these guys, but fair play to
I feel like
Flex and
I feel like I could guess the answers and probably get better than 2.
I mean, most of them are 50-50, Ben, so I'd expect to. But yeah, apart from that, I suck at score streaks.
It's okay. Of course, for any of you that want to play along at home, the Score Streak Prediction Game exclusive to mlg.tv/COD. You can get your up-to-date event statistics, and you have featured player POVs over there as well, which is also very, very exciting. But coming up next on the main stage, Rise take on E United. Of course, this is the second time we've seen these two teams play. The first time, E United took the series 3-1. But boy, oh boy, was that a crazy, crazy series. I mean, the first hard points, you can make or both hard points, you can make the serious argument Rise should have won.
Oh, 100%. Rise looked so darn good in that first series of the weekend, but since then, well, not so much, I guess. I think United has really found their form. They're starting to get that confidence. I think this one's going to be somewhat of a wipe, in my opinion. Aqua tweeting out some things that he's not too happy, that he's kind of practicing for nothing. So a bit of a drama maybe going on within the lineup. It's not looking too good for him.
Absolutely. No, I mean, there was a quick glance at our maps, Merc. How do you see this one kind of panning out?
Throwback, I feel like he's going to be pretty tough for these guys. I just think Pristini and RC's the twins. They're nasty. I think they're going to take over. Breakout S&D, I think that's one they could take. I think their S&D's been pretty solid. Precinct uplink, I don't know about that one. I feel like that's one of E United's standard uplink maps, so not looking too good for Rise.
Not looking too good. Of course, Rise currently set with a pretty poor record, Momo. Is this their first series win?
I don't think so. I think poor record, poor attitude going into this, like Teep said, some questionable things going out. And the worrying thing is you end a Saturday, what could be very much 0-4. The rest of the teams, they're all bagging two wins. It's just not looking good for Rise. Yes, they're putting some very strong performances, and against the United, I think some of the guys on the desk were saying, they could have won the first 4 maps.
Could have been a 4-0.
Yeah, it arguably should have, but I just feel, are they kind of doubting themselves now? Do they have that same confidence that they had in game 1? Probably not.
Well, good point. Still plenty of action, however, here at week 3 of stage 2 of the CWL Global Pro League. Day 2 is coming to a conclusion with just one more match left on the day. Rise versus E United still to come as both teams fight for their spot at the stage 2 playoffs.
Welcome back to the Yellow Group. Here's a look at your next matchup. We got Rise Nation taking on E United, and we're looking at the stats here for our G Fuel Key Player matchup. Matt Facento representing Rise, Clayster from E United. The big one here, Search and Destroy difference, they're all in favor of Clay.
Yeah, Facento's had a rough weekend in Search and Destroy and Uplink, but his S&D has been pretty poor. You see the .56 S&D KD. On the other end, though, Clayster, he's been great for E United. His first showing with this team, S&D in particular, a 1.30 KD.
That is your G Fuel Key Player matchup.
Rise is definitely still a legit contender. They're all four really talented players. I think that they've been having trouble putting it all together this year. I think that they have some inconsistency issues. People just aren't showing up all together at the same time.
I mean, if they're hot, they can still beat any team, I believe. And I've seen them practicing a good amount too compared to before, so I definitely think they could come here and beat any of us.
Rise was really good at learning the game before anybody else. Aqua, he's like a really good slayer. Him or Fellow, they're really good slayers. They're both going off. It's a really hard team to deal with.
We prepared for Rise by watching their S&Ds, their hard points, all their breakouts, so we're just ready to play them.
We've yet to play United this entire year, so we've yet to play the brothers, Silly. I think Clay, towards the end of the year, gets a lot better. He got that honeymoon period after teaming with somebody for 2.5 years on FaZe, so he's on his little honeymoon, all of them are.
He's had a rough few weeks, and this would be his event to show the fire that he's been having.
We don't know what we expect from them. We just know we have to go hard at the same time.
I think this whole year the key player for E United has been Arcides. I think he's really the one that was a beast. I think he's the one that helped them win a championship when they did. Everyone puts a shine on Gunless, obviously, but I think Arcides was really that staple, that key player.
Series will probably turn out close. I'm not sure what to expect.
I'm not sure what to expect either, Matt. You heard it from Aqua. A bit unsure coming into their first matchup. When we did see these guys battle on Friday to open up all of this week, this one was a series that we thought Rise Nation was going to run away with. They had a massive lead in both of the hard points, but they allowed E United to claw their way back and steal both games 1 and 4.
And the Search and Destroy as well. I believe it was Rise Nation that goes up 3-0 in the Search and Destroy in game number 2, and they let E United come all the way back. So the first time these teams matched up, Rise Nation had control of the series. They gave it away. I don't think they're going to have the luxury of E United starting off as slow as they did in that first matchup, though.
United, they were looking red hot against Splice last night. They had a rough start to the day against Red Reserve, but here's where you correct the ship. You finish strong against Rise Nation to close out day 2. Our maps, we're going to see Throwback Hardpoint, Breakout, Search and Destroy. Precinct on Uplink is where E United absolutely blew out Splice. So I'm a little bit worried for Rise when we come to that game 3.
And I think in this series, you're going to learn a lot about what Rise is made of. I mean, they're in a very difficult spot to, come all the way back and qualify. I think you're going to learn a lot about this team, how much of a fight they put up.
And Aqua, you saw, well, I guess it was TP talking about it, but Aqua mentioned he's so frustrated, puts in all this effort. Where's the rest of his squad? On day 1, they were showing up, but day 2, really, Aqua's just been a one-man army with 3 players all going negative.
But you see how strong E United is in hardpoint. You have, Clayster, Pristini, and RC sitting at the top. You have Silly in that top 10 as well. I believe the only member for Rise Nation you don't see up there is Felony. We talked a little bit about it earlier. Felony struggled yesterday, needs to bounce back, put together a good effort today.
Clayster was mentioning to me that he had troubles with his scuff in the first match, that he fixed the paddle about halfway through game number 1, but never really found his groove. Where they went wrong, though, was in the Search and Destroys against Red Reserve, that game 5, most importantly, rather. I want to see, will they be able to close this out in a hot 3-0? Is it going to go to another game 4? Every map counts. When you look at the guys at the top, we could see a 3-way tie going into the end of day 3.
I think with the way you've seen E United play, I think this is a team that is only going to get better the more maps they put through. I think with what we've seen from Rise, they have not been good in respawn this weekend thus far. I think this is definitely a series that E United runs away with.
And Arcides has been the guy for me. We show a lot of love to Clayster. Pristini was a rock star, but Arcides, you're not always going to see him pick up the kills, but he's putting at least one NV4 bullet into every single person that is in his peripheral.
And outside of a really poor performance, I think, from Silly, I think he started out like 0-11 in one of the games we did. He's actually played really well. I know the game that Jack and Maven casted last night, towards the end of it, I mean, Silly was just lighting people up with the E-Red in his hands. I think Silly has been a big factor, as E United's gone on in the tournament.
Of course, we are at the Call of Duty World League Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4, and each day we pick a play of the day presented by PlayStation 4. Here's a look at one of the best from day one.
Today's gameplay has come to a conclusion, and it's time to take a look at our play of the day, presented by PS4.
United only 10 seconds away from making this comeback.
Are they doing it again? Clayster did it to Rise Nation to close out stage 1. Will United strike first after being down massively on the first rotation? It's all tied up. Camo's in order here from Pristini. Centurion is down. He's getting shocked up, but they got 3 of the 4 kills, make it all 4 down. They've retaken the lead. Will they close it out here?
You see where Rise is spawning. They're going to have no chance to get towards the hill. It'll be 250, 247 in favor of E United.
And that's it for the play of the day, presented by PlayStation 4.
And that was really the starting point of the whole weekend for this squad, Matt. First of all, let's go back to that moment in the respawn, in that hardpoint game in particular. Where did E United correct their mistakes? How did they go from being down 80 points to winning by 4 at the very end?
Well, Arcides and Silly at the beginning of that game were combined, I think, 2 and 25. Silly didn't have a kill for almost the entire first rotation of hills. So those two guys really coming alive, helped E United come back into that game. But it was Pristini and Clayster that played well enough at the beginning to keep it close.
They were so stable all day one. Day 2, who is going to be the rock star for the squad? Silly put up some ridiculous runs against Splice to close out yesterday. I want to see what he is doing here on Throwback. On the other side, Rise Nation. We talked about them basically fighting for 3rd. They could still be in the running. They could still make it into playoffs, but you need perfection. You're looking for 3-0s the rest of the way out.
Yeah, a lot like what Enigma 6 did towards the end of last weekend. They were able to just go 9-0 map count towards the end. They got a reverse sweep, and then they won the last 2 series 3-0, 3-0. Rise Nation put themselves in a similar situation this weekend. They need to really play well, not drop any maps really towards the end to have a chance.
And I was going to call out Felony to be my guy for Rise Nation, and then I remembered their first matchup and remembered that really only Aqua was dropping positive numbers. So there's 3 guys. Keep your eyes on Felony, Looney, and Facento. All 3 need to up their game if they want to hang here with E United. We're going to do a quick restart here. One of the players had an audio issue, so no big deal. Not too many points on the board quite yet. Matt, when we take a look at this map, Throwback though, and we compare these 2 squads, what play style do you think has an advantage?
Oh, I think E United. I think just with Pristini, how fast he plays and how aggressive he pushes forward on the map, I think Pristini definitely creates a huge factor and a huge advantage for E United.
And there you see the players dealing with their issue. Clayster holding up his controller. I wonder if that scuff is still causing him some problems.
They're trying to look over towards the stage. You can't really see through the analyst desk, but definitely something with Clayster going on.
We'll fix that. And then we're going to get this one going once again. If you guys are just joining us, of course, this is the Global Pro League Stage 2. We already did Stage 1, a $700,000 tournament. 8 teams advancing to the playoffs to compete for $500K of that $700,000. And at the end of Stage 1, it was all Splice. They finished on top, Luminosity right behind them in the top 2. Coming in, a lot of people were thinking it was going to be E United, but Arcides, Pristini, Silly, they only walked away with $20,000, not the $200,000 check they planned on.
Still, a lot more money on the line in Stage 2. You see the prizing, these guys playing for a ton of coin before we get the COD champs at the end of the year.
Yeah, only $20,000, and that's not your whole year. That's just one of the mini events. Here in Stage 2, a lot more money on the line. These players, they know how important the group stages is. You finish in the top 2 of your group, you're guaranteed $10K for the squad. And if you make it past that early round of losers bracket round 1, you're basically doubling your money.
And I mean, Rise Nation, they don't qualify for our playoffs in Stage 1. They go to Anaheim, they play decent there. Now they come into Stage 2, they want to qualify for playoffs. It's a lot of money to miss out on if you're not going to be there.
Not a bad time to be a 19-year-old gamer on a main stage. Let's get this one started. Once again, you see Facento, the leader, talking to the squad. All 3 faces pointing his direction. On the other side, United is loose. They are playing with no pressure.
No, they're hanging out. They know they kind of control their destiny through the rest of the weekend. I think Clay brings a lot of leadership to this team. I think that they didn't have before. Definitely a little bit more structured.
All right, guys, I just got an update from our producer. We are going to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere. As soon as we have the issue resolved, this game will be starting. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Let's do this for real this time. There is a look at Clayster, and we are back for the final match of day 2. We already had a full rotation in the round robin. This is the second time United will be matching up against Rise Nation, and in the first match, it should have been all Rise. They were dominating the hard points in the first half of every single hard point rotation, and then threw the games away as United stormed back in the second half. They got to close it out today. They need every single game. Rise would love to finish this weekend with 3 straight 3-0s. They got to start it right now.
They need to finish this weekend with 3 straight 3-0s. They're going to have a chance. And see Silly off the brink, get up in the top window with a K-bar in his hands, and such an important position to control here, this opening hill in the middle of the map.
Looney and Aqua working at short range. A bit surprising to see the NV4 that far pushed up, so aggressive, but it works out for Rise. They get the first 10 seconds here. They have control of the middle of the map, and player number 6, Looney, is now starting to poke behind enemy lines. He's gonna get caught though. That's 3 straight kills for E United as instantly they retake the middle.
They need to control this barn side as well. You see RC's just watching players potentially coming on the pinch. That's where the next hill is going to come up. Barn's such an important hill on this map. You're able to burn, build streaks over on that hill and get a ton of time. So E United looking in a very good spot right now. They have control of this center train platform, and they have control of Barn. And you see the shots Clay putting down at range with the NV4, tagging both Felony and Facento up. They're not going to be able to push right away. Pristini picks up the farthest cut. It's a good opening break here for United.
They lose the first fight. Since then, they've had total control, and Pristini continues to melt with this E-Rad. He was the star, constantly putting the pressure on Rise, even though Arcides and Silly were killless, basically, in the first 5 minutes. He and Clayster put the squad on their back, and this time around, everyone's getting involved. Silly was on a 4 streak. 5-1 is Clayster, 4-2 for Arcides.
And Felony was 0-5. For Rise Nation, finally picks up his first kill. Gonna pick up another one here, but we talked about who needs to step up for Rise Nation. I think it's definitely Felony. Had a poor day yesterday. Needs to play much better if this team is gonna win respawn game modes.
I think Felony finished the day one with like 18 kills per respawn game mode. That is way too low. You're expecting mid to high 20s for a player with his capabilities. Vicento doing a nice job. 3 straight kills will lock down the barn, and you're going to see Felony rotating over, but Arcity's outgunning him once again.
There'll be Bike Path in control for E United. With Arcity's and Clayster, 2 very strong NV4 players, this should be a hill where they're able to control a lot of the action, where Clay can look over Arcity's can play a little bit closer. You're able to control this tight top of Bike Path. You see Clay putting down a lot of shots on the player up top. Just have Silly and Pristini just flood through the bottom side.
Felony last man up, trying to stall out this Bike Path, and he's going to be chased by Scarab straight into the shot of Clayster. Kills being traded back and forth. Rise trying to push their way through. Silly on the other side of the bridge, though, is still scoring. Someone needs to get in here and stop the scores going up for E United. There's been very little contest. Finally, Rise is going to break in. 10 points to go, but E United is setting up for a new hard point, and this is where they can pull away.
Yeah, they have control of spawns, and Clay does a fantastic job just biding time for Silly to come through sidewalk, and he's able to take 2 players out who are challenging him in that back bus area. And now it'll be E United in control of baseball. So E United doing a fantastic job controlling the spawns. It's going to be 2 dead for E United. It's going to be Pristini and Silly trying to hold this down. They need to go big.
Felony was 0-5. He's now 7-12. He's basically just staying pace, but you do have Looney now in the positive. If you can get Aqua back up to where he was in his previous series, now you have a threat from Rise Nation. But another slow start could spell trouble for them here in game 1. Silly is a melt machine. Another streak. This time is 3 kills in a row. He's looking to just go on another spree. We saw him drop 11 in a row on Precinct Uplink against Splice last night.
It was such a good hold on this hard point from E United, but specifically Pristini and Silly. When Clay and Arceus drop, players pinching from both sides. Pristini's able to pick up 2, Silly with 2 more. And that's what gives E United the opportunity, the luxury of holding all of baseball field there, blowing this game open against Rise.
And Vicento's pulling out the NV4. You've seen him using all 3 guns throughout this group stage. Will he fare better with the long-range AR? Arcity's and Pristini working with Silly. All 4 players in the feed there for E United. Rise Nation, are they just getting outgunned in the one-on-ones, or is it the team shot coming through? I've been watching the mini-map, Matt, but honestly, I can't tell what's going wrong for Rise.
It's just the 1v1s. They're just not able to get towards mid-map and really open things up. See Clay there picking up 2 easy kills, Silly with another. But I know you mentioned Vicento with the NV4 in his hands, something T brought up yesterday. Vicento, we see him running more of the main NV4 for this team. Aqua with the K-bar in his hands has not exactly worked out.
Long range, E-Rad shots. Looney needed just 1 more bullet, but Arcity's is not going to peek. And Looney is going to be rotating around with everyone knowing where he is. His teammates, though, on the opposite end are going to be pushing through field. They're going for a 2-on-2 split pinch. Is E United ready for it? First gunshots are going down, but all 8 players stay up. Here comes the push. The FTL jump coming through from Felony. And it's going to be Aqua trading out. E United now with the man advantage. Silly is going to push in on the final 2 players, and that is a clean sweep of the hill.
Such a smart play from E United. The pinch is coming in. They let the Rise Nation just get close enough that they're able to trap them inside a barn, go inside, and break it loose. And now you see kills going in favor of Rise Nation. So Rise Nation right away able to take this back. Only 25 seconds left here, though. Going over to Bike Path, if you're Rise Nation, you take the rest this time. You're at about 100. You're still down by 53 points.
And I think the difference maker there was E United had 2 players caught using Scarabs when Rise made the push. So with guns down, easy gunfights going in favor of Rise. But now here comes Arcity's once again. There's only 10 seconds left, but Arcity's is going to fight for every single point. The double will keep E United scoring. They will be 2 points shy of 160. Rise Nation still yet to reach the 100-point mark.
Well, if your main NV4 right now is Vicento, and he's 9-16, it's really telling of how this game's gone and how it's going to go. You see Clayster and Arceus sharing NV4 responsibilities on this map. Both those guys positive. It's very difficult to win when your main NV4 is getting outgunned, because those other guys with K-bars and E-Rats trying to fight Clayster from afar, it's not going to go well.
And if we can, I'd love to go to Felony, because that is another gunfight where he just gets melted. He was -5 last time we called out his numbers. Now the man is -11. He is being shut down. Basically 0-6 in his last 3 minutes of gunfights.
Well, it's difficult. I mean, if he's going to be aggressive up towards, the middle of the map and, pushing through towards the United side, when your NV4 is not killing theirs, you're basically running into somebody pre-aim, somebody be able to knock down those long-range shots. It's going to make it very difficult for somebody like Felony to have success.
Felony trying to play the perimeter, get all of the angles. His teammate was picked, now trying to stay alive and keep his team in the contention here of the baseball field. Finds 2. Felony, this is what they need from the man. There's 3 in a row. Can he find the 4th?
And he's going to call in the Scarab, try and push United back a little bit as Rise Nation trying to control baseball here. 35 seconds left. This will be a lot of time for Rise Nation, a lot of good time.
Felony. 4 streak finally going to be closed down. It's Pristini and Silly crashing on the hill. They just found 3 of the 4 fights. There's the 4th. A beatdown from Pristini. His 3rd kill as he basically single-handedly cleans this one up. United, every time Rise gets a little bit of a breather, United just comes storming after him, clears him out.
And for me, the biggest surprise, not really surprise, but the biggest thing to look at with United throughout the weekend is how good Pristini's been playing. I think with Gunless, not on the roster, the biggest void was, who's going to be aggressive with the K-Bar or the ERAD in their hands, and aggressive, picking up a lot of kills as well. Pristini has more than filled that void.
Let's do some math, Matt. You got -15 between Felony and Facento combined. +2 from Looney, but Aqua, your star from the first match of the day, he is now -6 as well. So Rise Nation, they are simply getting outgunned here by about 20 kills. United taking it to them. And the difference maker, it's Clayster. Look at this man, +9. Clay on fire once again. Pristini has been so solid as well. He still has a camo to pop too. Will they even need the payloads? It's not looking like it. This is all United. Now they're going for style points as they want to finish with a 7 streak and more. It's 8 straight kills from Pristini, the camo, and a perfect hold in the middle of the map.
But to be quite fair, I mean, we knew Rise Nation what their struggles would be. It's picking up kills in the respawn game modes. They really, in between Anaheim and now, do nothing to adjust the roster, try and, make some changes, with this team to make something happen. And they come in with the same team. You're seeing there a lot of the same problems. And I imagine these guys, the longer you're stuck with the same problem, obviously frustration sets in. I imagine it's Rise Nation who's really just searching for answers, pretty frustrated.
Well, most frustrating for me as a caster is knowing what they're capable of. And if you guys watched day number 1, you saw it was Rise outgunning, outslaying, playing faster. They were constantly on United, and no one was missing shots in the first half of those hard points. This time around, they've just been real flat. But they've been flat all day too.
But it's easy. Like, I mean, when you look back to Vegas, right? The same roster, they win the entire event. Facento's the MVP. It's easy to see a team that plays at their absolute best. All 4 people succeed. It's another thing to be able to win when not everybody's playing their best. That's the one thing with Rise Nation you haven't really seen. Being able to beat those top teams when everybody's not just going off. It's just something you don't see.
They finished as high as 1st and as low as 20th place in our open events so far this year. This weekend, though, they are trying to finish in the top 2, and if they don't win this match, they are out of the running. They have no chance of securing a spot in playoffs. They need a big search and destroy win to tie up this series, and the shocking thing for me is we used to talk about Rise. What's their strength? Oh, it's S&D. Look at this leaderboard. There's only 16 players in this group, Matt. Aqua, the only one in the top 10, and he's #1 on the list.
Yeah, Aqua's been fantastic in search and destroy. The last match that we casted, he goes 7-1 on, I believe it was Crusher, game number 2. He plays absolutely out of his mind, gets them a win there, but needs a little bit more help. And I think if this Rise Nation team doesn't make playoffs, I think it's probably the biggest surprise from the Global Pro League. I mean, this is a team that's very talented, and they have a lot of good players. They can definitely contend at the top, but to see them not qualify for playoffs 2 seasons in a row, 2 stages in a row, would be the biggest shock for me.
Rise Nation, they were on everybody's short list at the start of the year, a top 5 team from North America. Now you have to argue, are they even in the top 10 across the globe? They've fallen quite a bit over the last 3 months. It's time to get into the action once again. Game number 2 is loading up as we speak. And you know the shot caller, Facento, is talking things over with the squad. How do we win a search and destroy against E United? How do you shut that guy Clayster down?
I think E United's a difficult team to game plan right now against in search and destroy, because you haven't seen, obviously, too much of them with Clay. And he can do a lot of different things, right? I mean, you can put an SMG in his hand, we've seen throughout the weekend with him. You can put a sniper and V4, so a lot of different looks they can give you.
Going to breakout. That ERAD can be devastating in the showers. Ninja diffuses can be heartbreaking. Sorry, Felony. Rated got you good.
Can't let that happen again.
Will Rise be able to fix their issues that they showed against Red Reserve? That's the big question for me. Will we see any first blood, any first picks with the snipers on this map? Seen guys like Nagafen pull it out. Parasite tried it a time or two for EG. What's the game plan here for Rise? It looks like they're sticking with ARs and Looney most likely on that ERAD, as Felony is going to be dropping over to the middle of the map, working alongside Looney. Excuse me, that's Facento. Looney is going to be down at the shower area watching the wall run, and at the very top, it's Aqua all alone, waiting for someone to flank from the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they're trying to catch somebody from E United getting a little bit too aggressive. You just see the slow play from Rise Nation. You know, they had 2 players in the mid-map. I don't know if Pristini spotted Felony, but Felony's got a nice angle on him there. If he just plays behind the tractor a little bit longer, they'll come out and kill him. But now Rise Nation putting themselves in a difficult spot. 43 seconds left. Aqua's pretty much cleared out top side of the map over by B, but they need to get the bomb over there quick. Only 35 seconds left.
And you can see the game plan. I think Arcides has spotted this out, and he's called it to Silly. Silly is going to get the first pick. The NV4 in hand paying dividends. Pristini on the flank finds Facento, so it's a 4-on-2 for Looney and Felony. They're in trouble. Felony grabs Clayster. Looney's getting his health back, and Felony, if he wins the 1v1, he was pre-aiming the wrong area. This round is over. It's all E United.
Rise Nation just took a ton of time to make anything develop by the time they got over towards B. It was 2 kills, I believe, 1 from Silly, 1 from Pristini. That opened up the round, and then it's a 2v4 with 30 seconds left. Not the situation you want to be in.
Matt, I got a special treat for all the fans out there. We were talking to production. How do we mix things up for the yellow group? Well, it's time to go to a team chat. Are you ready to listen in?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it up. Here is E United. They're on the attack, and here are their comms.
Don't make me get flanked.
I can't watch it with a sniper.
I got it. Yeah,
He didn't do the jump over. He did not do the jump over.
Yeah, I'm flying.
All right, let's go. Who's watching flank?
I got it. I'm watching Spiral.
All right, Alec, I'll watch it with a sniper. Go.
I got it.
All right, let's get this plant down. Check the corner. Check the corner.
I did it.
Spiral.
I'll stay down. Mid.
They have me one shot as fuck. All right, remember, play this setup.
Back up.
Who wants to get flanked?
One of you guys. I'm playing this. Justin, high wall run.
There's 2 hitting Spiral on me.
He's in mid, Felony.
Nothing flank right now. Nothing. Oh, I'm one shot. Fuck.
Careful,
He's not on it. He's not on it. He pushed out.
Weak. No one on you.
He's one shot. Nice.
You got this. 1-on-2.
One in med. Last kid in med. Jumping on you.
He went back to the fuse. Oh, good try. No, he didn't. He was still waiting for you.
Oh, I missed my shots.
That setup's weird. Never realized.
No, it's not. He like.
Oh, because Justin switched spots with me right there.
I win. I just like laid down
Do
there.
we not have a kid on the yellow tractor watching Spiral?
I couldn't because I had to pick up flank. That's usually you.
I should have picked
That'd
the
be you,
yellow
Clay.
tractor, I guess.
That corner.
Oh, good.
Don't play the corner next time. Just play bomb or tractor. My bad.
I was trapped in the Spiral.
You're good.
Oh, I should have clutched that.
Let's do A, Preston. Remember, go top windows, Tilly, and watch it and see if they go in the hall.
All right. Are you going open?
You go close because you're first.
All right.
And just strafe it, and then I'll watch behind us A.
All right.
I see nothing loading. He's
Nothing,
closed.
nothing,
In closed.
Yeah, close dead. One close.
Another cave, let's go.
One shot.
Here. That yellow truck. Let's go. Fuck this kid.
Push him.
I went out.
He was at their back hall. I don't know where he went.
Someone look left.
I don't see him. I went top window.
Pitching me.
He's out there. Crates one shot.
I'm absolute.
He went back to fourth hard point.
Looking open.
Fuck, I don't like this. I don't.
I'll back up. You already
let's back up.
Everyone play together.
Let's go. I saw one cave tank. I'm pretty sure.
Let's
go.
Aqua was at fourth hard point.
Let's go. Come on.
Let's get in the cave. Push him there.
Follow me up. Yes. We can try this. Reloading real quick.
He's here. Aqua, back up.
Both here. One in the cubby. One to the right. Careful. You don't gotta push it.
The Cubby.
We don't gotta push it.
I think Aqua's still in that corner. Yeah. I did someone fly back towards helipad.
Fine.
They're gonna go A
Aqua,
fast.
He gave up.
Probably gonna go A fast. They're backing up.
He's
You
still
wanna push it?
Cubby,
You
I
wanna
think.
push
I think he might have sunk.
Let's go. Let's go
all
over.
over.
Careful here.
L, he's L.
Nice, last guy's
Let's get an L. One shot as fuck. One shot as fuck. Yeah, yellow shot. One shot. Yeah, 5 bullets, silly. Nice, guys.
Let's go,
Good job.
baby. Good shit. Good shit, Clay.
Why'd they fucking... Oh, they just left.
And there is our listen in with E United. It's pretty awesome to hear what Clayster brings to the squad. A whole lot of direction, and it's got to be fun being the commander of a troop like Pristini, a guy who's just going to run in and get your first blood and the second kill of the round.
Yeah, I loved the team chat there during Search and Destroy. You heard the first round that they lost. They were discussing who was supposed to be watching the flank. And they kind of came to the conclusion it was Clay, and he was like, oh, my bad.
Clay's like, who's supposed to be there? Oh, it's me.
Yeah, they were like, oh, no, that's supposed to be you in that position. And you see, I mean, it's where you pick up a new teammate in Search and Destroy. It's like Clay's used to playing one spot. You know, he's really comfortable sitting in that corner, with the sniper rifle. But they need him back by the tractor to force the action over by Cave, where you see just the little adjustments you have to make when you add somebody new to the roster.
Rise Nation trying to tie this one up at 2 apiece.
So see, this is what they were going for the first time, where they let them get up the staircase and they all push back towards the tractor. This is what the setup they were going for first time.
Aqua on your screens, tagged up by Clay, so that makes it a 2-on-2. Clayster and Arcides for E United going up against Vicento and Aqua. Vicento gets dropped, so Looney, excuse me, he is the last man standing, and he is not gonna live long. Clayster and the boys bringing it to him.
Yeah, so that's the difference where, Clay gets all the way back behind that tractor, and they have Arcees in the cave. They force the action over towards that side of the map, because now you have Arcees raining down free shots. Clay's able to pick up players that are weak. He's able to get some players who are going over towards the bomb, so it's a much better setup than they had the first time, where Clay was in that short corner with the sniper in his hands.
Arcides is still giggling on the stage. I love watching him when they're winning. He has nothing but smiles. As soon as they start losing, that face is going to change expressions very quick. But for now, E United, they are playing with no pressure. Pristini 5-3 leading the squad. It's Clayster running a Karma. We've seen it over the last 2 weeks. The only other SMG other than the E-Rad really in play. 3 kills now for E United. It's only 1 left up, and they will get dropped immediately before we can even switch to his screen. How do you stop E United right now? Obviously, the short-range fights aren't going in your favor if you're Rise Nation.
They keep fighting them, though. I mean, you really see no change in strategy from Rise Nation, and I think more about the E United squad. Excited to see them play without Gunless, because I feel like Arcides, Silly, and Pristini want to prove they really have a chip on their shoulder that, like, hey, we were not only a top 3 team because of Gunless, but because we are fantastic players as well.
We've seen it from the Twins. On the other side of the stage, though, Rise Nation isn't out of this yet. Let's crank up their headphones and watch the red team. Here's
me, bro. One's on A-bomb already. It's on A-bomb already. Another one, Silly. Silly's in there.
Half health Arcides.
I'm with you. There's 2 there, Silly and Arcides there.
There's like E-Rads down. Yeah, they're both envies.
You saw me. 1 shot. One more outside on you. One shot on you.
Bomb.
Yeah, 2 bullets.
Other one's blank on hard point.
Bro, how are they getting in my left door showers? Like, you guys can't see that?
I saw 2 of them. I shot at the first kid, and he went right door, and the other one slid like across.
I mean, we can't let them push our door showers, 'cause then, I mean, I'm just gonna get pushed from both doors.
Our
setup is spread, bro. We can't
do shit
about it.
I shot at the other guy, Tyler.
Okay.
What are you doing here?
No, he could push in like that.
What are you doing here?
Just play picks. Play picks this round. Play picks this round.
All right.
No. I'm not doing that wall run shit. I feel like.
Yeah.
Play spread here. Pristini could have his camo.
That one was short and sweet, but we're back into the action as E United is on game point. Round number 7 coming your way, and you saw Pristini. Did he get body blocked by a teammate? How did he fall off the map there?
I'm not exactly too sure. I mean, we're not on with this POV. Couldn't exactly tell from the minimap, but Rise Nation, they get blessed. They get the man advantage, and they have the B site completely open in their favor.
If you lose this to E United right now, you are just having the worst day of your career. Rise gets the bomb down. And you're going to see player number 1 on the minimap. It's Aqua challenging 2. Clayster guns him real fast. Every bullet landing for Clay as he finds 2. Silly's in there for a 3rd. And there you go, Rise. Officially your worst day of your career.
Well, I mean, you heard it during that team chat. They're saying their spread out is so spread. Like, they're so far away from each other that, like, it'll never work. I think one of the players used some more choice words than that. But right there, I mean, Aqua, he's in a position where there's no way that kill can get traded out. No, then the rest of his teammates just feel like they got to go try and trade it out. They just jump right at them. E United wins a 3v4 round, and where Persini falls off the map at the beginning, it's a round you can't lose if you're Rise.
Rise, I was so high on them at Anaheim. Everyone else was doubting them. I was the guy saying, Rise, top 6. Definitely top 8, maybe top 6. Didn't happen there. Even though they beat Splice back in the group stages, they ended up losing the group. Had to play through the losers bracket, and here's another situation where we could see Rise on the way out, watching everybody else play in the playoffs just like they did in stage 1.
Yeah, their backs are definitely against the wall. They're going to need a reverse sweep here against a very good E United team who's only getting better the more maps they play.
All right, they can totally redeem themselves, but they need to win 3 straight. Rise Nation, best of luck. We'll see if they can get it started with Uplink when we return. We are back live from the Columbus Arena. This is E United taking on Rise Nation, day 2 of our yellow group here at the Call of Duty World League GPL. Matt,
This is do or die for Rise. They are officially on the bubble right now. You lose this game, you have no chance of going into playoffs.
Clay's got a sniper off the rip.
You don't do this in uplink?
No.
This is a bad idea?
I mean, they must feel really confident about this.
Got one.
He gets one. I mean, we've seen this at the start of like a retaliation hardpoint, but not at the start of a uplink. Yeah, you can't get pistoled.
Looney with the E-Rad, melted by a pistol. That is the story of Rise's day. Remember, Rise Nation, they should have beat E United on day one. They were dominating E United in the respawns. Not today.
Yeah, now they got Clay using a sniper in uplink. He's going to have to switch off of that. Not going to be able to make that work in uplink. He's able to get one kill with it, but you see Rise Nation, they're pushing forward. Getting a little map control here is trying to put through a score, and see Felony going to be able to get one kill. Aqua there to trade out one. This should be points for Rise Nation, just one more player to beat. It's going to be Pristini picking up a kill. Pacento's able to take him out.
This is a one-pointer. They're getting greedy. Body block is there, but he goes back up, and Looney will throw down the first dunk of game number 3.
That's a good play there by Rise Nation. They're able to get some map control. Pristini gets over by the statue, so that's going to force the action down by construction. This will be a hold for E United. Clay with another team kill. Actually, it's going to be...
Yeah, I was going to say, Looney grabbed that, and he just ran past 2 players.
It's going to be a breakaway there for Looney, which doesn't make any sense. It was E United with everybody alive, but now you get Clay with the drone. He's going out towards street. This has been a really sloppy start to this game for E United.
Okay.
They're able to get a 2-point play out of this somehow as well.
Doesn't matter the scenario. Points are being scored.
It's an ugly game to start.
Facento looking for a pick, loses his teammate Aqua. Score streak's starting to come out as he's going to use a Scarab to scout. Meanwhile, Felony for Rise Nation is pushed into the middle here, finds Clayster, nice 2-piece, finds a third on Silly. Felony trying to heat up. Rise not out of this yet. Looney starting to heat up once again is a great sign as well. He has 4 points. He's on a 2 streak, back to positive numbers. Precinct may be a map that is going to suit Rise well.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like they're going to get more points here. It's going to be Looney getting the pass, gets a nice beatdown on Pristini as he goes through the goal. So there'll be another 2-point play for Rise Nation as they're starting to come to life here against E United.
I think Rise has learned if you're going to go up against E United in uplink, you might as well just melee as you're jumping in for the dunks. Players are always there waiting to body block, and Looney was able to convert not only the kill, the 2-point play. He has all 6 of Rise's points, and he's starting to set up for another pass. One-on-one gunfight under the goal. And Looney trying to clear the path. Rise Nation, they're moving the drone up. There's a 1-point toss. It isn't going to land. Arcades gets the rebound, and this could be a counter opportunity.
Yeah, and they're going to bring this one down towards Cherry Blossoms over by Gas and see if they can move it forward. RC sees one player. He gets tagged up. It's Silly in the mid-street. Silly was not able to pick up anything, and now it's going to force E United to rotate all the way towards the top side. Pristini, though, murders 2 guys in the street. Let's see if Arcees can turn this into points, and it's going to be able to connect with a 1-point play. Nice play by Arcees and Pristini.
And Pristini was so fun to watch in the feed. We weren't even watching his perspective, but on the mini-map, I saw him pick up a double with the E-Rad, finds a K-bar, and finds himself another double as Rise was momentarily spawn-trapped. E United goes from down 6 to just a 3-point game. And they still have 60 seconds to work with. Looney and Facento working their way around the perimeter. Looney can't find the player, though. Finally spots him. Is going to pick up Silly, but not before Silly is able to trade out a kill.
Yeah, Looney has had a monster first half here. He's got a 5 streak there for Rise Nation, 16-8. He's doing a fantastic job. But now Silly with the drone for E United. This could potentially be points again for E United. He comes through the mid-street, puts together a 1-point play. And for as good as Rise Nation has been here in the first half, they're only up 2.
Now they're getting shot in the back as they're going for the drone. E United still with total control of Rise's base. Silly has just been camping here, and he is clearing the way. Another dunk. This could be a 6-6 finish. Rise will hold strong as Felony stops the drone just inches short. And we're going to see the score 6-4, barring a miracle 1-point toss. I don't think there's enough time to do it. That's the half.
Nope. nothing going to happen here at the end of the first half. It'll be a 2-point lead for Rise Nation going into half number 2. They do not want to get 3-0'd. They do not want to lose this series, obviously. You know, if they lose this, they are eliminated from playoff contention. So need to complete the reverse sweep to stay in it against the United.
And this is the Looney from day one, match one. The guy was leading the charge. The E-Red causing problems for E United. If you don't let RCs get set up, if you can put the pressure on Clayster with those SMGs and never let those AR anchors get in position, you can cause problems. Rise, they need to keep it up for 5 more minutes. Can they close today, unlike their first series?
You see Aqua getting very aggressive towards that mid street. He has Vicento there with him. They're able to pick up the kills. You see one player, it's Clayster, kind of lagging behind E United towards the middle of the map. It's a beautiful interception there. I believe it's Pristini, and he's able to get the drone off. It's a big defensive play there from Pristini and E United.
And if you're counting at home, that is 2 for 2 for E United's interceptions to attempts. I don't think I've seen a single Rise Nation attempt at an interception. When they're playing defense and they know a 1-point play is coming, they all backed up and basically gave it up for free. Clayster clearing the way, picks up 2 with his NV4, so he's going to put the pressure on now. He's negative up to this point in the game, trying to transition into that SMG role, not finding a whole lot of success. It's Aqua and Looney in the feed, so Rise with the 2-player advantage, trying to wrap this drone around.
Well, yesterday we saw Silly with the SMG in his hand have a huge game on this map against Splice. He was just dominant at range with the E-Rad. They're not putting together the same game here today. It's going to be 2 kills for E United, but the drone being wrapped around, it's an awful throw there by Felony. Goes over the right-hand side of the goal. So that's 2 1-point opportunities for Rise Nation here in the first half. They're not able to get points on the board.
And I think that was Felony's voice I heard here in the venue yelling, "Oh my God, I blew it." So they know the pressure is on, and that could come back and cost them. Still, just a single dunk separates E United from Rise Nation. But Rise doing a pretty solid job of slaying here in the second half. They haven't let RCDs and the E United crew too close to their goal.
I will say, though, E United is doing a good job putting a lot of pressure on the statue side. It's just they have not been able to get that second wave of kills. If they are, they're definitely going to put some points on the board. And see Looney here trying to come through the mid. He's going to fall. I believe you have Pristini inside of the Rise base. This will be a 2-point play for E United. Clay puts it through.
And RCD should have an overdrive ready. So we'll see when E United decides to pop that payload, as RCDs will try and speed his way to another dunk. Pristini finds 2, but everyone else falling. Clayster now in the feed, comes over to the statue to support. Pristini with the camo may take the first attempt here with the payload. Instead, he will be stopped. Looney with a big defensive stand. Aqua with a double. A 1-point toss. Still goes up, though. There's only one guy alive for E United. It's Silly, and he makes the point count.
Yeah, Looney pops reactive armor there. So although the payload's being used by Rise Nation, they're not able to hold on the defensive end. A 1-point play goes through for E United, and they don't burn the camo there as well. So E United has that for the later half of this game. They're in a very good spot in terms of payloads.
We should remind everybody that is 7 unanswered points for E United. Rise jumped out to a 6-0 lead. It's been all E United since about 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game.
You have the drone in hands of Pristini. Maybe you see the camo here, and here it is. It's going to be an active camo play from Pristini. He's got Clayster picking up some kills. He goes off the wall run, gets tagged up. Clay picks up 3. It's a 2-point play from E United as they have ran away with this game in the second half.
United took the gamble there with the camo from Pristini from range. Even the wall run giving up his position, but it converts into points. Clayster with some great coverage. Looney, he gets the wiggle in for a 1-point toss. A single dunk will tie this one up. Rise Nation not out of it yet. Aqua still waiting to heat up. He's -4. Looney, the only player positive on his team. He needs help, especially if E United continues to convert with 2 or 3 players down.
Yeah, Clay lands a long-range 1-point shot. It's going to make it a 2-possession game in favor of E United. It's going to be Rise with the drone, trying to force this one through the top side, but they're not going to be able to pick up any kills. It's RCDs with 2, Pristini with 1. Clay picks up the final member of Rise. Now he has the drone in hand, and if you're United, you don't really need points. You kind of waste the clock a little bit. It's going to be Silly with FTL jump. All his teammates fall. He's going to toss the drone off the map, and it actually doesn't make it. It actually lands in the back of Gas. So they're going to give Rise Nation a good opportunity to get a 2-point play on the board. Vicento's going to pop camo here.
Vicento Camo survives and puts it through 20 seconds. Can they get to the drone? You have 2 players set up for E United. Player number 7, Arcides, is waiting for it. He's grabbing it. He is throwing it into Rise's base. Rise, 10, 9, not enough time. Can they get there? It's impossible. We see a hot 3-0 coming in for E United, and Rise Nation is officially eliminated from the playoff run.
It was not an easy game 3 for E United. Rise Nation, they looked great in the first half. They brought nothing in half number 2 as E United is able to storm back and take our final series here 3-0.
And most impressively, E United is now topping the leaderboard overall in the group, Matt. They jumped to the top with that 3-0.
Yeah, it's a big win there for E United. Obviously a lot to play for these guys. You know, they bring on Clayster, a lot of motivation to show that they're still a top team. And they're going to go into tomorrow with a chance to take our #1 spot.
For getting into the top 16 rankings across the world, Rise will bank $12,500 for being here this weekend, but they are not going to be in the running for the $500,000 playoffs, which is just 2 weeks away. They'll be watching on the sideline and taking notes, as now they have to just be thinking about COD champs.
It's a pretty disappointing thing for Rise Nation, right? I mean, they didn't qualify for playoffs in Stage 1. It's a team that's been together for a very long time. They obviously won Vegas, our first event of the year. They don't qualify for playoffs here in Stage 2. It's pretty disappointing.
All right, we do have E United, though, moving on. They take the top spot on our leaderboard, and right now, we got Clayster on the main stage with Big Daddy Courage.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Wow, what a compliment to be paid up here on the main stage with Clayster from E United. A big 3-0 sweep there to close out day 2. I think a little bit better than the start of the day. I want to look back at that first. What went wrong in your first series of day 2?
I don't want to blame it on it, but my A paddle didn't work for the first 5 minutes of Scorch, and the fact that we only lost by 20 to Red Reserve when I couldn't jump for the first rotation of hills, it was a big factor. Just small clutches, small little things, small rotations, stuff like that. It was kind of obvious they had watched our match against Splice, and we're kind of hard countering some of our setups. It's something that we're going to prepare for pretty heavily tomorrow.
Well, coming into the league this weekend, you guys actually had a couple opportunities to scrim S&D offline. We know some teams wanted to see more teams as casters do that. Do you think that helped prepare you for this weekend? How's your S&D looked in your opinion?
Oh, we were terrible at S&D when this team first formed, like really, really bad. We'd play C9 and get like 6-0, 6-1 on every map. By the end of it, we were splitting maps with them, keeping them close, getting 4 or 5 rounds. We've now got a bunch of strategies in our pocket that we can kind of play off of, as you can see in that breakout S&D versus Rise right there.
Absolutely. Now, you guys are coasting, looking quite good. Yesterday, I got to ask you this question. The mic wound up cutting out. We're trying it again. Clay, these last few weeks, I know they've been a little bit crazy and hectic for you. Anything you want to see to all the thousands of fans out there that have had your back?
It's honestly, it means the world to me to have the support system that I've had. Even you, Jack, like everybody in the crowd here, everybody on Twitter, a bunch of my really good friends and family, especially all the fans. You guys have honestly helped me get through these last couple of weeks because it's been some of the toughest weeks of my entire life. So if it wasn't for you guys and the support system and the love that you've been showing me, I honestly don't know if I'd be able to be on stage right now.
Well, Clay, we all love you, and it's for good reason. He's one of the winningest Call of Duty players of all time. They just took their second series of the day. That's it for us on the main stage. Benson and the boys to close out the show.
Thank you very much, Jack, and you're completely right. Everyone loves Clay. Hard not to love
Gotta love Clay, baby.
So you gotta love Clay, baby, of course, absolutely. We'll talk a little bit about that final series of the day. Rise Nation, 0-4. Eliminated, not the best.
So sad, Ben.
To campaign for them. I mean,
You're sad the day's end.
I mean, I am. I was, we're just getting into it, man. There's so many storylines as well that could come through tomorrow. But for Rise, 0-4. I mean, what went wrong overall, in your opinion, Merc?
Just the slaying. I just felt like as soon as one player did well, another player dropped off. I felt like Felony just had a bad weekend, and it kind of sucks because you feel like they've had a lot of time to prepare for this.
Right.
I mean, they obviously didn't perform well at Anaheim, Stage 1. They missed out on playoffs, so they've had a good 4 to 6 weeks to really sort of just try to change things. Maybe, I'm not sure, but sometimes, you just need a roster change. They didn't go through with one. But just a tough week for Rise.
Map 1, hardpoint throwback, of course, 250-135 final score. Rise just looked flat.
Yeah, this was the same game as day 1, game 1, and it was 2 different teams. Rise on day one and Rise today, for me, they came in flat. They came in almost kind of unmotivated. Obviously, we talked about, you know, things that happened in between that. But I will say, Looney had great games. You know, Felony sometimes had a good game, by all means. Aqua had great games, but it didn't happen at the same time. They were all having great games here and there, and two weren't performing on one day. Or it's very, very tough. It is a very hard pool, by all means. You know, it's probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest pools. But I expected them to win series. I expected them to go maybe 2-4 over the weekend. That's still possible, of course. But I don't see it happening. That's the thing. Of course, with them being eliminated now, it's very, very difficult. You know, how do they come back and what do they take from it? For me, come in, try and get some great practice for champs, make something of this Sunday. Yeah,
potentially. We'll talk a little bit about map number 2. Of course, that was the breakout search and destroy. United blitz through Rise like they weren't even there. A 6-1 victory. Arcees, of course, drops the 8.0 KD. But one of the key things I do want to touch on, Steve, because it kind of made us all chuckle a little bit. Obviously, we heard the listening throughout that search and destroy. And one round in particular was, I believe it was round 2. You hear United just kind of talking a little bit about the strats. And then the round finishes, of course, that was one round I believe they actually lost. And it was kind of like, oh, who was supposed to be watching that? And everyone's like, Clay, that was supposed to be you.
Yeah.
And then a couple of rounds later, they do the exact same strat. Clay does what he was supposed to be doing, Tipa, and they win the round.
Well, those listen-ins were the perfect sort of explanation for both sides of the team. When there's an appropriate way to handle a situation like that, and someone realizes what the problem was. We go to the Rise listen-in, and a mistake happens, and Fellow's obviously not happy about it. He tries to make his claim of like, oh, who's supposed to be watching that? And then there's just sort of these weird excuses, this passive-aggressive sort of nature on the comms, and it reminded me of going back to situations like that as a player where it's like, so is anyone going to talk and fix this solution, or are we all just going to suck and lose every single round in S&D? It's just kind of aggravating. It's like one team wants it, and one team just kind of is seeming to give up on each other, and it's really rough to see. But I think the entire structure of Rise is messed up right now. And the one thing I kind of want to bring up from the Vicento point of view is he was one of the best players in the game when he had an OSA in his hand. The OSA is most similar to an SMG. Why is Vicento not running an SMG? That's sort of just my mentality the entire time. The fact that he's trying to be that main NV4 makes zero sense to me. I think it's a huge problem, and I don't think he's completely comfortable in that slower role.
Well, potentially it could be a big reason for Rise being 0-4. We'll talk a little bit about the uplink. This one was closer, of course. Final score 10-9, but E United take it swift 3-0 in terms of the series. I mean, Looney has a decent game, a 1.21. Prestini with a 1.21 as well, but I guess when push came to shove, Merc, it was just the United's day.
No, I mean, I think Rise put together a very good first half, and then the second half they just sort of fell just a little bit short, and this was probably their best game of the day. I definitely thought maybe we were going to have sort of an E6 situation where they started a reverse sweep, but United, they were able to clutch up. They had their payloads just to use. They had Camo to close out the series, so a great job by United. That's how you want to finish the day on a 3-0.
Definitely is. We'll take a look now how that result affects our standings of this week's group. Of course, we heard Chris mention it for Rise Nation at 0-4. They are out. They will not have any chance of qualifying for Stage 2 playoffs. E United sitting at the top 3-1. Splice in second 3-1. Red Reserve in third at 2-2. But it does actually set up a pretty interesting day 3 moment. When you look at that, a lot of different potential outcomes could come through. Do you expect that to be the same though going into tomorrow?
Going into this whole weekend, I had Splice and E United coming out on top. I had Splice in first, but I think the same two teams will be at the end. At the top, should I say, at the end of Sunday. Red Reserve, they need to bring their A game, tomorrow. It's going to be tough, but they can do it.
I mean, on the bright side, you look at Red Reserve, of course, they do have that game against Rise, but so does Splice as well. So
it all comes down, I think, to that E United game. They beat them before. Yeah. Can they do it again? And don't miss it, guys. It's going to be an absolute showstopper.
It definitely will. United versus Splice as well to close out the day. That could be for so much. Of course, there is still so much on the line, but that now concludes an awesome day 2 here at week 3 of the stage 2 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. It was a poor start for Rise Nation, and it was a poor day 2 as well, leaving them at 0-4 and officially no chance of qualifying for the stage 2 playoffs. For Europe, stage 1 champ Splice sit at 3-1 and Red Reserve at 2-2, while E United and Clayster sit pretty at 3-1 as well. Action kicks off tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern as our 3 teams still left fight for their spot at the stage 2 playoffs.
Can't wait to throw those comes ringside Conma. Back to the back. World champion. Attach is on it. He's on it. The Centauri's gonna fall.